Chapter 34-23. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped Wu Ningzhu tightly. Meanwhile, Yan Qingqing held Wu Ningzhu's hand on the other side. Let's go. Just when Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were about to leave, Lin Yokong's body trembled. He transmitted his voice. Someone from Tongxian Mansion sent a message. He said, Helian is in trouble. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His complexion became somewhat gloomy. Helian. It must be you, Dongxing Divine Region, Divine Wind Valley, Mountain of Will. Continuous green mountains, towering waterfalls, ancient trees, and the cries of birds, beasts, and apes filled the valley. Countless red-crowned cranes danced under the waterfalls and in the clear spring. The water was like a tide, and the birds were singing in harmony. There were many dense forests in the mountain. Layers of bamboo shadows could be seen. The mountains and fields were covered with flowers and grass. The bright moon shone through the pine trees. The clear spring flowed above the rocks. The moonlight was like a golden dipper, and the light and shadow were like red lotus. Between the mountain and the clear spring, a beautiful figure was dancing alone in the valley. She was graceful under the moonlight, giving off a feeling of self-pity. The sword in her hand was as cold as frost. Her complexion was like jade. The young lady and the figure moved together, jumping continuously under the moonlight. They were like the spirits of the mountain, lively and quick-witted. The huge mountain of will, 3,000 miles of rivers, 3,000 miles of pines, 3,000 miles of bamboo, 3,000 miles of lonely clouds, still couldn't hide the petite and quick-witted figure. She was at the same level as the mountain and shone with the bright moon. The young lady's sword intent was ice-cold. Her aura was steady. She gave off a feeling that a woman was not inferior to a man. That kind of unbridled grace was like the flow of water. She advanced and retreated gracefully, like a gentle breeze, without any ripples. Gradually, the sword in the girl's hand became sharper and sharper. The unparalleled sword intent seemed to drive the determination and stubbornness in her heart, causing her to become more and more disordered. She felt more and more flustered and impatient, as if she wanted to break through the cage of the world. On the bank of the flower embankment, two young men in white robes stood with their hands clasped behind their back. They looked at the young lady performing her sword dance and sighed in their hearts. One of them had a hook-like figure while the other had a picturesque figure. However, it was undeniable that these two young men in white robes were extremely powerful. Their appearances were extremely good as well. They were filled with a sense of suaveness and elegance. As long as a woman took a look at them, she would never be willing to forget them. Zhang Yang, what do you think she will choose? One of the white-clothed young men said in a low voice. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but he did not know how to persuade the girl in the river, who was intertwined with the shadow of the moon and the clear spring. His mind raced, but he became more and more hesitant, not knowing what to do. Who knows? We're not her. We can't choose for her, and we can't change anything for her. All of this is fate, the will of the heavens. No matter what, she can't change it. This is the will of the heavens. Even if it's the patriarch, I'm afraid he can't do anything about it, right? The young man called Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed. When he looked at the young lady again, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly, as if he was completely unable to change her mind. The only thing he could do at this moment was to silently look at the stubborn figure in the river. However, he was powerless and couldn't change anything. That's true. I was a little too arrogant. Even she doesn't have a choice. What can we do? Feng Chao shook his head and sighed. He seemed to have become silent. They couldn't change anything in front of them. They could only choose to follow the will of the heavens. No one would change for the sake of that young lady. Just like the heavens, day after day, year after year, it would never change for a single person. She would rather die 9 times without regrets than to bow her head to fate. This isn't like the people of our Hellion clan. Hellion Zhongyang smiled. However, he also felt some sympathy for the young lady in the clear spring. But what could he do? He could only silently stand behind her. It was easy to like someone, but it wasn't so easy to change the world for her. Hellion Feng Chao also nodded. He knew that the two of them couldn't do anything. Even the clan head couldn't change the decision of the ancestors. Moreover, the clan had always followed the ancient teachings. Who could change their original intentions? All they could do was to silently be bystanders. There were many things that they didn't even dare to think about. They couldn't change anything. They could only accept fate. Although they didn't believe in it, they had to follow fate at all times. This was the fate of the Hellion clan. Right now, the clan head and the 5 great elders are probably unable to restrain their anger. It's just that I don't know how long she can persist. No matter what, she is a member of the Hellion clan. She has to be prepared to sacrifice herself for the Hellion clan. Moreover, it's not like she's going to die. Hellion Zhongyang was also extremely curious about that young lady. What was it that she couldn't bear to part with? It was something that she couldn't forget. She even disregarded the ancient teachings of the clan. However, her strength was still there. If she wanted to defy the fate of the clan, she was destined to die. There are some people and some things that can't be missed once they are missed. I think she should also be unable to forget her past. Once we enter the profound gate, we can do a lot of things. However, we can't do anything. Looking at the current situation, I reckon that the 5 great elders are already furious. Hellion Feng Chao smiled. Aren't you worried about her? Hellion Zhongyang asked. Aren't you the same? As the 2 peerless geniuses of the Hellion clan, we can't do anything. Who do you think can change everything? What's the use of worrying? The outcome is still something we can't change. Being born in the Hellion clan is a kind of fortune. However, it's also a kind of sorrow. Hellion Feng Chao sighed. His eyes were solemn. He stared at the young lady in the clear spring for a full minute before leaving. This pair of peerless geniuses of the Hellion clan were like fire and water. It was the first time that they were so harmonious. Because the person they were facing was Hellion Yu, whom they deeply loved. However, at this moment, they were all powerless. They could only watch Hellion Yu follow the decision of fate. It was destined that she would not be able to let go of it. That was why she was so resistant. No one knew when the clan would be completely enraged. At that moment, the outcome that no one could change would become a reality. I hope you can let go of it. Otherwise, those guys will definitely not let you go. Chapter 34-24. In the Wind God Valley, the sound of the wind was like a curtain. It was beautiful. As the headquarters of the Hellion clan, it had an extremely strong influence in the Dongxing divine region. Its position was not any weaker than the sword-drawing sect in the central region divine land. Moreover, as one of the top 10 sects in the Dongxing divine region, the Hellion clan had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. It could be said to be one of the most ancient clans, the living fossil of the Dongxing divine region. It stood in the Dongxing divine region, towering and unreachable. In the Wind God Valley, hundreds of birds paid homage to the phoenix. The main hall was located above the Wind God Valley. Pillars that supported the sky surrounded the main hall, standing in the middle of the mountain. Hidden in the clouds, there were layers of cloud ladders that led to the Hellion clan's heavenly prayer palace. The heavenly prayer palace was the highest standard palace in the Hellion clan. Those below the hierarch realm were not allowed to step into the heavenly prayer palace. They were not even qualified to step into the clouds of the Wind God Valley. In the Hellion clan, the hierarchy was very strict. The disciples of the clan were not any weaker than the sections. Moreover, this ancient clan that had been passed down since ancient times attached great importance to the ancient teachings. Since then, it had its own principles and meaning. Countless sects gradually declined when they passed down their inheritance. The Hellion clan was able to be a super sect in the divine world since ancient times. Just based on this point alone, many ancient sects and clans could not catch up to them. Even the ancient sects like the Eastern Emperor sect had gradually declined. From this, it could be seen that the Hellion clan's strength was extraordinary. In the main hall, 5 elders with strong auras were discussing. Their faces were extremely solemn as they argued endlessly. These 5 people had not gathered for 100 or even 1,000 years. However, as soon as they met, they quarreled non-stop, expressing their own opinions in the heavenly prayer palace. I think this girl will not shed a tear until she sees the coffin. As a member of the Hellion clan, she should always have the awareness of sacrificing her life for the Hellion clan. However, she is so stubborn. Isn't she clearly going against our Hellion clan? What's the use of keeping such disciples and disciples? An old man with a long beard harumphed in a domineering manner. You can't say it like that. Third brother, our Hellion clan hasn't had a disciple as talented as Yuer for a very long time. Even Zhang Yang and Feng Chao were barely able to fight against Yuer. If we do it like that, wouldn't we have to break one of our arms? Although Yuer's heart is filled with unwillingness right now, we can slowly teach her, slowly educate her. He was even more powerful than the long-bearded old man. He was the Hellion clan's second elder, Hellion Zhangyu. Second brother, your words don't conform to the rules of our Hellion family. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. How did our Hellion family stand on the peak of the divine world for billions of years? Didn't they rely on the ancient teachings of being impartial and impartial? Our Hellion family needs to be meticulous. We can't tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in our eyes. However, you said that we've been indulging that little girl. Do you want to abolish the ancient teachings that have been passed down for billions of years? If we want to uphold the ancient teachings, we must punish her severely. She can do whatever she wants. Does she think that we, the ancestors, don't exist? Humph, the fourth brother, Hellion Changhe, sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He didn't dare to agree with Hellion Zhangyu's words at all. The moment those words were spoken, the black-robed elder, Hellion Zhangyu, and Hellion Changhe stared at each other with sharp gazes. The two of them seemed to have completely forgotten their identities. Harmony breeds wealth, harmony breeds wealth. Ha ha ha, the reason why our Hellion family can maintain its prosperity is because we are united. Moreover, there are no parasites in the family. Everyone is wholeheartedly devoted to the family. If we want our Hellion family to rise to the next level, we must unite as one and face the outside world. Her situation is very suitable. We must not act rashly. Everything needs to be planned in the long run. Everyone wants to solve the problem perfectly. However, my two brothers, please calm down first. Unusual matters must be treated with extraordinary measures. Whether it's severe punishment or leniency, everything must be done with the sect's benefits as the priority. We've lived for so many years. Are we going to fight because of a child? The fifth elder, Hellion Changxing, smiled indifferently. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He was calm and composed. Although he was the youngest among the fifth elder, his strength was enough to compete with the great elder. The fifth elder is right. This matter needs to be planned in the long run. This concerns whether our Hellion family can become the #1 super family in the Dongxing Divine region. It's not impossible for us to stabilize the Central Region Divine Land. We must not take this lightly. May be a little willful, but she's still a member of our Hellion family. We can't give up so easily. The great elder, Hellion Changtian, said in a deep voice. Although it wasn't the final word, it at least made everyone quiet down. At this moment, the patriarch is in the critical period of breaking through. Therefore, we must not disturb him. He loves you the most. Let's wait until he comes out of seclusion. As soon as the great elder finished his words, the third elder said in a deep voice, "Big brother, this damned girl is stubborn. She used the patriarch's love to run amok. Now that she's trapped in the mountain of will, it's also a kind of fortune for her to wake up. But now that the gate of heavens will has opened, I'm afraid we can't wait for the patriarch to come out. If we miss the gate of heaven's will, we don't know when it will open again." The great elder also sighed. The gate of heaven's will was in the Hellion family's ancestral land. It was a bronze gate that had been sealed for countless years. Since ancient times, as long as the gate of heavens will opened, the members of the Hellion family would be able to enter it. Only those who had entered the gate of heavens will could truly understand the profoundness of the profound heavenly divine mystery, which was also the profoundness of the great divination art. The last descendant of the Hellion family comprehended the profoundness was something that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Therefore, the opening of the gate of heavens was a major event for the entire Hellion family. However, it just so happened that the patriarch of the Hellion family was in seclusion. This time, the patriarch wanted to break through in one go, and it was of utmost importance. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him. Therefore, Yu'er's situation was in danger at this moment. 3 months. If the patriarch still doesn't come out of seclusion, then we'll carry out the ancient teachings. The first elder also sighed. On one hand, he was helpless. On the other hand, it was for the sake of the entire Hellion clan's prosperity and glory. As the first elder, he was duty-bound. Chapter 34-25. On the continent of the river, a graceful lady is a gentleman's match. The current Yu-er was even more captivating than Ling Yun in the past. Although Yu-er was still not Ling Yun's match, that kind of peerless beauty was incomparably moving. Any man who saw her in this world would not be able to sleep soundly at night. She was truly a peerless beauty, a true phoenix among men. Above the clear spring, between the boulders, the young lady sat on the ground. Her legs were like jade, her hair was like pearls, like a fairy in the mountains. "Big brother, where are you? Did you see the message that Yu-er sent to you? You are now an expert of a region. I wonder if you still remember that insignificant little girl who followed behind you?" Yu-er murmured. Her expression was gloomy, a young lady's melancholy rose in her heart. When Jiang Qin received the news from Tongxian Mansion, he immediately rushed towards the Dongxing divine region. Even though he was already a divine emperor expert, it was still impossible for him to rush to the Dongxing divine region. He would need some time to reach the Dongxing divine region from the northern cold divine region. Jiang Qin did not stop to rest. The three of them traveled in the day and cultivated at night. Even though they were divine emperors, they still needed to rest when they were flying at full speed. Jiang Qin could last for more than a month without sleep and rest, but he might need more time to cultivate after this. The three of them took more than a month to leave the northern cold divine region. However, the shortest way to reach the Dongxing divine region was through the Great Earth divine region. Although the Great Earth divine region was not as big as the northern cold divine region and the Dongxing divine region, it was still a vast divine region. "That Yu-er, who is she?" Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Qin Lang and asked. "A friend of mine," Jiang Qin said. "A friend? What friend? Is she just an ordinary friend or one with a special relationship?" Yan Qingqing sneered. This fella's womanizing skills were not ordinary. To her, Jiang Qin was not a good person, yet this fella still showed mercy. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He did not know how to answer Yan Qingqing. However, she was a little jealous, which made Jiang Qin very happy. "Forget it, Qingqing, don't make things difficult for little Qinzi." He must have his reasons, Wuningzhu said in a low voice. Although she didn't say anything, Wuningzhu still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, they didn't know who Yu was at all. Moreover, they still had to rush to the Dongxing divine continent at this time. They had to cross provinces to save a person who had nothing to do with them. Moreover, it was a woman. Moreover, both of them were Jiang Chen's legitimate wives. I'm sorry, Sister Ning, Qingqing. I really can't explain too much to you. She's just an inexperienced little girl. Don't overthink it. When I first entered the divine world, if it wasn't for you, and her grandfather, I might have already been eaten by wolves and leopards. Now that Yu is in trouble, how can I not go and help her? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He could not go back on his words at this moment. Moreover, he really liked Yu. That sensible and lovable little girl was someone that Jiang Chen and Ling Yun cared for a lot. I didn't overthink it. Let's hurry up, Wuningzhu said with a smile. Yan Qingqing was not going to let it go. I hope you're right. That inexperienced little girl, I want to see if she's a vixen. Yan Qingqing's unruly behavior made Jiang Chen speechless. The current her was completely different from the Yan Qingqing who was obedient to him in the past. However, the relationship between the two of them could not be erased. Jiang Chen was willing to wait for the day she changed her mind. The moment Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the Great Earth Divine Region, they were stopped by someone. The Great Earth Divine Region was a 300,000 miles wide blockade. It was actually sealed by a formation. Even Jiang Chen would need at least 10 days to half a month to break out of it. Such a long formation that spanned across the mountains and rivers of the Great Earth was truly unbelievable. What a terrifying formation. This formation that stretches for 300,000 miles is set up by a top-notch formation. What kind of sect is this? What kind of person is this? How could they set up such a huge formation? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was afraid that he would need at least a year to set up this formation, and if he wanted to break through it, he would need at least 10 days to half a month. Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to break the formation now. There's such a change in the Great Earth Divine Region. Looks like we need to find someone to ask. Jiang Chen and Wuningzhu entered a city rapidly. They couldn't fly in the sky. It was unknown how long it would take for them to cross the 100,000 miles. Jiang Chen found the guard and gave him 10 mid-grade divine origin stones. Instantly, the guard was extremely excited. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was the god of fortune. Although Jiang Chen was a divine emperor expert now, he did not like to oppress others with his strength. These divine origin stones were meaningless to him. Moreover, the guards would tell him everything they knew. So why not? Jiang Chen didn't mind it at all. Sir, please instruct me. I will definitely tell you everything I know. The city guard bowed and chuckled. Whoever had the money was the boss. As a city guard, he only earned 3 mid-grade divine origin stones a year. That was almost 3 years of his salary. Let me ask you. There's a formation protecting this 100,000 miles. It's impossible to fly in the sky. What's going on in the Great Earth Divine Region? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. Lord, this is Fuyu City, the territory under the 9th Wangye's jurisdiction. In order to prevent the Long family from invading, he set up an inescapable net here. No expert can pass through the Great Hovering Array. Countless experts have tried to forcefully break through the array, but in the end, they were all annihilated by the array. Although the offensive power of the array isn't too great, its defensive power is extremely terrifying. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The Great Hovering Array was set up to prevent the Long family from advancing. As for how to break through the formation, I guess you'll have to find the Jiu Wangye. the guard said in a low voice. He looked around with shifty eyes, as if he didn't dare to speak loudly. Jiu Wangye, the hovering grand formation. Interesting. Looks like we really have to find the Jiu Wangye. Jiang Chen said. The Jiu Wangye is in the Yulon city within 100,000 miles. We'll only need 7 or 8 months to reach there. The guard said with a smile. Chapter 34:26. It seemed like the best solution now was to break the formation. Otherwise, he would have to take a longer detour to reach the Dongxing divine region. The loss would outweigh the gain. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the formation forcefully. 10 days. I'll try my best to break this formation within 10 days. Otherwise, it's impossible to take a detour. Jiang Chen sighed. This hovering grand formation wasn't too difficult for him. At least at this moment, this was his only option. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the formation first. I hope this won't attract more trouble, Yan Qingqing said faintly. Jiang Chen couldn't care less anymore. Breaking the formation as soon as possible was the most important thing. Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 heavens. The source of the formation was struck 3 times. Even a divine emperor expert like him was pushed back by the tremendous force. Jiang Chen's heart became even more solemn. He activated the no-beginning formation and evolved the reincarnation cycle of the formation. Jiang Chen was extremely cautious and solemn. He started to change the formation rapidly and evolved the no-beginning formation. Breaking the formation wasn't something that could be done in a day or 2. Even though Jiang Chen was extremely anxious, he still had to take it one step at a time. 7 days had passed. Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited. His formation had been broken by 70 to 80%. At most 2 days, this formation would be completely broken by him. It won't be long before this hovering grand formation is going to be broken. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The current him was already a formidable formation master, and he was not afraid of any formation. It was just a matter of time. However, the person who set up this formation might not be any weaker than him. This person must be an extremely powerful formation genius. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Jiang Chen smiled. However, Jiang Chen didn't care who it was. In order to cross this void, he had to break the formation first. Time passed by. The powerful hovering grand formation was completely broken by Jiang Chen. Above the void, a purple ripple spread out. The entire sky seemed to have become clear at this moment. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a bright smile. They could finally hurry on with their journey. At this moment, in the 9th Wangye's mansion in Yulon City, a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a wild dragon on his back suddenly stood up. He stared in the northeast direction and narrowed his eyes. His expression was extremely ugly as he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Who dares to break my formation? Today, I will fight to the death with you." A furious voice went straight to the sky. The middle-aged man's expression changed completely. Once the hovering grand formation was broken, the Long family would inevitably attack with irresistible force. At that time, he would be in even more danger. His family's ancestral land would inevitably be devoured bit by bit. His daughter would not be able to escape misfortune and would definitely become a sacrifice for the marriage alliance. It must be an array grandmaster invited by the Long family. Otherwise, who would have the ability to break his formation? At least there was no such person in the Long family. Even in the divine land, it was absolutely impossible. Could it be an expert from the central region divine land? The middle-aged man's expression became gloomier. He murmured, could it be that the heavens want to forget about the Wu family? At the same time, in the north of Fuyu City, between the mountains, a group of people riding on flying beasts flew past the sky dragon of Fuyu City and began to quickly head in the direction of Yulan City. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Wu's formation has been broken? After all, the Long family still invited an expert to break our sorcerer clan's formation. Yes, could it be that our sorcerer clan is really finished? It's hard to say. All these years, the Long family has been eyeing us covetously. Although our sorcerer clan's strength is far from what it used to be, it is still not a problem to resist a mere Long family. A mere Long family. You underestimate the Long family. If it wasn't to protect the sorcerer clan and resist the Long family, Lord Wu would not have spent 10 years to set up this hovering grand formation. Now that the formation has been broken, the Long family can't wait any longer. Countless people of Fuyu City and even the sorcerer clan were shocked and extremely pained. The sorcerer clan had always been another name for the Wu family. It had not been easy for them to pass down their lineage to this day. However, the Long family had been eyeing them covetously and had long wanted to occupy the sorcerer clan's territory and destroy the clan. The experts of the Long family filled the air above the void and formed a black mass, causing the people of the sorcerer clan to feel extremely depressed. To the people of the sorcerer clan, Lord Wu was their backbone. The hovering grand formation that Lord Wu had put in all his effort to set up was actually broken. For many years, it was because of the existence of the hovering grand formation that the Long family could not invade the sorcerer clan on a large scale. That was why their enemies did not dare to covet the existence of the sorcerer clan at all. Now, a large number of experts of the Long family had crossed Fuyu City and thousands of miles and started to advance towards the sorcerer clan. They were heading towards Yulan City. Jiang Qin did not have time to look back. Along the way, 3 auras of Divine Emperor Realm experts were discovered by Wu Chongjiu instantly, and he came face to face with Jiang Qin and the others. Wu Chongjiu was the legendary 9th Wangye, the master of the sorcerer clan and the ruler of Yulan City. Who are you? Jiang Qin frowned because at that moment, Wu Chongjiu had already blocked their way, causing the 3 of them to lose their way. Who am I? How dare you ask me who I am? Could it be that you broke my array formation just to laugh at me? How many benefits did Long Fei Wu give you? Wu Chongjiu shouted coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile and he did not take it seriously. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know Long Fei Wu either. I just want to pass through here. It's a pity that you set up a formation in this area, so I can only break it. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed tightly. It looked like this fellow was undoubtedly the 9th Wangye that the city guard had mentioned. Don't try to quibble. If that bastard Long Fei Wu did not instruct you to break my formation, why would you become an enemy of the sorcerer clan? I have no enmity with you, but you want to put the sorcerer clan in danger. I hate you. You bastard, I will not rest until you are dead. Wu Chongjiu's angry roars shocked the world. Countless citizens of the sorcerer clan looked at Jiang Qin and Wu Chongjiu in the void at that moment. Their hearts were filled with fear. Is this guy really sent by the Long family? It seems that the crisis of the sorcerer clan has finally arrived. It's hard to say. However, even the 9th Wangye has appeared. This time, it seems that things will not be so simple. Sigh, is the peace that has lasted for so many years finally going to be broken? The sorcerer clan has always been peaceful and does not like war. But in the end, we still can't escape this misfortune. Countless people were filled with sorrow and disappointment. Once the Long family and the sorcerer god clan went to war, the ones who would suffer in the war that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles would be the common people, as well as the weak sects and cultivators. Who would care about their suffering? Chapter 34:27. All these years of peace had allowed them to live and work in peace. They had been working hard on their cultivation. But now that the grand hovering formation had been destroyed, the peace that they had longed for was destined to vanish into thin air. I don't want to fight with you. I broke the formation just to leave this place. Jiang Chen did not want to waste any more time with this fella. He turned around and left. However, Wu Zhongjiu did not intend to let Jiang Chen leave just like that. No matter who he was, he must be related to the Long family since he broke the formation. It would be strange if he was not sent by the Long family. At this moment, Jiang Chen wanted to leave. However, powerful auras rushed up to the void above the 9 heavens. There were 11 Divine Emperor experts. Although they were all initial Divine Emperor experts or lesser heavenly connecting realm experts, they had the advantage in numbers. There were more than 100 hierarch experts. At this moment, Jiang Chen, Yan Qingqing, and Wu Ningzhu were trapped inside. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. He did not expect that he would cause so much trouble after breaking the formation. This should be all the experts of the Sorcerer God clan gathered here. I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you will definitely die a graveless death. Wu Zhongjiu held his spear and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless in his heart. He wasn't afraid of these people, but they were all innocent. He couldn't just kill them right now, could he? Although this battle might be a little tricky for him, he wasn't afraid. Firstly, he didn't want to waste too much time. Secondly, it was meaningless to kill them. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. I've said it before. I really don't know what's going on with the Long family. I broke the formation because I want to go to the Dongxing Divine region. Hence, this is the closest way. Your hovering grand formation is blocking my way. Hence, I could only do this. Jiang Chen said. Ha ha ha. What a good excuse. However, do you really think that I'm a fool? You should be stalling for time in order to wait for the Long family to arrive. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I will never let you leave safely. Otherwise, how can I face my people? How can I face those innocent people who will die tragically? I, Wu Zhongjiu, have a clear conscience. I have worked diligently all my life in order to ensure the safety of the people. But your Long family still wants to force me to be so overbearing. Just how long must I retreat before you are willing to give up? Today, I, Wu Zhongjiu, swear to the heavens that I will not let any of the tyrannical members of the Long family off. Wu Zhongjiu said coldly. He was not afraid of death. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Ninth Lord, why are you still wasting your breath on him? Since things have come to this, let's kill them first. When the Long family comes later, we will also kill them. That's right, Lord Zhou. I can't wait to deal with this kind of trash. I must kill him as soon as possible. The remaining members of the Long family have no reason to spare his life. The few Divine Emperor realm experts beside Wu Zhongjiu were already eager to fight. Jiang Chen was also helpless. Are these people brainless? However, Jiang Chen thought about it and felt that it was indeed so. He sighed in his heart. He had broken their protective formation. At this time, he had broken their balance. It seemed reasonable for them to treat him as an enemy. Aren't we fine now? What else do you want? Isn't it just a formation? Do you want us to die as an apology before you are happy? We are definitely not the remaining members of the Long family or your accomplices. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. If you really want to fight, you may not be a match for us. Wu Ningzhu said coldly. In an instant, everyone's emotions were on tenterhooks. These guys are so arrogant. It's obvious that they're the ones who broke my formation. Now, they're trying to make a false accusation. This is intolerable. There's no point in talking. Let's attack. We must kill this bastard and then deal with the Long family. Wu Zhongzhou waved his hand. His face was gloomy. More than 10 divine emperor realm experts rushed out. As the mainstay of the sorcerer god clan, it was time for them to repay the clan. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head silently. At this moment, they were forced to attack. Don't kill them. After all, we are in the wrong. I, Jiang Chen, will never kill the innocent. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The strength of an early divine emperor was nothing in the eyes of these people. They could not play a decisive role at all. As for Wu Zhongzhou, who was a mid-divine emperor, he did not even bother to take action. He only needed to watch this battle coldly. The real highlight was definitely at the end. After these 3 people, the Long family would definitely send out all of their forces. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. These fellas are seeking their own deaths. Yet, you still let them live. You're just pretending to be merciful. Humph. Yan Qingqing sneered. However, she still listened to Jiang Chen and did not kill these fellas. More than 10 divine emperor realm experts rushed towards them. At this moment, Jiang Chen fought against 6 of them alone. Fighting 1 against 6, even Wu Zhongzhou was completely shocked. This fellow, was he really that strong? An early divine emperor realm fellow fighting against 6 early divine emperor realm experts. He could not believe it. This fella is indeed quite capable. No wonder he could break through my formation. Wu Zhongzhou murmured. His lips curled into a cold smile and his face darkened. However, it would not be easy to escape from his hands. The sorcerer god tribe was not a tribe that would be bullied by anyone. Brat, give me your life. The experts of the sorcerer god clan shouted. Jiang Chen was calm and at ease. With his bare fists, he forced the 6 of them to retreat. His imposing manner was so imposing that no one dared to fight against him. Jiang Chen's attacks were like thunder, but he did not go overboard. His fists landed on their flesh but did not harm their lives. Within 10 moves, all of them were forced to retreat. Their faces were pale as they suffered a palm strike from Jiang Chen. Their injuries were severe and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy to them. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have already killed them. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also at ease. When Wu Ningzhu was in the profound Feng sect, she had already broken through to the divine emperor realm. Although her strength might not be comparable to Yan Qingqing's, she was not a pushover. She was able to fight against 2 opponents with ease. At this moment, Wu Zhongzhou was the one who was shocked. Because the 11 of them were not a match for 3 early divine emperor realm experts. It was shameful to hear about this. Chapter 34-28. Wu Zhongzhou's eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Chen. In this battle, if he did not bring Jiang Chen to justice, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The entire sorcerer god tribe would lose confidence in them. Therefore, Wu Zhongzhou had to show his true strength and kill the person who destroyed his formation. Only then would he be able to inspire his followers and the people of the sorcerer god tribe. Although the sorcerer god tribe was in a difficult situation, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Wu Zhongzhou was very clear that the Long family understood this very well. It was impossible for them to take down the sorcerer god tribe in one fell swoop. Even if the Long family wanted to destroy the sorcerer god tribe and occupy more of the divine Great Earth Land's territory, it was destined to be a long battle. The sorcerer god tribe was in a precarious situation. Wu Zhongzhou had to stand up for his people. Jiu Wangye, kill him and take revenge for us. Our city's defensive barrier was destroyed by him. These people must be the Long family's minions. Teach him a lesson. The Long family has ulterior motives. We must not let them succeed. Jiu Wangye's prestige is unparalleled. Our sorcerer god tribe has been passed down for thousands of years. The Long family can't touch us. The entire sorcerer god tribe's front line stretched across the sky. Countless people of the sorcerer god tribe had already rushed up to the peak of the sky. More and more experts were rushing up to the sky to strengthen the sorcerer god tribe. Facing thousands of experts, heavenly god realm, divine king realm, and hierarch realm, there were tens of thousands of them. They were the people of the sorcerer god tribe in the divine great earth. Although the sorcerer god tribe was not the ruler of the divine great earth, the sorcerer god tribe was one of the four great powers in the divine great earth. It had an absolute geographical advantage and was rich in natural resources. There were hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains, demonic beasts, and spiritual herbs everywhere. Therefore, the Long family had been eyeing it covetously. Wu Zhongzhou's gaze was ice-cold as he looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. His hand punched out heavily. As he punched out, the wind howled and roars filled the air. Space itself started to distort as fist shadows filled the skies. Jiang Qin immediately held his blade horizontally and punched out with a flip of his hand. The two of them collided in an instant. Even though they were separated by several hundred meters, the terrifying shockwaves swept across the skies. Countless people in the surroundings stopped in their tracks and were forced back, their faces pale. Jiang Qin was calm and composed, not showing any signs of weakness. Both of their fists weaved together, but there was no pressure at all. Jiang Qin was alone, facing the ninth Wangye of the sorcerer god tribe, Wu Chongzhou. The might of that one punch shocked everyone. How could this guy be so strong? The ninth Wangye was the top expert of the entire sorcerer god tribe. If the person invited by the Long family could compete with the ninth Wangye, then it would be hard to tell who would win this battle. If Wu Chongzhou lost, the sorcerer god tribe would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Even Wu Chongzhou did not expect Jiang Qin's strength to reach such a terrifying level. It was no wonder that Jiang Qin could break his floating array. However, as the number one expert of the sorcerer god tribe, Wu Chongzhou was full of confidence. He could only win this battle and not lose. He did not represent himself, but the countless people of the sorcerer god tribe. You are very strong, but I still want to kill you. As the vanguard of the Long family, your strength is impressive. Why do you want to risk your life for the Long family? Wu Chongzhou clenched his fists tightly and his gaze was extremely cold. Jiang Qin sighed, a myriad of emotions welling up in his heart. I have already said that I am not on the same side as the Long family. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I am just a passerby. What does the grudge between the sorcerer god tribe and the Long family have to do with me? It is my fault for breaking the array. I do not want to kill innocent people. Otherwise, do you think that I could not kill those divine Emperor realm experts? You are still so arrogant even when you are about to die. Ninth Wangye, this guy must be killed. Most of the people in the Long family are cunning. This guy is not a good person. Humph. A divine Emperor expert harumphed coldly and said. Jiang Qin's arrogance and conceit made him furious. There is no point in talking anymore. The array has been broken. What else do you have to say? The Long family wants to annihilate the sorcerer god tribe. I, Wu Chongzhou, will accompany them to the end even if I have to die. Wu Chongzhou roared and clashed with Jiang Qin. Their figures were like rainbows, intertwining chaotically. Jiang Qin's aura was vigorous and he dared not be negligent. Wu Chongzhou's strength was definitely not weak. He was at the great perfection middle divine emperor realm. It would be difficult for Jiang Qin to defeat him. Moreover, Jiang Qin did not have any killing intent. At this moment, he could only sigh silently. Jiang Qin's battle strength was on par with Wu Chongzhou's and he was not in danger. However, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were being pushed back. This made Jiang Qin's face gradually turn gloomy. However, everyone has a temper. Jiang Chen had endured again and again. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's situation was not very optimistic. The two of them were fighting against 5 divine emperors at the same time, and they were already in a difficult situation. I originally wanted to keep the peace, but you guys are so aggressive. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you guys will really think that I, Jiang Chen, am a sick cat. Jiang Chen sneered, and the corner of his mouth became gloomier. He could suffer, but he would never let Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu be wronged. Jiang Chen forced Wu Chongzhou to retreat with a single strike. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand shone brightly and charged towards the 11 divine emperor realm experts. How dare you touch my woman? Get lost! Jiang Chen killed in all directions. His swordsmanship was amazing. The 11 divine emperor realm experts could not even withstand one strike from Jiang Chen. With the heavenly dragon sword, no one could withstand its sharpness. In just a moment, the 4 of them were severely injured by Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword tasted blood and splattered across the sky. Wu Chongzhou's face became gloomier. How dare you! Don't you dare to hurt my clansmen! Wu Chongzhou held the long spear in his hand, and the spear's shadow soared to the sky. Lightning radiated in all directions. Jiang Chen was shouted at by Wu Chongzhou. Their swords collided with each other. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Those who dared to touch his woman were destined to have a bad ending. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy by not killing all 4 of them with his 4 strikes. Stubborn fella, the sorcerer god clan will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. You guys forced me to do this. Get lost. Jiang Chen was like a god descending to the mortal world. The heavenly dragon sword roared and swept across the 9 heavens. He stepped on the clouds, and the 18th sword technique stole the sky and changed the sun. The rain of swords was terrifying. Wu Chongzhou held the long spear in his hand. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. Chapter 34-29. Absolute Shadow Snake Spear Formation. Wu Zhongzhou was not in a hurry. The spear's shadows instantly formed a formation and trapped Jiang Chen within. The 36 spear shadows formed a formation that shocked Jiang Chen. He squinted his eyes and thought that Wu Zhongzhou's strength was definitely not weaker than his. He was definitely no match for Wu Zhongzhou's spear shadows. Wu Zhongzhou's understanding of formations was probably higher than his. Great! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 18th sword's momentum collided with the countless spear shadows. A tearing sound resounded through the sky, and a series of sparks burst out. It was like a sea of fire raging in the void. The sea of fire spread across the sky, and the impact was suffocating. Several divine emperor experts were forced to retreat. Numerous hierarch and divine king experts were shocked and quickly retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen's skills were exceptional. The 18th sword pierced through the absolute shadow snake spear formation with great power. In the end, the sword shadows and spear shadows collided with each other. The 2 of them were evenly matched, and no one gained the upper hand. Whether it was the sharpness of the 18th sword or the sealing of the absolute shadow snake spear formation, they were all completely blocked. In an instant, the entire void was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that if it was him, he wouldn't have been able to form a formation so quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a hurry to leave, Jiang Chen might have really wanted to have a good fight with Wu Zhongzhou. This battle had benefited him a lot. However, to Wu Zhongzhou, he had already lost. The Long family would definitely be eyeing them covetously, and they must be on their way. The sorcerer divine tribe situation was getting more and more difficult. Look, there are so many people and demonic beasts. Yeah, it's so dark that the sky is almost covered. This can't be someone from the Long family, right? It's hard to say. These guys took advantage of the floating hunter formation of our sorcerer divine tribe to attack Yulon City. Their target is Yulon City. More and more people began to see groups of people heading towards Orchid Spirit City. Wu Zhongzhou was unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue attacking Jiang Qin, but in front of him was a dense mass of experts that seemed to cover the entire sky. His heart finally sank. This was definitely the Long family. If the Long family did not make a move at this time, even he would feel that something was amiss. It's here, it's finally here. Wu Chongzhou's heart skipped a beat. As the leader of the Sorcerer God tribe, he was duty-bound. This battle would be the most terrifying battle in the tens of millions of years that he had been in charge of the Sorcerer God tribe. This concerned the life and death of the entire Sorcerer God tribe, as well as the inheritance of the Sorcerer God tribe. Even if he had to risk his life, Wu Chongzhou would never lower his head. In the sky, the clouds fell. On the back of countless demonic beasts, experts stood one after another. 17 divine Emperor realm experts stood in the clouds, their hands clasped behind their backs. They seemed to be crushing everything in their way. The Long family was a family that had a supreme legend. Compared to the Sorcerer God tribe, they were not to be outdone. Wu Chongzhou's mind raced and his face was solemn. If the Sorcerer God tribe really fell in his hands, he would definitely become a sinner. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he looked at the 17 divine Emperor realm experts. He sighed in his heart. These super forces were indeed extraordinary. Even the foundation of the sword-drawing sect could not be compared to them. Although the Central Region Divine Land was the largest place in the entire divine world, there were many sects that were entrenched in a small area. They were not weak at all. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, it was destined that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Their foundations were not to be underestimated, especially those that had been passed down since the ancient times. Any one of them was destined to be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Not even time could corrode them. They were the true heroes in this chaotic world. The Long family is here. What should we do? Jiu Wangye, these guys seem to have come out in full force. 17 divine Emperor realm experts. We can't fight against this force. Yes, Jiu Wangye, what should we do? It's all because of this bastard that we are in such a passive position. We are not afraid of death. Whoever wants to trample on our homeland will have to step over our bodies first. One by one, the experts behind Wu Chongzhou were riled up as they roared in anger. They did not retreat, but this battle was destined to be a battle where they would lose more than they would win. Everyone from the Long family has crossed more than 30,000 miles from the Sorcerer God tribe. What do you want? Wu Chongzhou said faintly. Jiu Wangye is right. We are just bored and wanted to come to the Sorcerer God tribe for a walk. We have no other intentions. We and the Sorcerer God tribe have been one family since ancient times. Surely Jiu Wangye doesn't want to interfere in such a small matter. A divine Emperor realm expert said with a smile. You're just a young man. How dare you challenge me? You're really thick-skinned. Do you really think I don't know why you're here? A group of people with ulterior motives. Thousands of experts have come out in full force. Are you here to tour the Sorcerer God tribe? Humph. Could it be that the Long family only sent people like you who are so weak? Wu Chongzhou said Leng. Some people from the Long family were already angry and their faces were extremely gloomy. You're indeed the Jiu Wangye. You're brave and insightful. My juniors are a little unfamiliar with you. Hurry up and apologize to the Jiu Wangye. A middle-aged man in a black and white long robe walked out slowly and said with a faint smile, pretending to be angry. Forgive me, Jiu Wangye. I was the one who offended you. The arrogant divine Emperor realm expert said with a faint smile. There was no trace of apology on his face. Wu Chongzhou could not be bothered to argue with that guy. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was the Long family patriarch, Long Yingyue. The two of them had known each other for tens of millions of years. Long Yingyue had been waiting for this moment for far too long. You don't come without a reason. Tell me, what do you think the Long family patriarch wants? I'd like to see what's the Long family patriarch's intention of bringing 3,000 troops into the sorcerer god tribe. Wu Chongzhou said. How could Wu Chongzhou not know about Long Yinyue's wishful thinking? Both of them were well aware of it. However, Long Yinyue was a person who cared about his face. Moreover, both of them were patriarchs of big families. How could they let others see them as a joke? Therefore, even if Long Yinyue came to fight, he would definitely have a good reason. Nothing can escape the Jiu Wangye's eyes. I'm afraid you've already guessed what I'm thinking, right? I just want to find a wife for my unfilial son. I've heard that the Jiu Wangye's daughter is virtuous. Therefore, I want to form a marriage alliance with the Jiu Wangye. If we join hands, who in the divine great land would dare to go against us? Don't you think so? Chapter 34:30. Half a master, looks like I can't reject your motive. Is it really that simple? Wu Zhongzhou laughed coldly. Of course, I would like you to give me a small dowry. I wonder what you think about the 800,000-mile territory of the sorcerer god tribe. If our two families are on good terms, isn't it the same as sending it from the left hand to the right hand? Don't you think so? In my opinion, this is a joyous occasion for everyone. Long Yu's words almost made Wu Zhongzhou spit out a mouthful of blood. This fellow was simply shameless. Did he really think he was a fool? The 800,000-mile territory was 2/3 of the sorcerer god tribe's territory. This fellow actually wanted him to be a dowry and give it to the Long family. Wasn't this the ravings of an idiot? Long Yu, you old man, you're really shameless. Why don't you just declare war on me? You want to snatch the territory of the sorcerer god tribe? You really kill without spilling blood. Wu Zhongzhou snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You're wrong, Ninth Wangye. What I mean is for the good of our two families, for the good of our children, and more importantly, for the good of the divine great land. Ninth Wangye, please don't be suspicious and don't be suspicious. Long Yu's smile also narrowed, angering Wu Zhongzhou so much that his face turned green. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. There's no point in saying anything more. You've brought so many experts here. Isn't it to fight against the sorcerer god tribe? Long Yu, isn't this exactly what you want? Wu Zhongzhou pointed his spear at Long Yu and shouted in a low voice. Sigh, I never thought that my good intentions would be looked down upon by you, Ninth Wangye. It really hurts my heart. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. Ninth Wangye, won't you reconsider? The 800,000-mile territory is just a drop in the ocean for the sorcerer god tribe. Long Yu continued to speak shamelessly. Wu Zhongzhou completely ignored him. This guy was just doing this for a good reason. All these years, you are still so long-winded. You really disappoint me. Hypocrite, the Long family has been eyeing you for a long time. I'm afraid that you have been looking forward to today's battle for a long time, right? For the sake of the territory of my sorcerer god tribe, you really put in a lot of effort. Wu Zhongzhou said. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He was not a savior, he was just a passerby. Regardless of whether the sorcerer god tribe or the Long family won or lost, it had nothing to do with him. He was just an outsider in this battle. He only had one goal, which was to leave this place as soon as possible and head to the Dongxing Divine Continent. Since Ninth Wangye doesn't give me any face, I have nothing else to say. Ninth Wangye, my Long family has always treated you with respect. Since you don't give me any face, I can only test ninth Wangya's skills. My face is worthless, but the juniors behind me are all hot-blooded people. It's hard to guarantee that they won't do anything to make ninth Wangya unhappy. I can give up my face, but ninth Wangya should give them an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame my Long family for being impolite, Long Yu said lightly. Long Yinhua indifferently said. At this moment, he had finally revealed his foxtail. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. The person you sent earlier broke my spell formation, and now he's putting on an act. Long Yinhua, our battle is inevitable. Make your move, and don't let me underestimate you. Wu Zhongzhou said with a big laugh. He was full of fighting spirit and arrogance. Ha ha ha, good, good. As expected of the descendant of King Bon. In today's battle, ninth Wangya, I won't let you down. Long Yu's loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. At this time, Jiang Qin, who was already far away, heard Long Yu's words and couldn't help but tremble. Although he was already 100 miles away, Long Yu's voice was too loud. It was deafening and resounded for 1,000 miles. King Bon. Jiang Chen's body trembled and his face was incomparably gloomy. Wu Zhongzhou is the descendant of King Bon. King Bon, King Bon. Ninth Wangya, why didn't I think of that? No, let's go back first. Why? Aren't you anxious to save you heir? Yan Qingqing frowned and asked in a low voice. Although I haven't seen King Bon, my formation inheritance is all from him. Now that the descendant of King Bon is in trouble, I definitely can't just stand by and watch. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh and looked towards the east. I'm sorry, you heir. I might have to save you later. King Bon is as important as a mountain to me. Now that his descendant is in trouble, I can't just sit by and watch. Jiang Chen turned around and went straight to the battlefield of the Sorcerer God tribe. At this moment, Wu Zhongzhou and Long Yu were already at each other's throats. The people of the Long family and the Sorcerer God tribe were also holding their breath. This battle was imminent. This battle started because of me, so I should be the one to end it. Jiang Chen's sudden return made Wu Zhongzhou's face as gloomy as water. This guy had always been around, and the battle between him and the Long family had become more and more difficult. Brother, may I know where you came from? Long Yu smiled faintly. This floating path grand array was broken by me. Jiang Qin sighed. Long Yu's eyes brightened as he looked at Jiang Qin with gratitude and admiration. This brother is truly a genius of the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha, my Long family has been helpless for so many years. Who would have thought that it would actually be this brother who solved it? I, Long Yu, am truly grateful. Long Yu clasped his hands together and said. Wu Zhongzhou's face became increasingly ugly. I had no choice but to break the array. In this battle, I am a member of the Sorcerer God tribe. Whoever dares to take a step forward, Jiang Qin, will fight to the death. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked at Long Yu with disdain. At that moment, Long Yu and Wu Zhongzhou were both stunned. Even the people behind them were extremely shocked. What was going on? Jiang Qin broke the array, and now he was standing on the side of the Sorcerer God tribe. Wu Zhongzhou even thought that he had heard wrongly. This guy wanted to help him fight against the Long family. Brother, you broke the array first, and my Long family owes you a debt of gratitude. But you are standing on the side of the Sorcerer God tribe. This is really confusing. Long Yinhua furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the current situation to become so chaotic. Who was this guy who appeared out of nowhere? What did he want? Did he break the floating path grand array of the Sorcerer God tribe just out of curiosity? Wu Zhongzhou was completely dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Jiang Qin. Who are you? Chapter 34-31. Jiang Chen's words caused Wu Zhongzhou's expression to change. His body trembled and he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You mean? King Ban is your master? You can say that. Master's kindness is like a mountain. It was all thanks to Senior 8 Nunnery Wang that I was able to break your floating traversing formation. If it wasn't for Senior 8 Nunnery Wang, my attainments in formation would have been terrible. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. How can you prove that you are my father's disciple? Wu Zhongzhou's eyes were burning. I didn't see the no beginning array vanish. My achievements today are all due to the no beginning array in the hands of Senior Ban Wang. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and respectful. Wu Zhongzhou nodded his head silently. His heart was filled with emotions. It was really a hilarious scene. His own father's disciple had destroyed the formation that he had personally set up, causing the sorcerer god tribe to fall into dire straits. Is this person really the disciple of King Ban? What a failure. He actually broke the floating teleportation formation. Isn't he breaking his own limbs? Sigh, isn't that right? If he wasn't the disciple of King Ban, who else could break our King Zhou's floating teleportation formation? However, the current situation is really disadvantageous to the sorcerer god tribe. The disciple of King Ban is at least half a member of the sorcerer god tribe. It's a pity that this guy helped an outsider. Now, with his strength alone, can he change the situation? It's hard to say. Now, the sorcerer god tribe is surrounded by enemies. The Long family has ulterior motives. This battle is going to be very difficult. More and more people gathered. After all, this was the territory of the sorcerer god tribe. However, everyone was sighing. Even Wu Zhongzhou's face was solemn and he did not dare to let his guard down. I am the son of King Ban. You can also call me King Zhou and Wu Zhongzhou. Wu Zhongzhou took a deep breath and said. He did not expect his own father to have a disciple outside. Even he did not know about it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had used his supreme formation skills to break the floating barrier formation that he had spent more than 10 years to set up. It could be said that the flood had rushed into the temple of the Dragon King, and they did not know each other. I had no choice but to break the Grand Abstinence floating traversing array. Brother Wu, please forgive me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He had used the skill that his father had taught him to break his son's formation and put the entire witch god tribe in danger. It was inevitable that he felt a little apologetic. Wu Zhongzhou sighed and shook his head helplessly. It was too late to say anything now because Long Yingyue was already eyeing them. This is really interesting. The disciple of King Ban. No wonder you could break the Zhou Wangye's formation. It's really unbelievable. What a dramatic scene. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. The witch god tribe is destined to become cannon fodder. Long Yingyue said with a smile. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. He was just an early divine emperor, and his formation skills were quite admirable. Now that the floating barrier formation had been broken, what was the use of him? This guy's appearance was already meaningless. Just kill him. I will naturally settle the trouble that I have caused. Whoever dares to step into the witch god tribe today will be my, Jiang Chen's, mortal enemy. Brother Wu, I can only fight with you today to atone for my crime of breaking the formation. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Wu Zhongzhou waved his hand and said, the witch god tribe will not be able to escape from this disaster. Even if it's not you, there will be a second person. This is the will of the heavens. However, with Brother Jiang here, I am not worried. If my father is watching from the heavens, he will definitely be happy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, Senior King Ban, father has already disappeared from this world. Wu Zhongzhou said sadly. Today, I will live and die with Brother Wu. Jiang Chen made up his mind. All of this happened because of him. Therefore, Jiang Chen must complete his redemption and block this life-or-death battle for the witch god tribe. Kid, so what if you're the disciple of King Baonan? An early divine emperor wants to control the battle. Your existence is not even worth mentioning to me. Long Yinyue said confidently. Although he did not expect this scene, he could not help but laugh at Jiang Chen's arrogance. Does this guy really think that he is a peerless god of war and can change the fate of the world? These 17 early divine emperor experts and hundreds and thousands of hierarch experts, are they all useless? Jiang Chen smiled calmly and confidently. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as taking water from my pocket. The Long clan is not worthy of my attention. Jiang Chen's arrogance made Long Yinyue very angry. He squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. This fella is too arrogant. His Long clan is one of the 4 major forces in the divine land. Even the witch god tribe that had existed for countless years could only defend passively. They did not dare to fight, even shrinking the battlefield and using the floating grand formation as a defense. However, Jiang Chen was so arrogant, wanting to fight against the Long clan by himself. Wasn't this a fantasy? Good, good, good. Now it seems that I should teach you a lesson. It's good that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but arrogance and conceit are destined to be punished. My Long clan has dominated the divine land for countless years, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. The witch god tribe will be destroyed in your hands. Ha ha ha. Long Yinyue pointed at Jiang Chen, the coldness in his smile was frightening. Brother Jiang, don't underestimate your enemy. The Long clan is strong, and Long Yinyue is not to be trifled with. Wu Zhongzhou said in a low voice. The Long clan's morale was high. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent, ready to make a move. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at Wu Zhongzhou. At this time, he was ready to fight. Moreover, Jiang Chen would definitely not let the witch god tribe fall into danger. Otherwise, wouldn't he be cursed for eternity? Once the Long clan defeated the witch god tribe, blood would flow like a river and the world would be turned upside down. At that time, it would be an unpredictable tragedy. Moreover, Wu Zhongzhou was the descendant of King Baoan. Therefore, Jiang Chen could not let them come to any harm. Whether it was to repay a debt of gratitude or to make up for his mistake, Jiang Chen was duty-bound. Ha ha ha, very well, I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die together with the witch god tribe. We will advance and retreat together, live and die together, as you wish. Long Yinyue roared. His sword was unsheathed. Long Yinyue held the dragon-shaped broadsword in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Come, let me see how strong you really are. Chapter 34-32. Good sword, it's really a good sword. Long Yinyue's eyes narrowed as he looked at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. He was pleasantly surprised because he lacked a suitable divine weapon. The heavenly dragon sword was just what he needed. Patriarch, we can't wait any longer. Let me teach this reckless guy a lesson. Ha! Yeah, does this little bastard really think he's invincible? He's just breaking a formation and he's so arrogant. Serves him right to be annihilated like the sorcerer divine clan. Patriarch, these idiots should become ghosts under the iron hooves of our Long family. Their deaths are not to be regretted. The Long family members held on to their weapons and spears. They were eager to fight. Long Yinyue wanted to have a good reason to fight. At this moment, they did not need to hesitate anymore. Kill! Long Yinyue sneered and waved the dragon-shaped saber in his hand. In an instant, the sea of people started fighting fiercely. In this battle, let me see if your so-called Long family can trample the sorcerer god clan. Jiang Chen was the first to face them. The 17 early divine emperor experts of the Long family went up to Jiang Qin without hesitation. Because in their eyes, this Jiang Qin was too annoying. Did he want to fight against the Long family alone? It was simply an idiot's ravings. Now they had to teach this guy a lesson. The 17 divine emperor experts swarmed forward. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He looked calm and fearless. "Brother Jiang Qin, be careful," Wu Zhongjiu exclaimed. No matter how strong Jiang Qin was, he could not do anything when 17 divine emperor experts attacked him at the same time. Wu Zhongjiu's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and the experts of the Sorcerer Divine clan behind him also rushed forward. Even an outsider could fight to the death for the Sorcerer Divine clan, let alone a patriarch like him. "Your opponent is me." Long Yingyue blocked Wu Zhongjiu's path with a slight smile. His broadsword was more than 5 feet long, and it was domineering and godly. The two of them were already fighting at close quarters. As the sword and saber moved, their auras were in chaos. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged, wreaking havoc on the common people. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. "I'm sure Patriarch Long has been waiting for this day for a very, very long time," Wu Zhongjiu sneered. Just as Lord Zhou said, the Witch God clan should have taken the surname Long a long time ago. "Ha!" Long Yingyue attacked fiercely. His broadsword soared into the sky and clashed with Wu Zhongjiu at the peak of the 9th Divine Emperor realm. Their figures were incomparable as they crossed each other. Wu Zhongjiu understood that this battle concerned the survival of the Witch God clan. He must not show the slightest bit of cowardice. He must fight to the death and settle the common people. On the other side, the most eye-catching one was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, when he fought with Wu Zhongjiu, they were evenly matched. This had already attracted the attention of countless people. But now, he was fighting against 17 divine emperor experts alone. 17 divine emperor experts could not gain the upper hand against Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wielded his broadsword and leaped into the battle. No one could withstand his sharpness. Jiang Qin had completely blocked the Long clan's most terrifying attack by himself. At this moment, the divine emperor experts of the Witch God clan were confused. Jiang Qin was fighting against 17 divine emperor experts alone. What should they do? "Let's go and beat up those hierarch realm experts first." "You should have said so earlier." The eyes of the elder of the Sorcerer Divine clan lit up. Seeing that Jiang Qin had stabilized the situation, more than 10 of them looked at the hierarch realm experts. The hierarch realm Long family members were like stray dogs facing the divine emperor realm experts of the Sorcerer Divine clan. They ran away in all directions without any resistance. Even a divine emperor realm expert was not inferior to hundreds or thousands of hierarch realm experts. The strength of a divine emperor realm expert was far beyond that of a hierarch realm expert. Many people could not even catch up to them. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu did not want to be outdone. Jiang Qin was extremely powerful. As Jiang Qin's women, the two of them led more than 10 divine emperor experts and killed their way into the hierarch realm experts of the Long family. It was as if there was no one who could stop them. In an instant, deafening screams and shouts filled the air. The entire Long clan was quite depressed. They did not expect that they would end up in such a difficult situation after going all out. The strength of the Long clan was not weak. They were even more powerful than the people of the Witch God clan. However, it was not a battle of strength but an unequal battle. It was just like Tianji's horse race, a superior horse against a mediocre horse against an inferior horse. In an instant, the Long clan was in an extremely passive position and their morale was low. At this moment, the battle between Jiang Qin and the 17 early divine emperor experts, as well as the battle between Wu Zhongjiu and Long Yu. The leaders of the two great forces had already fought mercilessly. It was enough to show Long Yu's determination to invade the witch god clan. However, Jiang Chen's strength had become the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Who would have thought that an early divine emperor expert could be so relaxed when facing 17 experts of the same level? At this moment, although Jiang Chen was not at ease, he was completely at ease. Shadows of dragons and tigers pierced through the sky. Jiang Chen raised his sword and wreaked havoc in the sky. The limitless sword was at the peak of the firmament, and the 17 divine emperor experts were nothing to him. Jiang Chen's sword was unconventional. He retreated in order to advance. These 17 people had become the dojo for Jiang Chen to practice his swordsmanship. As soon as the sword was drawn, it cut through the firmament. The 16th sword sealed the sky, the 17th sword raged, and the 18th sword gave everyone a feeling of desperation. Jiang Chen finally broke out at this moment. A bunch of reckless fools. Just the Long family. I, Jiang Chen, will send you all to the next world today. Jiang Chen sneered. Under the dragon transformation, his strength was even stronger than before. He had almost reached the great perfection of the early divine emperor realm. These experts of the Long family were completely shocked by Jiang Chen's aura. The dragon's might was unparalleled, and together with the heavenly dragon sword Qi, it swept across the sky. The 17 early divine emperor experts were all shocked. This sword was like a pillar that could support the sky and destroy the mountains. The 17 early divine emperor experts were all shocked. This sword was like a pillar that could support the sky and destroy the mountains. The 17 experts all retreated, but they still could not stop this sword. Chapter 34-33. Fuck. Is he still human? Impossible, this is impossible. The people of the Long clan were shocked and trembled. Divine Emperor realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Only the remaining Divine Emperor realm experts truly understood how terrifying that strike was. If they did not risk their lives to resist it, they would have been crushed to death by the power of that strike. At this moment, Long Yingyue had already forced Wu Zhongjiu to retreat and his aura was at its peak. However, in an instant, his side had lost 3 Divine Emperor experts, and the remaining people were also in an incomparably tragic state. This guy seemed to be a little too overbearing. How did he do it? Long Yingyue frowned, completely unwilling to believe it. However, the truth was that he could not change the outcome. Bastard! Long Yingyue gritted his teeth and said. His heart was in turmoil because Jiang Chen's attack had completely disrupted his plan to attack the Sorcerer Divine clan. At this moment, the Long clan was actually in a passive position. Not only were 3 Divine Emperor realm experts killed, but the death rate of Hierarch realm experts had risen to more than 10 people. This made Long Yingyue completely collapse. It was impossible for the Sorcerer Divine clan to be so powerful. Could a mere early Divine Emperor realm expert really turn the situation around? Long Yingyue did not believe it. He must give Jiang Chen a heavy blow. Get out of my way. Long Yingyue's attack had forced Wu Zhongjiu to retreat. Wu Zhongjiu's strength was indeed a level higher than his. At this moment, more than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts began to attack Wu Zhongjiu, while Long Yingyue faced Jiang Chen directly. If this guy was not eliminated, then the Long clan's attack would be stopped here and it would be difficult for them to advance. I have really underestimated you. Jiang Chen, right? Hi, Long Yingyue, would like to meet you in today's battle. Long Yingyue's broadsword and Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword were shining brightly. Sure, but you must be prepared to die at any time. Jiang Chen said faintly. In this battle, he wanted to boost the morale of the Sorcerer God tribe. Now that the hovering demon array had been destroyed, he had to change his position. Only then would he be able to strike fear into the hearts of the dragon race. Ha ha ha, I'll wait and see. Long Yingyue grasped his broadsword and slashed through the air, stepping on clouds and thunder. He and Jiang Qin clashed again and again with aurora bolts, reversing the firmament. Long Yinyue's strength was a notch higher than Wu Zhongjiu's, and Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. Under the dragon transformation, he clashed with Long Yinyue's every move. The two clashed again and again, and it was quite ferocious. Their swords screeched as they fought in the air. Sword intent of solitude. Dragon chant, frenzied saber chaos. The sky was filled with feathers, and light and shadow filled the air. 3,000 miles of the sky was filled with splendor, rushing to the heavens and the earth. The convergence of sword and broadsword, the tearing of light and shadow, and the drastic change that shook the heavens and earth, made everyone gasp in amazement. Even Wu Zhongjiu felt ashamed of his inferiority. He could not help but murmur, "This Jiang Qin is really terrifying. If not for Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that the sorcerer god tribe would sooner or later be in the hands of the dragon race." Only now did Wu Zhongjiu realize that he had completely underestimated Jiang Qin, and even Long Yinyue. He was no match for either of them. Even if he used all his skills, he would still lose. At that moment, the sky and earth were spinning, but the battle between Jiang Qin and Long Yinyue had attracted everyone's attention. Long Yinyue's face was also extremely ugly. It was not that he was no match for Jiang Qin, but the Long family behind him was already struggling. Whether it was Wu Zhongjiu facing a dozen divine emperor experts or the hundreds and thousands of hierarch experts, they were all pale. Moreover, the battlefield was shrinking step by step. Their situation was worrisome, and if they continued to fight, they would only suffer heavy losses. This was the only outcome, and also an irreversible outcome. Only the battle between Long Yinyue and Jiang Qin could be considered as an equal. The others were struggling and in danger. Damned fella. Long Yinyue snorted and his face was gloomy. He had no choice but to retreat and pull away from Jiang Qin. The current him had no other choice, and the only way was to retreat quickly. He was indeed a little reckless in this battle. He did not expect that Jiang Qin would be able to turn the situation around. Although he had painstakingly prepared for this battle all these years, it was still disrupted by the unknown factor, Jiang Qin, and even caused his people to be seriously injured. From the initial confidence to the current situation, Long Yinyue had completely lost the will to continue fighting. That was because the Long family's losses would only increase if they continued to fight. Jiang Qin had single-handedly turned the situation around, and his hopes of winning were gradually extinguished. Now, it was difficult for him to move an inch, and it was impossible for him to take down the sorcerer god clan in one fell swoop. After thinking about it, Long Yinyue knew that there was no meaning in continuing to fight. The Long family had suffered heavy losses, and the outcome would be even more miserable. At that time, the other two major forces would be eyeing them covetously, and the Long family was not without enemies. With internal and external troubles, it would be very difficult for him to maintain his position as the patriarch. Today's battle had pained Long Yu to the core, but that bastard Jiang Qin was simply too disappointing. He'd had everything planned out, but the final outcome hadn't gone as he'd hoped. Moreover, he no longer had the confidence to win. If they continued to fight without success, they would be the ones to suffer the most. Today's battle has really broadened my horizons. What a good Jiang Qin, what a good sorcerer god clan. Ha ha ha, 9th Wangye, today will end here. I will take my leave. However, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. I will return. Long Yinyue snorted coldly and looked at Jiang Qin with a serious expression. Then, he waved his hand and slowly retreated. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Wu Zhongjiu looked at each other. They had no intention of continuing to chase. This battle was a great loss for both the Long family and the sorcerer god clan. Although it was not a great loss, the battle that the Long family had schemed for so long had ended in failure. Furthermore, they had left in such a sorry state. Chapter 34-34. He wasn't young anymore. The floating traverser formation was broken and the sorcerer god clan was in grave danger. However, none of this was important. Jiang Chen's appearance had turned the tide and saved the sorcerer god clan from the abyss of suffering. Jiang Chen had made a mistake, but he had brought more hope to the sorcerer god clan. The people of the sorcerer god clan, especially the experts, knew that they were in a bad situation. The Long family had been eyeing the sorcerer god clan for so many years. Therefore, when the floating traverser formation was broken, Jiang Chen was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Long family turned out to attack the sorcerer god clan, putting the sorcerer god clan in grave danger. However, the final result was perfect. Jiang Chen's appearance had made the sorcerer god clan unscathed and ended the Long family's ambition. At least in a short period of time, the Long family would not attack the sorcerer god clan again because the person they had to be wary of was Jiang Chen. He had become a hero in troubled times with his own strength. His name and figure were like a monument to the sorcerer god clan. Not everyone was a saint, and everyone made mistakes. However, his merits and demerits offset each other. In this world where only the strong were respected, Jiang Chen had won the respect of many people. The Long family has been defeated this time. I don't think they will dare to attack us again in a short period of time. As for breaking Brother Wu's floating traverser formation, I still feel guilty about it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Zhongjiu waved his hand and laughed. Wu Zhongjiu waved his hand and laughed. He was feeling extremely happy and comfortable. Jiang Chen stood between the two superpowers and turned the situation around in an instant. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he might not believe it. Since Jiang Chen was only an early divine emperor, it was already shocking enough. His strength and skills were not something that an ordinary person could compare with. His father's eye for picking a disciple was indeed unparalleled and unique. The battle between the sorcerer god clan and the Long family will happen sooner or later. Your appearance will only bring forward the battle between our two clans. After this battle, even if the Long family does not suffer a great loss in strength, they will definitely not launch a large-scale invasion. It will not be easy for them to take down the tough bone that is the sorcerer god clan. As for the floating traversing array, Brother Jiang, you don't have to mention it again. What's done is done. Brother Jiang, you've done enough for the sorcerer divine tribe. Not to mention that we're related. It's not too abrupt for me to call you junior brother, right? Ha ha ha. Wu Zhongjiu said with a smile. Senior brother, you are too serious. It is my honor to fight for the sorcerer god clan. I have not repaid my master's kindness and caused trouble. Jiang Chen cannot absolve himself from the blame. If you need my help in the future, Jiang Chen will definitely come to help. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He was a person who valued relationships very much. Moreover, King Ban was half a master to him. The relationship between him and the sorcerer god clan could be said to be one of a kind. Little junior brother, it is a pity that we did not meet earlier today. We must have a good gathering and drink together. The experts of the sorcerer god clan are full of admiration for you. Wu Zhongjiu said. Yeah, Brother Jiang, since you have such a relationship with our old master, you are a member of the sorcerer god clan. Everyone has seen your means and abilities. You are indeed a hero in this chaotic world. Today, we must drink 300 cups of wine. Brother Jiang, I am proud of you. In the divine emperor realm, you are the king of the kings. Ha! Brother Jiang, you have won the admiration of the 800 heroes of the sorcerer god clan. We must drink together. Those experts who were originally disdainful of Jiang Chen were completely convinced by Jiang Chen in this battle. Jiang Chen's means were unparalleled. He was even stronger than the ninth Wangye, Wu Zhongjiu. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was the savior of the sorcerer god clan. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Everyone, senior brother, I really have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to forcefully break your formation in a moment of desperation. Am I right? Ha! Jiang Chen's face was filled with bitterness. In that case, little junior brother, I will not keep you any longer. When you return, the sorcerer god clan will definitely celebrate and welcome you back. From now on, little junior brother will share the sorcerer god clan with me. Wu Chongzhou said solemnly and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Wu Chongzhou's words had a double meaning. He was tying himself to the sorcerer god clan, advancing and retreating together with the sorcerer god clan. Moreover, he was half a member of the sorcerer god clan and he was extremely powerful. How could Jiang Chen not understand Wu Chongzhou's words? Jiang Chen did not say much. After all, if the sorcerer god clan was in trouble, Jiang Chen would definitely not stand by and do nothing. I, Jiang Chen, will forever remember senior brother's great kindness. However, the situation is urgent now. I will not stay here any longer. Until we meet again. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Wu Zhongzhou and the experts of the sorcerer god clan. Then, he and Wu Ningzhu rushed to the Dongxing Divine Continent. Dongxing Divine Continent, Wuyi Mountain. A cool breeze blew and the water was calm. Birds chirped and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. 1,000-year-old green willow was reflected in the lake. A young lady in white stood in the middle of the lake. She leaned against the green willow and a few colorful butterflies danced beside her ears. She was not afraid of the humans in front of her. In the distance, on the bank of willow trees, a young girl of 16 or 17 years old was trotting over. She was graceful, and there was a touch of sadness and bitterness in the corners of her mouth. She was jogging towards the 1,000-year-old willow tree. And you, why are you still here? Didn't you say that you have been entrusted with an important task by the clan? The young lady blinked her big and innocent eyes and asked softly. At this moment, Aunt Yu was taking a nap and she did not know if she would disturb Aunt Yu. The eyes of the white-clothed girl, who was called Aunt Yu, slightly moved. She opened her eyes and a cold, bitter smile appeared on her face. She shook her head and sighed. She looked at the girl with the bun hairstyle and her eyes contained a trace of gentleness. In this large clan that was as cold as ice, only this girl could make her heart feel a trace of warmth. Aunt Yu is waiting for someone. As long as he is here, I can complete the task of the clan with a peace of mind. Aunt Yu smiled faintly. She was a charming and enchanting woman that could move flowers and willows. That kind of character that could cause the downfall of a city and state caused the bun-headed girl before her to be filled with adoration. Aunt Yu is devastatingly beautiful. I also want to be like Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu, are you the most beautiful woman in the world? The young lady with the bun hairstyle said softly. She was deep in thought. However, in her eyes, Aunt Yu was the most beautiful woman in the world. Silly girl, there are many people in the world who are more beautiful than Aunt Yu. When you grow up, you will definitely be more beautiful than Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu rubbed the young lady with the bun hairstyle and said with a smile. I am not young anymore. Chapter 34-35. The Battle at the Heaven Prayer Palace. Yes. Rong is not young anymore. Helian Yu nodded. Aunt Yu, is the person you are waiting for very powerful? Will he really come? Helian Rong looked at Aunt Yu and asked seriously. Maybe, but Aunt Yu will definitely wait for that day. Aunt Yu also believes that he will come. Helian Yu looked into the distance with determination because she believed that her big brother would not miss her. As long as he came, she would be able to enter the gate of heaven's will with a peace of mind after seeing him for the last time. Otherwise, it would be her life's regret. Oh, when will there be such a person silently waiting for Rome? Hellion Rome, Er's pair of bright eyes moved and said curiously. Dong, 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 a bell sound reverberated throughout the entire Wind God Valley. Hellion Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at the Heaven Prayer Palace. Is something big going to happen in the Hellion clan? Aunt Yu, let's go to the Heaven Prayer Palace. This bell sound seems to be summoning all the people in the Hellion clan. Hellion Rome, Er's little face showed a touch of excitement. All right. Hellion Yu nodded and said. The Hellion clan was currently in a precarious situation. If it was not for the news of her father, she would have left this place long ago. Only by entering the gate of heaven's will, she might be able to get news of her father. Currently, there were many people in the Heaven Prayer Palace. In the huge Heaven Prayer Palace, there were hundreds of people from the Hellion clan. They were all well-known figures in the Hellion clan. Most of them were at the Hierarch realm. Those who had not reached the Hierarch realm were not qualified to enter the Heaven Prayer Palace. The 5 elders of the Hellion family were seated at the head of the table, with the Great Elder sitting in the middle. During the period when the clan leader was in seclusion, everything was decided by the Great Elder, Hellion Changtian. The entire Hellion family, apart from the matter of Hellion Yuer, was quite harmonious. On the other side, there were 4 people sitting on the ground in groups of 2. These 4 people were the distinguished guests of the Hellion clan. Great Elder, I've come here today to fulfill my promise of marriage. Although I've been wandering outside all these years, I've never dared to make any mistakes in the matters of the Dongfang family. Great Elder, you don't have any objections to my coming here today, right? The white-clothed young man said faintly. His expression was calm and his face was calm. Even though he was facing so many experts of the Hellion clan, he was not afraid at all. Beside him, there was a man who looked similar to him. He sat next to him with an arrogant smile on his face. Young Master Dongfang's words are extremely correct. This marriage agreement was set a long time ago for the sake of our relationship. Naturally, we can't refuse it now. However, Hellion Changtian shook his head, smiled faintly, and hesitated. First Elder, there's no harm in speaking your mind. There's no need to hide it. Could it be that my Dongfang clan is definitely not an unreasonable and inferior clan? The white-robed youth said coldly, but he was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm sorry, young Master Dongfang. Right now, the Hellion clan's clan leader has already entered training. During his closed-door training, he has given me full authority over all matters. However, the clan leader is Yu's second grandfather, so I don't dare to rashly make a decision on this matter. Everything will have to wait until the clan leader comes out of closed-door training before making a decision. At that time, I will definitely give young Master Dongfang a satisfactory explanation. Hellion Zhangyu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What a great move to push the boat with the current. First Elder has really made a good plan. In the blink of an eye, he has kicked the ball away. This really causes me, Dongfang Lianshua, to feel extremely depressed. Ha ha ha. The white-clothed young man was shockingly Dongfang Lianshua, who had fought with Jiang Qin in the forbidden land of divine prefecture. Dongfang Lianshua said with a cold smile. The reason why he was able to look down on everyone and was fearless even in front of the Hellion family was naturally because of the existence of the Buddha Pagoda. As a disciple of the All Lives Buddha Hall, which sect in the Dongxing divine region dared to disrespect the Buddha Pagoda? Dongfang Lianshua's overbearingness was naturally related to this. Why are we still wasting words with them? Brother, these fellows are obviously trying to deny it. We definitely can't give them any chance. We definitely can't go back on our words. I, Dongfang Liani, will be the first to disagree. How can the Dongfang family's face be easily brushed away by them? Dongfang Liani, who was standing behind Dongfang Lianshua, took the lead and said in a deep voice. It was obvious that he was trying to take the Hellion family down a notch. The first elder was slightly stunned and there was bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The Dongfang family was completely different from the other big forces because the genius of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Lianshua, was from the Buddha pagoda. This was something that everyone in the Dongxing divine region knew. Therefore, even if they didn't give face to the monks, they had to give face to the Dongfang family. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Lianshua, what a coincidence. Today, I'm also here to propose marriage to Hellion Yu. I guess you'll have to stand aside. There's no woman that I, Shimin Xiong Kuei, can't marry. A sturdy young man stood with his arms crossed and said with a loud laugh. Shimin Xiong Kuei was also extremely domineering. The Shimin family was the same as the Dongfang family. They were both rather powerful families in the Dongxing divine region. However, Shimin Xiong Kuei wasn't afraid of Dongfang Lianshua at all. He even opposed him with equal harshness. Dongfang Lianshua Lengleng said, Shimin, do you really think you're a match for me? Have you forgotten how I beat you up in the past? After so many years, you still have such a bad memory. I'm already engaged to the daughter of the Hellion family. Who do you think you are? Are you here to snatch the bride? You're not qualified. The two of you, please calm your anger for now. Firstly, the daughter of my Hellion clan is not some commodity. Moreover, this time around, my Hellion clan is indeed in a special situation. As long as the clan head comes out of seclusion, he will definitely give the two of you an explanation. Hellion Changtian said in a deep voice. These two fellows came at the same time because they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Hellion family. However, the Hellion family didn't want to do it now. The gate of heavens was about to open. Hellion Yu couldn't be married out. Otherwise, after so many years, the only genius of the Hellion family would be married out. Wouldn't it be like handing over the top genius to someone else? Chapter 34-36. Hellion Changtian was certain that he would not let either the Shimin clan or the Dongfang clan have their way. Hellion Yuer could only belong to the Hellion clan. As for the marriage, not to mention that Hellion Yuer could not be married to two men, the Hellion clan was already on the rise. Hellion Changtian would not let the hope of the Hellion clan be destroyed in his own hands. Even when the patriarch woke up, he would not allow Yuer to be married. The gate of heavens would only open once every 10 million years. There was only one person who was qualified to enter the gate of heavens and that was Yuer. At this moment, in front of the heavenly prayer palace, two beautiful figures quietly arrived. Their long dresses fluttered in the wind, graceful and graceful. They were like goddesses. It's Yuer. Yuer is here. Hellion Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. As one of the two strongest geniuses of the Hellion clan, he had also been in love with Yuer for a long time. However, Yuer did not seem to be tainted by worldly affairs. She treated everyone the same. Yuer is really too beautiful. She is simply the goddess of my dreams. TSK, don't even think about it. Yuer's talent is something that even Zhang Yang and Feng Chao, those two freaks, could not compare to. What qualifications do you have to stand beside Yuer? Yeah, I wonder what kind of man is qualified to stand beside Yuer. I think that Rong'er is also very beautiful. I do not expect to get Yuer's attention. Even if I could be with Rong'er, I would still be quite happy. Many members of the Hellion clan were discussing among themselves. It wasn't impossible to have an illicit relationship within the same clan. Apart from the marriage, it was entirely possible for them to become husband and wife. Many people were drooling over Yuer. Who wouldn't be moved by such a peerless genius, a peerless goddess? Compared to Yuer, Hellion Rong'er was still a level lower. Yue had attracted everyone's attention. Shimin Xiong Kue and Dongfang Lian Shua were both looking at her, unable to shift their gazes away. She is really too beautiful. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times do you see her in the mortal world? Ha ha ha, Helian Yue, I want you. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes narrowed slightly and flickered indeterminately, and his eyes carried a trace of covetousness. Who wouldn't want to become husband and wife with such a woman? Moreover, Helian Yue's talent had already spread far and wide. In a short span of 10 years, the entire Dongxing divine continent had heard about her talent. Helian Yue's talent was comparable to Dongfang Lianshua and Shimin Xiong Kue. Good, good, good. Lady Yu, you're as beautiful as a fairy. You've won me over. I have long heard that Lady Yu, is as beautiful as a swan, and seeing her today, I can see that you truly live up to your reputation. I, Shimin Xiongkue, am so shocked that I am like a celestial being. In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Lady Yu, Shimin Xiongkue said without concealing anything. He was full of adoration for Helian Yue, like a moon surrounded by stars. How can Yue be loved by all of you? Yue only wants to cultivate in peace. My father is in danger, how can I talk about love? Please leave, Yue said faintly. Yu said faintly. In an instant, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The entire heavenly prayer palace became incomparably lively. The people of the Helian clan were extremely happy. Helian Yu, was the goddess in their hearts. Now that the goddess had already expressed her stance, she would definitely not be together with them. Such a tactful rejection had caused Dongfang Lianshua and Shimin Xiong Kue to completely lose their confidence. However, the faces of the two of them were not discouraged at all, because they had already made preparations to continue fighting. The Shimin clan and the Dongfang clan had always been incompatible like fire and water. Now, in the Helian clan, it was strangely calm, because they had the same goal. Lady Yue is so beautiful that everyone in the world falls head over heels for you. I am no exception. For Lady Yue, this young master is willing to go to the 9 heavens to catch the moon and the 5 oceans to catch the turtle for you, just to win Lady Yue's heart. Dongfang Lianshua said with a smile. He was also merciless. What he wanted to express was his love for Yue. In front of Yue, it seemed that any other woman would be overshadowed. Lady Yue has already expressed her feelings. Please leave. Now that Lady Yue is wholeheartedly cultivating, even if there is a marriage agreement, everything will have to wait until my clan leader comes out of seclusion. I hope that the 2 young masters can forgive me. Helian Changtian said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. Although these 2 great clans were the mainstay of the Dongxing divine continent, at this moment, he was completely fearless. Helian Yue of the Helian clan was also not inferior to them. Moreover, Helian Yue had already become an existence in the entire Dongxing divine continent. Peerless talent, peerless beauty, such a woman was destined to stand at the top of the pyramid. Ha ha ha, great elder's words have really let me see the means of the Helian clan. Alright, today, I, Dongfang Lianshua, will not argue with you. I only want to know, how long will the Helian clan need to come out of seclusion? Dongfang Lianshua said in an overbearing tone. He took a step forward and looked at the great elder. The great elder's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, at least 3 months, at most, half a year. The clan leader of the Helian clan will definitely come out of seclusion. At that time, I believe the clan leader will give young Master Dongfang and young Master Shimin a satisfactory explanation. As for our Yue, she is not a commodity. I hope that the 2 young masters can respect themselves. Yue's original intention is what we value the most. Everyone was convinced by the great elder's words. Dongfang Lianshua and Shimin Xiong Kuei could not find any fault with such an outcome. At this time, they could only shrink back and silently wait for the clan leader of the Hellion clan to come out of seclusion. All right, then I will wait for you. If the clan leader of the Hellion clan cannot give me an explanation after half a month, then don't blame me, Dongfang Lianshua, for falling out with you. Dongfang Lianshua snorted coldly. At this moment, he did not mention the Dongfang clan, but Dongfang Lianshua. It was to let the Hellion clan know that even without the Dongfang clan, he still had another identity. He was a disciple of the Temple of all living beings. The strength of the Temple of all living beings stood at the peak of the entire divine world. Even if the Temple of all living beings was only one of the 8 divisional pagoda, no one dared to look down on it. The Temple of all living beings was not something that the Hellion clan could easily offend. Dongfang Lianshua's words had put the entire Hellion clan in a precarious situation. It was even a little unbearable. This was obviously an attempt to force the Hellion clan to abdicate. Moreover, he was using the prestige of the Temple of all living beings. However, the morale of the Hellion clan was low. Adding on to the fact that they were in the wrong, even the Great Elder was speechless. The people of the Hellion clan also fell into a state of rage. However, they did not dare to say anything. At that time, I, Hellion Zhangyang, am willing to meet with Brother Dongfang. Hellion Zhangyang said in a deep voice. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Dongfang Lianshua. You? Ha ha ha, you are still not my opponent. I hope that the Great Elder will remember today's matter. I, Dongfang Lianshua, will definitely return. Lady Yue, we will meet again. Chapter 34-37. I won't stay any longer. I'll pay a visit another day. I hope the Hellion family head will come out of seclusion then. Lady Yu, I'll be leaving first. Don't miss me, ha ha ha. Shimin Xiong Kuei and Dongfang Lianshua both left, but the Hellion family was facing internal and external troubles. They had no choice but to rectify the situation. The 2 great families were forcing the Hellion family to abdicate and the patriarch was in seclusion. The Hellion family was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Great Elder's face was a little gloomy. The 2 great families were obviously taking advantage of the Hellion family. The Hellion family was inferior to the Dongfang family and the Shimin family in the past. Once Hellion Yu entered the gate of Heaven's will, she would definitely have a chance to surpass the 2 great families. At that time, even Dongfang Lianshua wouldn't have to be afraid. If the Hellion family became the #1 family in the entire Dongxing divine region, even if the All-Beings Footer Temple wanted to touch them, they would have to think twice. This Dongfang Lianshua is really too much. Our Hellion family must not be bullied by him. Yeah, look at how arrogant he is. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after joining the All-Beings Footer Temple? That ungrateful thing. Sooner or later, someone will teach him a lesson. The people of the Hellion clan were very angry with Dongfang Lianshua, but they simply couldn't find anyone who could be his enemy. If they could find someone, then they wouldn't have allowed him to continue to be arrogant. Even Hellion Zhangyang was the same. Although he was despised by Dongfang Lianshua, and he was very unhappy in his heart, but if he were to confront Dongfang Lianshua by himself, then he would probably lose. It had to be admitted that Dongfang Lianshua was known as the strongest genius in the entire Dongxing divine continent. His methods and strength were not just for show, but for real. He had once destroyed one of the top 20 sects in the Dongxing divine continent with his own strength. His methods caused countless people to tremble in fear, and he became famous after one battle. Moreover, his identity in the Buddha Hall had also become the most eye-catching background for him, and no one dared to be his enemy. Everyone, leave. You, stay. The Great Elder faintly said. Aside from the 5 great elders and Hellion Yu, The entire heavenly prayer palace was empty in the blink of an eye. You've seen it for yourself. The family is currently facing internal and external troubles. I know you don't want to enter the gate of heaven's will, but it's no longer up to you. You only have one choice. How long are you going to wait? Don't tell me you want to watch our Hellion family be destroyed in your hands. Yue remained silent, her expression cold. Don't tell me you're going to watch your father die without doing anything. Only by entering the gate of heavens will you be able to find news of your father. This is your only choice. At this moment, their only hope was for Hellion Yu, to enter the gate of heavens will obediently and become the mainstay of the Hellion family, helping them to stand on top of the Dongxing divine continent again. I know I carry a heavy burden, but I have my own choice. I'm waiting for someone. When he comes, I'll naturally enter the gate of heaven's will. Yue said in a low voice. Who is it? Is it more important than your father? The fourth elder continued. In other words, Hellion Yue had completely disregarded her father's life and was so unfilial. It was infuriating. Do you really want to force me to my death? If I die, will you be able to get what you want? Yue smiled brightly, an indescribable bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Who could understand the pain in her heart? She had no other thoughts but to see her big brother. As long as her big brother came, she would willingly enter the gate of heavens without any worries. The five elders looked at each other and held their breaths. Why didn't they think of this? If Yue wanted to die, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? What was the point of their efforts? The Hellion family would still be like a salted fish, ranked last among the top 10 forces of the Dongxing divine continent. Yue, you should be able to understand our feelings. However, your father once left a prophecy in the gate of heaven's will. There's less than a month left before you enter the gate of heaven's will. You're on your own. The great elder sighed. Yue's delicate body trembled. Her heart was struggling. 1 month. 1 month. Will you come? Big brother, or did you not care about me from the beginning to the end? The news of her father was an unparalleled conviction that lingered in her heart. She absolutely could not give up. Yue turned and left the heavenly prayer hall. Her pretty face was filled with gloom. Clear springs, green willows, flowers blooming throughout the 4 seasons. However, her heart was filled with darkness. The willow bank, the breeze, and the waning moon. After a few years, it should be a good time for nothing. Even if there were thousands of amorous feelings, who would she share them with? At this moment, Hellion Ronger hopped over. And you, so many people like you, but you're frowning. If I had so many people who like me, I would be so happy. Hellion Ronger said happily. Her pretty face was filled with innocence and innocence. Yue smiled and looked at Hellion Ronger enviously. How good would it be if she could be like her, carefree? Unfortunately, people always have to grow up. After growing up, her heart would no longer be naive. Let's go. I'll accompany you to relax. You'll get sick sooner or later if you're bored in this Wui mountain. Hellion Ronger pulled Yue and said. Go ahead. I just want to be alone. If you meet someone you like, remember to come back and tell me. Yue smiled. Her figure was like the wind. She turned and left. Under the shadow of the moon, it was as if she was rushing to the moon. Hellion Ronger scratched her head. She pouted and sighed. Alone, she left the Hellion family and went to play. Just as Hellion Ronger left the Hellion family's territory, she was targeted by someone. At this moment, even she felt that something was wrong and frowned. Who is it? Ah, little girl, guess who I am. When we met in the heavenly prayer hall, I missed you day and night. Today, I must make you come home with me and be my wife. A young man said with a smile. He stood in front of Helian Ronger and blocked her way. "You're from the Dongfang family." Helian Ronger's eyes turned cold. Lang Lang said. This person didn't look like a good person. He actually wanted to capture her and make her his wife. "Pa. You're really shameless. Only a ghost would want to be your wife." Helian Ronger sneered. Chapter 34-38. Dongfang Lianyi squinted his eyes and looked at Helian Ronger with a smile. The corner of his mouth showed his covetousness. He had been waiting here for many days for the appearance of Helian Ronger. No one knew that he had already coveted Helian Ronger back in the Heaven Prayer Palace. If his elder brother, Dongfang Lianshua, could accept the marriage alliance with the Helian clan, then he would definitely take advantage of the victory and directly propose to Helian Ronger. However, his elder brother didn't get what he wanted, so Dongfang Lianshua could only choose to give up. Therefore, Dongfang Lianshua had left, but he had always stayed here, looking forward to Helian Ronger leaving the Helian clan. At this moment, Dongfang Lianyi could be said to be blessed. He had been waiting for this moment. His wild ambition was clear. The corner of Dongfang Lianyi's mouth was extremely cold, causing Helian Ronger's pretty face to turn cold. This guy, is he going to make a move on me now? You really dare to make a move on me? Humph, aren't you afraid that the Helian clan will attack your Dongfang clan? Helian Ronger snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to this day. If your Helian clan attacks my Dongfang clan, won't you become my slave? If you listen to me obediently, maybe I'll let you be my concubine. If you don't, you know the consequences. I really like you, little girl. Dongfang Lianyi rubbed his palms and approached Helian Ronger step by step. His smile was so evil that it made Helian Ronger want to vomit. Don't even think about it. Helian Ronger said arrogantly. Her strength had reached the late hierarch realm. Although she could not compete with those divine emperor realm experts, her strength was definitely extremely strong in the Dongxing divine region or even the central region divine land. In the entire Helian clan, she could be considered as one of the most powerful young geniuses after Helian Zhongyang and the others. Helian Ronger was spoiled since childhood. Being in the Helian clan, she held a high position and naturally did not put anyone in her eyes. So what if it was the young master of the Dongfang clan? What a stubborn little girl. This young master likes the way you struggle. I can't wait any longer, Gagaga. Dongfang Lianyi went straight to Helian Ronger like a bolt of lightning. His strength was much stronger than Helian Ronger, even reaching the peak hierarch realm. The long sword in his hand slashed towards Helian Ronger. Helian Ronger let out a tender shout. Not to be outdone, she continued to form seals with her hands. One powerful seal after another closed in. Although Dongfang Lianshua was startled, he did not panic. He did not expect this little girl to be so fiery. Helian Lianyi Ronger. Dongfang Lianyi's sword chi buzzed, and it was soul-stirring. Rays of sword chi shot out, rendering Helian Ronger completely useless. The seals in her hands changed again and again, but she was still unable to resist this crazy sword force. In the end, more than half of her clothes were cut off, and her beautiful legs and arms were all revealed. Her snow-white skin made Dongfang Lianyi's eyes shine even brighter, and he was already drooling. Helian Ronger's face suddenly changed. Her body trembled. She was so weak that her clothes could no longer cover her body. Helian Ronger retreated again and again. However, she was firmly locked on by Dongfang Lianyi. There was no chance for her to escape. Helian Ronger even began to cry in her heart. She was afraid. She was afraid to face Dongfang Lianyi, who was like a devil. She did not know what to do. Ha 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 ha. You little girl, let's see how you can escape from my palm today. Dongfang Lianyi's smile was incomparably brilliant as he approached step by step. Hellion Rong was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and her heart was filled with incomparable fear. She had never thought that she would suffer such humiliation and even torture after leaving the Hellion clan. Her dreamlike world had been greatly threatened, and the beautiful expectations of love between her and Yu had all become empty talk. At this moment, she was about to face a wild beast that was like a ferocious tiger. Perhaps in the next second, she would no longer have the face to continue living in this world. Little beauty, you're mine now, ha ha ha. Dongfang Lianyi was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He directly rushed towards Hellion Rong. Hellion Rong retreated step by step. Her body was constantly trembling and her pretty face was pale. This Dongfang Lianyi actually wanted to torture her. At this moment, no matter how innocent Hellion Rong was, she knew what Dongfang Lianyi's intention was. Dongfang Lianyi was about to pounce on Hellion Rong. At this moment, a cold light directly stood in front of Dongfang Lianyi. Dongfang Lianyi's face suddenly changed. He broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that he almost shriveled up. Fuck your mother. Who is it? Come out now. Dongfang Lianyi said with a dry mouth. This sword was too strange. He had never seen or heard of such a sword. He was a sword principle cultivator, but he had never seen such an overbearing sword chi. Only his elder brother, Dongfang Lianshua, could have such a power. At this moment, a white-haired young man with a huge sword on his back walked out slowly. His eyes were cold and resolute, without a single shred of emotion. His face was cold and merciless, without a single shred of emotion. His face was cold and merciless. Dongfang Lianyi and Hellion Rong's faces instantly changed. Get lost. The white-haired man said coldly as if he was unwilling to say another word. Kid, I don't care who you are. I'll make you beg for death if you ruin my plan. No one dares to talk to me like this in the Dongxing divine region. Dongfang Lianyi laughed and said while holding the sword in his hand tightly. It seemed that he must teach this arrogant white-haired kid a lesson in today's battle. Dongfang Lianshua originally thought that the opponent was a top expert, but he was only a peak hierarch. He was the strongest genius of the Dongfang clan. How could he be weaker than a kid? Dongfang Lianyi had 100% chance to kill the opponent under the situation where both of their strengths were almost the same. The white-haired man's expression was calm. He didn't care about what Dongfang Lianyi said. His eyes were still cold as he silently stared at Dongfang Lianyi. There was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. What he hated the most were people who bullied women. At this moment, the sword in the white-haired man's hand was getting colder and colder. Chapter 34-39. And you, is this the feeling of love? Hellion Rong murmured in her heart. Looking at the white-haired young man, she felt intoxicated. Even his appearance made her feel at ease, comfortable, and even excited. The original haze was swept away, but she was still that gentle and weak girl, still that naive girl full of longing. Scram, or die. The white-haired young man said in a deep voice. His expression was still indifferent, as if he did not take the white-haired young man seriously at all. No matter how powerful this guy's background is, so what? His strength was only so-so. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill him. Stubborn fool, do you still naively think that you can escape from my palm at this time? You overestimate yourself, you will definitely die in today's battle. Dongfang Lianyi pointed his sword at the white-haired young man. Ruthless and decisive, he didn't retreat in the slightest as he rushed towards the white-haired young man. At this moment, the two silhouettes merged together once again. Sword light shot out in all directions, exuding a peerless aura. The same amount of sword chi intertwined with each other, but the white-haired young man's sword chi was getting stronger and stronger. Light of the East. Dongfang Lianyi directly displayed his special skill, the determination of the Dongfang clan. He continuously attacked with unparalleled sword momentum. Because of this battle, his situation was getting more and more difficult, and it was quite terrifying. The white-haired young man's sword momentum was fierce, and it was indeed something he had never seen in his life. He must not fail miserably. Limitless sword. Fifth sword. Sixth sword. Seventh sword. The white-haired young man's eyes were sharp, and his sword momentum was shocking. From the moment he gave up, he finally comprehended the limitless sword. Trembling in despair, hysterical in despair, he finally mastered the limitless sword. That night, Wang Fengqi's heart experienced endless tearing. That night, Wang Fengqi's inner world completely collapsed. That night, Wang Fengqi felt that the only thing that supported him in this world was revenge. Entering the petrified sect, he thought that he could soar to the sky, that he could travel the world, and that everything was just the beginning of a nightmare. There were more than 10 senior brothers in the petrified sect, and they all coveted Sister Feng's beauty. While he was cultivating, she was ravaged to death by more than 10 senior brothers. That kind of hopeless torment, the baptism of life and death, he did not dare to imagine how much pain Sister Feng had experienced, and how terrifying that inhuman torture was. Wang Fengqi didn't dare to speculate. When he saw Sis Feng, over 10 senior apprentice brothers had already ravaged her to the point where she was on the verge of death. Wang Fengqi was on the verge of collapse, his inner world completely collapsing. In that instant, there was only hatred in his eyes. Sis Feng's final look of despair, her agonized howls, he simply couldn't bear to look at her. In that instant, he bitterly hated this world, hated every single person in the petrified sect, hated every flower, every blade of grass, every mountain, every river. Under his rage, Wang Fengqi fought with more than 10 people, fought with life and death, and killed more than 10 hierarch realm experts. In the end, he comprehended the limitless sword. However, it was all too late, because Sister Feng was already dead and completely tainted, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Wang Fengqi could only kill countless people in the petrified sect, and finally escape from the petrified sect. He became a traitor of the petrified sect, and was wanted by the petrified sect. Everyone had the right to kill him. That night, Wang Fengqi's hair turned white. The most painful thing in the world was this. The torture that Wang Fengqi suffered was also incomparable. That choice of life and death, that painful reincarnation, he would rather be the one who died. He would rather that all of this had never happened. He also did not bring Sister Feng along to the so-called petrified sect to seek a higher realm. But everything was already too late. He no longer had any room to choose. The dead had already passed away, and the pain of despair was something he would never forget. Sister Feng's miserable appearance at that moment, as well as the despairing look in her eyes, was something he would never forget. The limitless sword swept across, and in a flash, it shattered the light shadow in the void. The sword's shadow was completely shattered, and Dongfang Lianyi's sword's shadow was also shattered at this moment. His throat was slit, and he didn't even have the chance to cry out in despair. It was such a tragic scene that it was hard to look at. Dongfang Lianyi died, but Helian Rong did not have a shred of sympathy. Wang Fengqi did not even look at him. Such a man's death was not to be pitied. No matter who he was, it was impossible for him to live in this world. In his eyes, he was a beast through and through. "Thank you, white-haired hero," Helian Rong said in a low voice. At this moment, she had already changed into a clean and tidy set of clothes. She was not as naked as before. "It's nothing." After saying that, Wang Fengqi turned around and left. "White-haired hero, can you tell me your name?" Helian Rong said in a low voice. Her heart was in a mess. For the first time, she felt that taking the initiative to ask for a man's name was actually this kind of feeling. Even her charming face was boiling. Names are just a code in the sea. Meeting by chance means that we are fated. If we are fated, we will naturally meet again. Wang Fingqi did not seem to stop and continued to walk forward. Fate is determined by the heavens. 30% depends on striving, and 70% depends on hard work. So in other words, fate is determined by the heavens. If you want to go against the heavens, it is very difficult. You might even need to work hard to have a trace of hope. But if you don't work hard, it will be even more difficult. From the moment you appeared, I knew that we were fated. Helian Rong said very seriously. Her words were not groundless. The great divination art of the Helian family had given her a trace of comprehension. This person seemed to be inextricably linked to her life. Although she was not sure, the moment he appeared, he was deeply embedded in her heart. You are an interesting person. Wang Fingqi turned around and glanced at Helian Rong. I know that you are definitely looking for someone. Moreover, your life seems to have undergone a major turning point. You are in so much pain that you wish you were dead. Helian Rong's words caused Wang Fingqi's pupils to shrink. His complexion became more and more unsightly. Who are you? How do you know? Wang Fingqi's heart could not help but surge. What was the background of this girl? Why did she know everything about him? They did not know each other, so why would she say these words? Moreover, every word was true. Although Wang Fingqi was unwilling to admit it, her words had become a prophecy. I am from the Helian family. My great divination art can help you predict the future. However, it is very limited because my cultivation of the great divination art is not high enough. Chapter 3440. You can predict the future. Wang Fingqi was slightly moved. This girl was not simple. Although she was not as strong as Dongfang Liani, she was already a late hierarch realm expert and should not be underestimated. The Helian clan should be the Dongxing Divine Region's transcendental clan. Then, can you guide me in the future? Where is the person I'm looking for? When will I be able to find him? Wang Fingqi asked in a low voice. I'll try. Helian Ronger knew that her cultivation base was limited, but she did not want Wang Fingqi to leave just like that. She wanted to repay his kindness. Thank you. Wang Fingqi nodded slightly. Give me your hand. Helian Ronger's face was slightly red. The moment she held Wang Fingqi's hand, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had never had any contact with a man before. Although the huge hand was covered with calluses, it made Helian Ronger's heart ache incomparably. His eyes were full of coldness and despair, making one's heart ache. Helian Ronger tightly held on to Wang Fingqi's hand. At that moment, her face, which was originally blushing, turned red, and then paled. In less than 20 breaths of time, Helian Ronger's entire body seemed to be trembling, and even the sweat on her face couldn't stop flowing down. Are you all right? Wang Fingqi frowned and could not help but ask. I'm fine. Helian Ronger bit her red lips and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was flushed. Wang Fingqi was quite worried as he gently wiped the sweat off her face. In that scene, Helian Ronger seemed to have seen the person Wang Fingqi wanted to find. However, she was beaten back by an extremely terrifying force. However, she had risked her life. At least, she knew where the person he wanted to find was. Did you find anything? Wang Fingqi asked. Yes, the person you're looking for should also be in the Dongxing Divine Region. But I can't see him. He seems to be like a cloud of fog. I didn't find anything at all. Wang Fingqi's eyes lit up and his expression seemed to have changed. As long as his master was in the Dongxing divine region, it was enough. He believed that he could definitely find his master. Thank you, young lady. We will meet again. Wang Fingqi nodded heavily to express his gratitude. But you can't stay here anymore. If you do, you'll definitely be hunted down by the Dongfang family. You've killed Dongfang Liani, so the Dongfang family won't let you go. As long as you're still in the Dongxing divine region, you won't be able to hide from the Dongfang family. Helian Rong Air's face was pale. She was extremely worried about Wang Fingqi's safety. However, Wang Fingqi's face was calm as if he did not care about the Dongfang clan at all. The Dongfang clan was so terrifying that even the Helian clan had to be courteous to them. Wang Fingqi, a hierarch realm fella, had caused the Dongfang clan to be drunk and killed one of their most powerful geniuses. They would definitely not let this matter go. As long as I can find Master, everything will be worth it. I will not leave the Dongxing divine continent. Since Master is still here, he might be right in front of me. If I leave, where should I go to find Master? Wang Fingqi said firmly. White-haired hero, you don't know how terrifying the Dongfang clan is. No one can compete with them. If you insist on staying here, you'll probably put yourself in danger. You've killed Dongfang Liani. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape from the Dongxing divine region. Helian Rong Air was very anxious, but Wang Fingqi was quite calm. He did not show any emotions on his face as if he was not afraid of anything. Wang Fingqi took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. With his back facing Helian Rong Air, he said faintly, I'm Wang Fingqi. I'm Rong Air, white-haired hero. I'll call you Brother Qi from now on. Wang Fingqi's entire body trembled, and his inner world was incomparably conflicted. He seemed to recall that naive and unaffected girl, little sister Feng. Unfortunately, everything could not be redone. Little sister Feng was already dead, and now he was all alone. Other than taking revenge on the petrified sect, he had no other conviction to continue living. Helian Rong Air seemed to be very happy and excited. However, she was still very worried about Wang Fingqi. Before Wang Fingqi could leave her line of sight, Helian Rong Air saw a stream of light soaring into the sky. It traversed 3,000 miles and directly cut through the void, blocking Wang Fingqi's path. Wang Fingqi was knocked back. His face was pale and he was seriously injured. He directly fell beside Helian Rong Air. Brother Qi. Helian Rong Air immediately hugged Wang Fingqi. Her eyes were filled with fear. Wang Fingqi, who was knocked back, had been seriously injured with just one sword. Brother Qi, don't scare me. Are you okay? Helian Rong Air kept calling out, but Wang Fingqi had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood. It was extremely difficult for him to breathe. However, Wang Fingqi was not willing to lie in Helian Rong Air's embrace. He held the long sword in his hand and supported his injured body to stand up. You killed my brother. You, how dare you? Today, I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I will make your family disappear from the divine realm. An imposing figure stood in front of Helian Rong Air and Wang Fingqi and shouted in a deep voice. The sword in his hand was constantly trembling, and his anger was soaring. Dongfang Lianshua! Helian Rong Air exclaimed. She did not expect this guy to come so quickly. The death of Dongfang Liani had completely infuriated Dongfang Lianshua. He was even filled with anger. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He did not intend to give the 2 of them any way to live. What a girl from the Helian family. You are indeed a femme fatale. Today, both of you must die. Dongfang Lianshua roared angrily, which made Wang Fingqi's face turn even paler. This guy's strength was really too strong. The power of one sword was unparalleled, making people unable to compete with him. This kind of strength had at least broken through the divine emperor realm, or even surpassed it. Dongfang Lianshuo, if you want to kill, just kill me. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Qi. Dongfang Liani was also killed by me. If you want to kill me, just do as you please. Helian Rong-er suddenly stood in front of Wang Fingqi, protecting him behind her. She said in a low voice, and her face also became very gloomy. You? How could you kill Liani? However, both of you must die. You don't have to be anxious. After killing one, I don't mind sending the two of you to die together. At least you will have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Chapter 34-41. Dongfang Lianshuo was also incomparably sorrowful. At this moment, he was struggling in his heart. He was determined to burn the two of them to ashes, unable to resolve the hatred in his heart. I killed her. If you are still a man, then let her go. Wang Fingqi said indifferently. You dare to talk terms with me? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Who I want to kill, what does it have to do with you? If I like, then I will kill. Both of you, go to hell. Dongfang Lianshuo roared and took a step forward. The might of a sword rippled out, like the blazing sun of the 9 heavens, scarlet like light. As Wang Fingqi turned around, he protected Helian Rong-er behind him and took Dongfang Lianshuo's sword head-on. That sword completely made him kneel on the ground. His face was pale, blood was flowing, and his aura was extremely weak. He was on the verge of death, and could die at any time. No, Helian Rong-er cried out in surprise. Her charming face was filled with disbelief and sorrow. At that moment, she knew that her heart had been touched. For the white-haired hero in front of her, for the man she had never met before. Was this the love that you spoke of? Why are you still not leaving? Wang Fingqi roared angrily, wanting her to take this opportunity to leave quickly. A pair of dogs, humph. Dongfang Lianshuo was furious. Death, for them, was too easy. Another sword slashed out. Dongfang Lianshuo used 70% of his strength. Limitless sword, 8th sword. Wang Fingqi risked his life to protect Helian Rong-er. At this moment, he actually used the 8th sword, and his strength had another breakthrough. However, for Dongfang Lianshuo, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Dongfang Lianshuo's pupils constricted, and his expression changed. What a familiar sword technique. What was the relationship between this guy and that Jiang Qin? You know Jiang Qin? Dongfang Lianshuo said in a low voice, and did not continue to attack. You know my master too. Wang Fingqi was stunned. He was already in a state of desolation and was about to fall. However, this guy was already at odds with him. Even if he knew about his master, he would not tell him. If he was in front of me, I would tear him to pieces. Since you're his apprentice, I'll kill you first to collect interest. You master and apprentice are really annoying. I'll imprison your soul for 10 million years, making it impossible for you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Dongfang Lianshuo clenched his teeth, wishing he could devour his flesh. You don't have the qualifications to touch my disciple. At this moment, Jiang Qin was standing proudly with his arms crossed. He looked down at Dongfang Lianshuo from above. Master! Wang Fingqi cried out in alarm. He abruptly lifted his head as his entire body trembled. It was as if his inner world had finally found its home. Jiang Chen. It's really you. Dongfang Lianshuo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, Jiang Chen's appearance was exactly what he wanted. This pair of loathsome master and disciple could also be wiped out in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Lianshuo looked at each other with a cold expression and sneered, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You dare to attack a hierarch realm expert. You're getting more and more arrogant. Dongfang Lianshuo, it's a pity that you didn't die in my hands. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can kill me? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for your speed, you'd be a walking corpse now. Dongfang Lianshuo curled his lips and sighed. Really? If it wasn't for Louis XVII, how could you have survived? It's true that I'm no match for both of you, but it's still more than enough for me to kill you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Killing you is just a piece of cake for me. I'm Jiang Chen's disciple, he isn't someone you can handle. Jiang Chen said confidently. Really? Looks like you've overestimated yourself. With your strength, do you really think you can change your fate? Today, I'll send you 2 fugitives to hell together. Dongfang Lianshuo and Jiang Chen were at each other's throats. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Wang Fingqi and Helian Rong to shiver as they felt the murderous aura. He's your master. He looks strong, but is he really a match for Dongfang Lianshuo? Rong glanced at Wang Fingqi and said in a low voice. At this moment, Wang Fingqi was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He did not let his master down. His strength had broken through and mastered the limitless sword. He did not embarrass his master. That's right. He's my master. The person I'm looking for is also him. Wang Fingqi was extremely excited. With his master here, nothing would be a problem. This Dongfang Lianshuo will definitely die without a burial place. So what if he's a genius of the Dongfang clan? He can't be compared to his master. Watch from the side. What is the real limitless sword? Today, I'll use this guy as a sacrifice to the sword. I'll let you truly comprehend the overbearingness of the limitless sword. You're too naive. In the territory of my Dongxing divine region, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Jiang Chen, if you kneel on the ground and beg me now, I might leave your corpse intact. If you're soft, you'll die a horrible death. Your disciple will also die a horrible death. Dongfang Lianshuo sneered. The determination in the depth of his eyes was terrifying. So what if it's the Dongxing divine region? Even in the central region divine land, why would I be afraid of you? Ha ha ha, just the all-beings pagoda hall and you're so arrogant. Do you really think you're the 8-divisional pagoda? Jiang Chen snorted. Alright, I'll let you understand that the dignity of my Buddhist pagoda can't be violated. Your disciple killed my younger brother, and you killed my junior brother. Annihilating both of you today can be considered as helping the people get rid of evil and allow them to rest in peace in the netherworld. Dongfang Lianshuo held the sword in his hand tightly and said indifferently. He didn't want to waste his breath on Jiang Chen anymore. In this battle, he must kill him. Back then in the forbidden land of the divine region, Jiang Chen managed to escape. Now, Jiang Chen would definitely not be able to escape from his palm. As you wish. You'll die with integrity. Jiang Chen smiled. He held the sword in his hand and was ready to fight against Dongfang Lianshuo. Yan Qingcheng and Wu Ningzhu stood on the left and right of Jiang Chen. Both Wang Fingqi and Helian Ronger were shocked. Only you could be compared to such a woman. Brother Qi's master is really too powerful. These two should be masters' wives, right? Wang Fingqi couldn't help but exclaim. However, the person he admired the most was still his master. His master must be a supreme expert. Looks like there's going to be a battle of life and death today. I need to quickly inform the clan. Chapter 34-42. In the Wuyi mountain, the mountain flowers had fallen and the mountain was still there. The cool breeze was gentle, but her heart was heavy. Helian Yuger sighed and stared at the tall mountains. Helian Yuger's face was filled with helplessness and sighing. She had waited for him for a long time, but there was still no sign of him coming. At that moment, Hellion Yu felt a little hopeless. For her father, for the Hellion clan, she had no choice but to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. The Gate of Heaven's Will was an ancient inheritance of the Hellion clan. Until now, those who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will were all outstanding talents of the Hellion clan. It was a great fortune for Hellion Yu to have the opportunity to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. However, once she entered the Gate of Heaven's Will, all her memories would be erased. In other words, she would become a new person, a person who would never have any memories of the past. Her father, grandfather, big brother, and everyone in the Hellion clan would even forget. At that moment, she would inherit the inherited memories of the Hellion clan from the immemorial era. At that time, Hellion Yu knew that she would no longer be herself. There were bound to be many choices in life. You would lose something if you gained something. Hellion Yu never hoped that she could be the best in the world. She never hoped that she could become a true leader in this world. She only wanted to be with the person she cared about for a long time. That was enough. However, there was a limit to one's strength. She couldn't change the current situation. She couldn't make the Hellion clan one of the few clans in the entire Dongxing Divine Continent. She couldn't get news of her father. Only by entering the Gate of Heaven's Will could she change everything. The Gate of Heaven's Will was her only chance, and also the hope of the entire Hellion clan. Hellion Yu turned around and prepared to step into the Heaven Prayer Hall. In the Heaven Prayer Hall, the 5 great elders looked at Hellion Yu with solemn eyes. Every one of them had a meaningful look of joy in their eyes because this day had finally come. Although the clan leader hadn't woken up from his seclusion, Hellion Yu had already made all the preparations to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. This was a joyous occasion for the entire Hellion clan. It's good that you can make a good decision. You I believe that you will definitely become the strongest genius of our Hellion family in the past 1,000,000 years. You will definitely surpass your father. Great Elder Hellion Changtian said in a deep voice as he looked at Hellion Yu. At this moment, she had already become the hope and darling of the entire Hellion clan. For you to choose to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will at this time, she's really very righteous, ha ha ha. At that time, even if Dongfang clan and Shimen clan come knocking on our door, it will be useless. That's right, you can be said to have killed 2 birds with 1 stone this time. Not only can she delay the problem of them finding trouble with the Hellion family, she can also lead our Hellion family to glory. This is truly worthy of celebration. You, the day you return in triumph will definitely be the day when the Hellion family rises to the top. We are proud of you. The few elders were very excited. They looked at Hellion Yu and nodded repeatedly. It was as if they were looking at their own granddaughter. Great Elder, I only wish to know about my father. Hellion Yu said with a solemn expression. Sigh, since things have come to this, I can't hide it from you anymore. Your father disappeared in the Gate of Heaven's Will. Although he left behind a trace of his will, it has completely disappeared since then. For so many years, no one has been able to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. Even the previous clan leaders couldn't catch up. This time, when you enter the Gate of Heaven's Will, you not only shoulder the glory of the Hellion family, but also the heavy responsibility of finding news of your father. You must be careful. The Great Elder said with great concern. He was also worried that Hellion Yu would completely disappear in the Gate of Heaven's Will like her father, never to be heard from again. Because of this, the Hellion family would also be attacked from all sides and be unable to recover. The Hellion family was able to occupy a position among the top 10 families of the Dongxing Divine Continent by relying on searching for the secrets of heaven. Moreover, it was the last place. If they couldn't search for the secrets of heaven, they would fall even further behind. Even many families and sects that came later could stand on top of them and shit on them. Therefore, although they were an old sect in the Dongxing Divine Continent, they only existed in name. If it wasn't for the fact that their existence was extremely special, perhaps they would have long been spurned by others. I hope you didn't lie to me, Great Elder. Hellion Yuer nodded, turned around, and went straight to the Heavenswell mountain range. The gate of Heavenswell was there. Just as Hellion Yuer's figure disappeared in the sky, Hellion Ronger appeared above the Heaven Prayer Palace. She was in a hurry and her face was full of seriousness. Aunt you. Wait for me. Hellion Ronger exclaimed, but she was stopped by the third elder and the others. Ronger, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? The third elder asked. I have to hurry and find Aunt Yu for help. When I went out to play, I met Dongfang Liani of the Dongfang family. He wanted to molest me, but he was killed by a white-haired youth. Then, Dongfang Lianshua appeared again and almost killed the two of us. At this time, the master of the white-haired youth appeared again. I'm afraid that the two of them might not be a match for Dongfang Lianshua. We have to hurry and save them. I have to find Aunt Yu. Hellion Ronger said anxiously. No need. Whether what you said is true or false, you don't have to go. The great elder said in a deep voice. Why? That person is in danger because he wanted to save me. Shouldn't we go and save him? Hellion Ronger said stubbornly. The great elder shook his head helplessly. Putting aside the strength of the Dongfang family, they definitely couldn't afford to offend them. If they really angered Dongfang Lianshua, then their situation would be quite dangerous. More importantly, Dongfang Liani was already dead. That was his younger brother. The cause of this matter was Hellion Ronger. Although she was saved, the other person who killed Dongfang Liani couldn't escape misfortune. At this moment, it was impossible for them to let Hellion Ronger go back. It would be a humiliation to them, and it might even put the Hellion family in danger. Once they fought with Dongfang Lianshua, it would be equivalent to declaring war with the Dongfang family. They would absolutely not allow such a price to be paid. If there was a little negative factor, they would be strangled in the cradle. Moreover, Hellion Yuer was about to enter the gate of Heaven's will. How could they let Hellion Ronger appear and cause unnecessary trouble? Now that you've returned safely, don't cause trouble for no reason. The Dongfang family is not so easy to provoke. Since the two people you mentioned offended the Dongfang family, then they should be prepared to die. Our Hellion family will definitely not start a war with the Dongfang family because of those two people. The great elder said righteously. Chapter 34-43. Hellion Ronger was completely dumbfounded. Those two people were suppressed by Dongfang Lianshua because they wanted to save her. If something really happened to them, how could she face it? She originally thought that if she told the whole story to the elders, they would definitely help her. But now, it seemed that she was too naive. Great Elder, how can you leave us in the lurch? Hellion Ronger begged bitterly. She even hoped to use her own life to exchange for the master and disciple. If she stayed in the Hellion family like this, they might not forget her even in death, thinking that she had escaped. Hellion Ronger's heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Nonsense. We are putting the interests of the family first. How can you understand? Do you want to be as stubborn as Yuer? But even Yuer has now turned over a new leaf and entered the gate of Heaven's will. Fifth brother, lock her up and face the wall for 30 years. She is not allowed to go out. Teach her the rules of our Hellion family. The great elder flicked his sleeves and left with a gloomy face. Hellion Ronger's appearance at this time must not disrupt their plan. As for the people she mentioned, what did their lives have to do with them? It was not that they were heartless, but for the sake of the overall situation, some people were destined to die. Those two unrelated people could only be considered unlucky. No. Don't, Great Elder, they will die. They will be killed by Dongfang Lianshua, don't. Helene Ronger's delicate body trembled continuously. Looking in the direction that Aunt Yu left, her heart was filled with despair. She thought that the great elder and the others were benevolent, that they were righteous, that they were virtuous and respected, that they would lend a helping hand, that they thought, her guesses and hopes had all turned into the pain of despair. Her young heart had also suffered a great blow at this moment, and her inner world had nearly collapsed. Ever since she was young, her parents and elders had taught her to be kind and charitable, to know how to repay kindness. This was the cycle of the heavens, and retribution was not pleasant. However, in the end, they had completely changed her view of this world. Their incomparably lofty image in her heart had completely collapsed at this moment. For Helene Ronger, she simply hoped that her savior could be saved. She only wanted to use her meager strength to salvage this desperate battle of life and death. However, the great elder and the others were just too cold. In their eyes, there seemed to be nothing else worthy of their sympathy and pursuit other than the interests of the clan. Great elder, I've always remembered the teachings of our ancestors, to be raised by the good and raised by the evil. With a clear conscience, the heavenly mandate is boundless. Helene Ronger's delicate voice entered their ears, causing the great elder and the others to tremble. Good nature nurtures, evil nature prostitutes. With a clear conscience, one's destiny is boundless. This was the Helene family's ancestral teachings. However, did they still remember the idea that humans were born with good natures that had been instilled into the Helene family since young? Perhaps, all of this no longer existed from the moment they were in a high position. What they thought was no longer simply sharing the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth. Instead, they thought about how to plot against each other and how to step onto the peak of power. Humanity had gradually disappeared in the countless years of reincarnation that they had lived in. Heavens will mountain, the gate of heavens will. Helene Yuer waved her hand. Above the void, there seemed to be a familiar figure rippling. It was like the voice and smile of her big brother. However, she had no more time. Everything could only end at this moment. Reincarnation was too cruel for Helene Yuer. However, she had no other choice. It was like walking from the beginning to the end of life. From the moment she stepped into the gate of heaven's will, Helene Yuer was destined to die. There would no longer be any news of her appearing in this world. I'm sorry, big brother. I can't see you one last time. I'm sorry. Yuer misses you. I'm sorry. I've never forgotten you. Big brother, promise me, don't forget to see me, okay? Helene Yuer murmured as she looked across the void. I know you will definitely come. It's just that I can't wait for that day. Big brother, do I have a place in your heart? Do you, like me? However, everything is no longer important. From this moment onwards, Yuer will enter the gate of heaven's will. After entering the gate of heaven's will, I will no longer be me. My soul will have all my memories erased. At that moment, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I'll forget you. I'm afraid that I'll never see Big Brother again. I'm afraid that I'll cry. Helene Yuer knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Her heart was filled with bitterness. No one knew how bitter that feeling was. She had been unwilling to enter the gate of heaven's will because she wanted to see her big brother one last time. She wanted to enter and search for traces of her father. However, she knew that once she entered, it would be an eternal farewell. She would never have the chance to see her big brother again. In her memory, there would only be the ancient inheritance of the Helene clan. Her past would be erased bit by bit. Sister Ling, big brother, Yuer misses you. Grandpa seems to be together with you. If I'm together with you, will Yuer not have to experience all these? Will I be able to yearn for forever and follow Big Brother forever? Helene Yuer was already sobbing uncontrollably. However, she had no choice. The moment she stepped into the gate of heaven's will, everything would return to zero. Everything would start anew. When she was young, she loved to chase her dreams and only wanted to fly forward. However, Helene Yuer knew that everything she did was futile. When she became the only hope of the clan, when she stepped on this path of no return, she already understood this logic. However, it was already too late to turn back. Life became fragile at this moment. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid that she would never see her big brother again. She wasn't afraid of dissipating in this world. She was only afraid that her big brother would never exist in her memory again. How could she live? Helene Yuer's eyes were filled with tears. She staggered towards the gate of heaven's will. Her inner world had long collapsed. There was no joy or sorrow in her heart. When she turned back, she was no longer herself. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly looked at the void above in the direction of the Hellion clan. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his heart was in pain. It was as if he had lost his most beloved thing. Yuer, are you still there? Are you waiting for me? Chapter 34-44. Fighting with me and you still dare to be distracted. Jiang Chen, you're courting death. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were cold as killing intent surged. With the divine spear in his hand, he soared up and unleashed consecutive attacks, causing Jiang Chen to not dare to take it head-on. Just now, when he looked towards the east, he was indeed a little absent-minded. That was why Dongfang Lianshua was able to seize the opportunity to unleash a spear that tore apart mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen held onto his sword and counterattacked. He could only defend passively. Compared to before, Dongfang Lianshua's strength was much stronger. He wasn't any weaker than Jiang Chen. The terrifying aura stacked on top of each other as the spear struck out like a rainbow. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. He calmed his mind and a bitter taste could be seen on the corner of his mouth. He felt that something was going to happen in the east, but he couldn't describe it. The bitterness in his heart was still lingering around him. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit became even more violent and impatient. Because he couldn't wait to go to the Hellion clan to see what was going on. Watch carefully, limitless sword, 18th sword. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword, causing the void to shatter. A crack appeared in the sky. Dongfang Lianshua brandished his spear, his figure was like a hook as he streaked across the horizon. Similarly, a myriad spear lights soared through the sky. The intense battle between the two had caused the entire sky to be dyed scarlet red. Countless experts in the surroundings had surged into the sky to find out what was going on. But at this moment, no one dared to show themselves. If they appeared in the battle between divine emperors, they might be implicated. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Hellion clan squinted their eyes as they looked towards the northeast. 2 streaks of light were constantly intertwining with each other. Both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. Each of them recalled what Hellion Rong had said before. Someone had killed Dongfang Liani and even alarmed Dongfang Lianshua. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. The 2 who killed Dongfang Liani must have been heavily injured by Dongfang Lianshua. They didn't have any chance to participate in this battle. Moreover, if they were to be entangled by the Dongfang clan, their current situation would be extremely dangerous. The people of the Hellion clan could only lament their inadequacy. Remembering the ancestral teachings was just a joke in their eyes. Wang Fingqi stared at the scene without blinking. Although he had only comprehended the 8th sword, Jiang Chen's 18th sword was extremely useful to him. It could even be said that he had benefited a lot from it. The mysterious realm of the sword Tao was something that Wang Fingqi had never comprehended before. Although he had already activated the limitless sword, he still couldn't use it freely because Jiang Chen's strength was too strong. Even before he had learned the limitless sword, his sword technique was already on par with Fang Bai's. Therefore, Jiang Chen's sword technique had improved step by step. Needless to say, Jiang Chen's talent was enough to reach his current level from Saint Origin World step by step. If it wasn't for his strength and monstrous talent, he might have already become an ordinary person. Jiang Chen's sword was incomparably sharp and domineering. Every single movement of his was filled with the aura of being rescued from a desperate situation. Every single move of his was natural, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. However, the artistic conception behind it was that of a single sweep of the sword that could destroy the entire world. This realm was still too far for the current Wang Fengqi, but it was inevitable for Jiang Chen. Otherwise, how could he suppress his opponent with his sword technique? Jiang Chen would always use the limitless sword to its fullest, seeking for perfection. If he could complete the redemption in a short period of time, he might even be able to reach the next level. Jiang Chen's sword technique was desireless. It had already surpassed the realm of swordsmanship, transcending the shackles and limits. Once the sword was unleashed, tens of thousands of swords would be broken. The heavens and earth would be under his control. The 18th sword was getting closer and closer to this step, but Jiang Chen was still unsatisfied. The limitless sword required the sword to be limitless. Only then could it reach the realm of supremely strong and overbearing. Wang Fengqi admired his master even more. The limitless sword and the 18th sword had already reached such a realm. When would he be able to reach his master's realm? To him, this step was simply too far away. However, the plan now was to kill Dongfang Lianshua as soon as possible. Otherwise, their situation would become more and more difficult. After all, they were in someone else's territory. Wang Fengqi knew that his master's current situation wasn't good. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing attacked together. The strength of the three of them had already forced Dongfang Lianshua to be fearful. Jiang Chen's strength alone was enough to suppress him, let alone the strength of the three of them. Dongfang Lianshua was incomparably anxious, but it was still difficult for him to get out of this predicament. He was powerless against the attacks of the three of them. Jiang Chen was really hateful. Dongfang Lianshua was extremely angry. Every time something happened, he would encounter this bastard. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. He didn't care whether this was the territory of the Dongfang family or not. As long as he could kill this guy, he would be able to leave quickly. His only goal was to enter the Hellion family to investigate. As long as he could get the news of Hellion Yu, Jiang Chen would be able to be at ease. Get lost. Violent flower rain. Dongfang Lianshua's long spear swept across. The spear radiance spread out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, scattering in all directions. The strong momentum forced Jiang Chen and the others to retreat. Dongfang Lianshua was also in a difficult situation. At this moment, he knew that it was already very difficult for him to fight against the three of them alone. He still had a chance if he fought alone. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still a little distracted at this moment. Even so, it was still difficult for Dongfang Lianshua to kill Jiang Chen. He already knew in his heart that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill them here. However, his family was here. What did he have to worry about? No matter how weak the Dongfang family was, they were still one of the well-known families in the Dongxing Divine region. Killing Jiang Chen was not a problem. Although the hatred of killing his brother was absolutely irreconcilable, Dongfang Lianshua had to prioritize his own life. If he lost his life, he would suffer a double loss. Dongfang Lianshua wasn't a hothead. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Shiwen, he could only choose to retreat at this moment. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Yan Qingqing could tell that this guy wanted to leave with just one glance. The long sword in her hand flew up and she wasn't willing to show weakness. Who said that a woman was inferior to a man? Chapter 34-45. Now, Yan Qingqing's strength had even crushed Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing was beside Jiang Qin, and her morale was like a rainbow. The impact and suppression of Dongfang Lianshuo made Dongfang Lianshuo complain incessantly. He could only avoid the sharp edge and retreat. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Jiang Qin, just you wait. Even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will definitely let you die without a burial ground to avenge my brother. Dongfang Lianshuo roared in anger, but he could only retreat with a trace of helplessness and anger at the corner of his mouth. With his strength alone, it was already impossible for him to completely annihilate Jiang Qin. In this battle, he deeply felt that his strength was insufficient. The two women beside Jiang Qin were also not easy to deal with. Although Dongfang Lianshuo was not a match for Jiang Qin and the others, if he wanted to leave, it was not a problem at all. In addition, Jiang Qin and the others did not want to chase after him at all. Dongfang Lianshuo also turned around and left without any hesitation. Jiang Qin's brows were tightly knitted. Dongfang Lianshuo was already not a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even if they met again, Jiang Qin had the confidence to kill him. However, Jiang Qin's heart was getting more and more panicked. Because he was worried that something would happen to Hellion Yu, he could not wait to go to the Hellion clan to find out what happened. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Let's go to the Hellion clan first. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy as he gave Wang Fingqi 2 healing pellets. Come with us, Fingqi. Oh right, where's your sister Feng? Why isn't she with you? Jiang Qin's heart moved. He looked at Wang Fingqi, but his face was filled with difficulty. She's already gone. She was ravaged to death by those goddamn beasts in the fossil sect. I risked my life to escape in order to find Master. I want to stay by Master's side and learn well. One day, when I can return to the fossil sect, I will definitely grind all of their bones to dust and make the fossil sect disappear from this world forever. Wang Fingqi said while gritting her teeth. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's countenance suddenly changed. They looked at each other. As women, no one knew better than them what kind of feeling it was. Their eyes were also filled with anger. This petrified sect truly deserves death. Yan Qingqing abhorred evil. Her charming face was covered with frost. She clenched her jade-like fingers and her aura suddenly became gloomy. Alas, poor child. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge you. Little Qinzi, let's go together. Wu Ningzhu also took a glance at Jiang Qin. She couldn't bear it in her heart. Whether it was Wang Fingqi or his sister Feng, they were both people with a bitter life. Petrified sect. It seems like there's no need for this sect to exist anymore. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. Wang Fingqi was his first true disciple. His wife was ravaged to death by the people of the petrified sect. To Jiang Qin, this was a great humiliation. After I'm done with all these, one day, I will definitely go with you to the petrified sect and ask them what happened. It's time for them to wake up. Jiang Qin clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Wang Fingqi's trembling appearance, he felt sorrow in his heart. He empathized with him. His own disciple was not someone that anyone could bully. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master's wives. Wang Fingqi heavily knelt in front of Jiang Qin. His eyes were full of affection. Now, the only person he could rely on was his master. Wu Ningzhu didn't mind, but Yan Qingqing still couldn't accept it. Her face was slightly red, but she didn't refute. We are master and disciple, there's no need to be polite. You just need to cultivate properly in the future. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Wang Fingqi couldn't hide the joy in his heart. This was the only happy moment in all these years. Because his master had acknowledged him, he had also received his master's attention. From now on, he only had one goal, and that was to annihilate the petrified sect, causing chaos in the petrified sect. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Hellion clan first, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He raised his head with a solemn expression. The four of them quickly headed towards the Hellion clan. Jiang Qin asked along the way and finally found the location of the Hellion clan. This place was only 10,000 miles away from the Hellion clan. It wasn't considered far. When Jiang Qin arrived at the Divine Wind Valley, the Hellion clan's mountain gate guard stood in front of Jiang Qin. Who are you? Report your name. What's your purpose in coming to my Hellion clan? The young man in the lead was clad in armor. His expression was cold and stern. He was already in the heavenly god realm. Although he felt the unstoppable aura of Jiang Qin and the others, he still spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm looking for Hellion Yu, Jiang Qin said faintly. You're looking for Aunt Yu. Who are you? The young guard asked. You don't need to know who I am. Just go in and report. Jiang Chen's voice almost pressured the young guard to the point that he couldn't breathe. The young guard didn't dare to ask any more and quickly returned to the clan to report. The dozens of guards looked solemn and depressed. In front of such an expert, they didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, he came to the Hellion clan to pay a visit. Naturally, he couldn't reject Hellion Yu's request. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only wait silently. He couldn't throw away the necessary etiquette. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rested. His expression was cold as he waited for the reply. At the end of the month, someone finally came from the Wind God Valley. It was an early divine king from the Hellion clan. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others calmly and said indifferently, "Let's go. Aunt Yu has already entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. She won't come out in a short period of time. Therefore, please come again in the future." The divine king said with an arrogant expression as he glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy. I've waited for you for so long and you actually sent me away with just a sentence. Who are you trying to fool? If Yu knew that he came, she would definitely rush out immediately. Who would have thought that these guys would look down on him? Most importantly, he was filled with anger. He didn't even see Yu. Where could Jiang Chen go? I must see Yu today, Jiang Chen said coldly. A chilling aura filled the air, causing everyone to shiver. The Divine King Realm expert was almost forced to kneel down due to Jiang Chen's aura. I'm really sorry. Senior, our Aunt Yu has indeed entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. She won't come out in a short period of time. Please come again another day. Nonsense. You asked me to come and have a chat. But you said that she has already entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. I don't care where it is. I must see you today. If you dare to ignore me, don't blame me for being merciless. I've already endured it. Chapter 34-46. This is the Hellion clan. Don't you dare to be presumptuous. Although Senior is powerful and we are not his match, if the experts of the Hellion clan come out, Senior won't be able to escape even if he wants to. The Divine King Realm expert sneered. Don't overestimate yourself. You asked for it. Jiang Chen said coldly. He took a step forward and dozens of guards were blown away by Jiang Chen's aura. Even the Divine King Realm expert was not an exception. Jiang Chen's domineering aura soared towards the mountain gate of the Hellion clan. Stop him. The Divine King Realm expert of the Hellion clan roared. The Heavenly God Realm experts could not help but curse in their hearts. Motherfucker, he's a Divine Emperor expert. He's an expert who is as famous as the 5 great elders. You want us to stop him? If we can stop him, why are we guarding the gate here? As expected, no one could stop Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's figure was like a mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back and rushed towards the Wind God Valley. His divine aura was unstoppable. Divine kings and hierarch realm experts were all blown away by him and were heavily injured. However, he did not kill them because this was Hellion Yu's clan. However, if someone wanted to stop him from seeing Yu, he could only attack without mercy. Jiang Chen's aura was unstoppable. He was unstoppable in the Hellion clan. No one could compete with him. Under the Heaven Prayer Palace, Jiang Qin stood proudly. He condensed the void and flew towards the Heaven Prayer Palace. Who dares to act violently in my Hellion clan? Are you courting death? The 5th elder, Hellion Chongqing, flew up to the void and stood in front of Jiang Qin with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the 4th elder blocked Jiang Chen's path. What a reckless fellow. You actually dared to trespass into the Hellion family. I think you must be tired of living. The 4th elder said with a face full of disdain. At this moment, thousands of Hellion family members had already suffered heavy injuries. At this moment, they finally made their move. Otherwise, if they allowed Jiang Qin to continue running amok, he might very well destroy the entire Hellion family. Finally, there are 2 people who can speak. I want to find you, but your people want to send me away. Is this how your Hellion family treats their guests? I really don't dare to compliment you. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and coldly stared at the 2 elders of the Hellion family. How dare you? No matter who you are, you, is not someone you can casually see. Who do you think you are? You came to my Hellion family and behaved atrociously. I don't care what your intentions are. Today, all of you will die here. The 4th elder furiously said. He had never seen someone so savage before. He had actually fought his way to the front of the Hellion family's mountain gate. Moreover, he seemed to be extremely disrespectful towards the Hellion family. As the elders of the Hellion family, they were naturally duty-bound. Now, he had even attacked the members of the Hellion family. Many of them had been severely injured by this executioner. This fellow is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Elders, you must definitely teach him a lesson and punish him severely. That's right, elder. We've all suffered greatly. This fellow attacked us without distinguishing between right and wrong. We're really suffering unspeakably. If this kind of scum is allowed to get away scot-free in our Hellion family, where will our Hellion family's face be? I must kill him as soon as I can. Elders, you must uphold justice for us. Countless people of the Hellion family hated Jiang Qin to the bone. However, they didn't know that Jiang Qin had already shown mercy. Before he even attacked, these people were already injured by his aura. If he casually waved his hand, they would have already turned into ashes. At this moment, Jiang Qin had undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Many people of the Hellion family wanted to suppress him. 4th elder, 5th elder, let me see how strong this fellow is. He actually dared to trespass into my Hellion family. He must be tired of living. At this moment, Hellion Zhangyang had already appeared in the sky with a long spear in his hand. As one of the strongest geniuses of the Hellion family, he had his own pride. Since this fellow came to look for you, he must first pass through him. If he couldn't even pass through him, what qualifications did he have to look for you, Moreover, this fellow was really arrogant. Did he really think that the Hellion family was his backyard? That's fine. Then go and teach him a lesson. Zhangyang, remember, leave him alive. The 4th elder said in a deep voice. At this moment, Hellion Zhongyang turned around and pointed his long spear at Jiang Qin without the slightest bit of mercy. Since the fourth elder had already spoken, then he must definitely leave a mark on him in this battle. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sneer. This ignorant fourth elder actually said that he would leave him alive. What a reckless fellow. If Jiang Qin dared to go alone, it meant that he had nothing to fear. Now, a mere member of the younger generation of the Hellion family, he didn't even put him in his eyes. Brat, die. Kneel down and kowtow to Grandpa a few times. Maybe I can be a little more lenient. Ha! Hellion Zhongyang, just like his name, was filled with the meaning of arrogance. Noisy. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm already showing you great mercy by not killing you. Jiang Qin said disdainfully. His arrogant attitude made Hellion Zhongyang even more furious. This long spear in my hand has killed countless enemies. Even if it's not 1,000, it's at least 800. Let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. Hellion Zhang rushed up to the clouds, spear shadows flew everywhere, shaking the heavens and earth. In a single strike, his chi dominated the universe, light and shadow filled the air, attacking the entire Wind God Valley of the Hellion clan, causing all the people of the Hellion clan to retreat continuously. They were completely suppressed by this incomparable chi, no one could block it. Among the people present, only the fourth elder and the fifth elder could remain calm. Even Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu took a few steps back. Jiang Chen's countenance was calm. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Qin was going to be killed, Jiang Qin slowly raised his hand. Although it seemed simple and slow, it was filled with unparalleled power. Jiang Qin leisurely strolled in the courtyard, grabbing onto the long spear in Hellion Zhongyang's hand. With a flip of his hand, he directly twisted the long spear in Hellion Zhongyang's hand. In the blink of an eye, a palm imprint was blasted out, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter and the valleys to tremble. The true dragon palm was like a gigantic palm, descending from the heavens. It easily crushed Hellion Zhongyang, causing him to retreat. The terrifying aura it exuded was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. Hellion Zhongyang didn't dare to face such a tyrannical attack head-on. In the end, he was forced to retreat by the palm imprint. His countenance was deathly pale, and his injuries were severe. Chapter 34-47. Isn't he too strong? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Suddenly, everyone in the Hellion family became silent. They no longer clamored and fell into a daze. The genius disciple of the Hellion family couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent. Isn't this too shocking? The fourth elder and Elder Wu looked at each other in disbelief. However, the scene in front of them was incomparably real. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would be so powerful? Puff! Hellion Zhongyang retreated. The long spear in his hand was already damaged. At this moment, he had completely lost his peerless elegance. He was like a drowning dog. Even the people of the Hellion family couldn't be bothered to look at him. Both of their strengths were on par, but Hellion Zhongyang couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. Isn't this too exaggerated? It didn't make sense. The fourth elder and Elder Wu's faces turned gloomy. Hellion Fengchao was also at the side at this time, but he didn't make a move. Even if he made a move, the result would probably be the same as Hellion Zhongyang, beaten to a pulp. One move, just one move. Who was this guy? What's his background? With such strength, no wonder he dared to challenge the Hellion family. Kid, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I think you won't know your place. The glory of the Hellion family can't be violated. Go to hell. The fourth elder attacked in an instant, showing no mercy. The fifth elder looked on coldly from the side, silently watching. Both of them had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although they were only in the minor connecting heavens realm, they were much stronger than Jiang Qin. If he was defeated, then even if the fifth elder took action, he would only become a laughing stock and make the Hellion family look even worse. It was enough for the fourth elder to make a move. Their goal was very simple. As long as this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth bowed his head before the Hellion clan and admitted his mistake, it would be enough. They wanted him to kneel in the Hellion clan and never get up again. That way, it would be able to reflect the Hellion clan's strength and overbearing. As soon as the fourth elder made his move, the Hellion family immediately became excited. They knew that this guy was finally going to be defeated. The previous scene made them feel disappointed in Hellion Zhongyang. However, with the fourth elder making his move, it would be easy for him to win. Fourth elder, kill him. Fourth elder is mighty and domineering. In response to the fourth elder's powerful attack, Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. Facing the fourth elder's fist, Jiang Chen bluntly responded with a punch of his own. There was nothing fancy about it, just the power of his fleshly body. His bloodline expanded, giving him boundless strength. 9 dragons, 10 mammoths, intimidating mountains and rivers. The scene that everyone was looking forward to did not appear. They thought that Jiang Qin would be severely injured or even killed by the fourth elder. However, the one who took a step back was also the fourth elder. There was no suspense at all. When Jiang Chen's punch was flickering with cold light, Elder Wu and Hellion Chongqing had already felt that something was wrong. However, when the two collided with each other, there was finally a complete explosion. It was like the impact of a comet. The fourth elder was completely pushed back by the might of the collision. There was a sweet taste in his throat as blood gushed up. However, the fourth elder still swallowed it down. This attack had caused him to suffer different degrees of injuries. However, he absolutely couldn't show it. Otherwise, this battle was related to the glory of the entire Hellion clan. No one could take it lightly. No one could stay out of it. Fourth brother. The fifth elder said in a low voice and patted the fourth elder's shoulder. At that moment, there was finally a trace of resonance between the two brothers. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. In the entire Hellion family, above the Wind God Valley, there was absolute silence. No one said a word. Jiang Chen had defeated the two heroes with one hand. Now, they had already suffered a great deal. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Who else? If there is no one else, let Yu'er come out and see me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. At that moment, no one dared to disobey him. At that moment, Wang Fingqi finally felt how terrifying his master was. Previously, he was worried that his master might not be the opponent of the Hellion family's elder. After all, the Hellion family's elder was stronger than his master. However, after that punch, he knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. His master had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The might of that punch was enough to shake people's hearts. Even the Hellion family's elder could only avoid it. His divine might was unparalleled. Who would dare to be his enemy? Enough. A low voice sounded. The great elder arrived late. His expression was cold. Behind him, the other elders also appeared in front of Jiang Qin. At this moment, the 5 great elders gathered here. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. I am the great elder of the Hellion family. May I know what this little brother is here for? Why did you trespass into my Hellion family? The great elder said. Jiang Qin shook his head and said with a smile. I came here to find Yu'er. Where is Yu'er? I only wanted to see her. I have no evil intentions. I have waited for a long time for your Hellion family to notify me. However, what I got was an insincere rejection and a tit-for-tat stare. Therefore, I could only resort to this method. However, I did not kill you. You are all Yu Er's clansmen. I, Jiang Qin, did not come here to provoke you. I am satisfied as long as I see Yu Er. Jiang Qin said sincerely. However, these words were filled with helplessness in the ears of the great elder. It's not that the Hellion family wants to hide Yu Er. She has already entered the gate of heaven's will of the Hellion family. I think the person Yu Er was waiting for was you, right? It's a pity that you are one step too late. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. He stared at the great elder and said impatiently, "What do you mean by this? What do you mean I am late? Could it be that Yu Er is already?" It's not what you think. Yu Er is not dead. However, the gate of heavens will has its advantages and disadvantages. Those who enter the gate of heavens will lose all their memories when they walk out. Therefore, when Yu Er walks out of the gate of heavens will again, she is no longer the Yu Er of the past. She has waited for you for a very long time, but you still brushed past her in the end. The great elder's words made Jiang Chen's face turn extremely pale. Impossible, this is impossible. You must have forced Yu Er to enter the gate of heaven's will. Otherwise, why would she enter that damn place? What did you do to Yu Er? Or is it that she is no longer here and you are lying to me? Chapter 34-48. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was trembling. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. As the person closest to Jiang Chen, she could naturally sense the change in Jiang Chen's mentality. Yu Er was no longer Yu Er. To Jiang Chen, this was simply a bolt from the blue. Yu Er held an extremely important place in Jiang Chen's heart. Even he didn't know that he cared about Yu Er so much. The relationship between the two of them was like family and friendship. When Jiang Chen heard that Yu had entered the gate of heaven's will, he nearly exploded with rage. The gate of heaven's will, what kind of existence is it? The gate of heaven's will is the training ground of my Hellion family. Since ancient times, only a few people have the right to enter. Therefore, to Yu Er, this is a supreme honor and a great fortune. You don't know what this means to my Hellion family, and what it means to Yu Er. Yu Er may forget some things, but she will obtain even more. The great elder said in a deep voice, opposing Jiang Chen. Are you sure that you didn't force her to enter the gate of heaven's will? I don't believe that she would willingly forget herself and become someone else, a puppet for your family's rise. How could Jiang Chen not know the Hellion family's intentions? Obviously, Yu had already become a tool for their rise. Only one person in 10 million years had the right to enter, which meant that the gate of heaven's will was definitely not a good place. Her father had also entered the gate of heaven's will, but there was no news of him. Therefore, this is her destiny, her wish and choice. No one can stop it. It's just that she waited for you for so long, but you didn't appear. In the end, she didn't even get to see you for the last time. Perhaps you should blame yourself for this. The great elder's words hit the nail on the head. Although Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't their fault, he and Yu hadn't been able to reunite at the last moment. All of this had become the most tragic farewell between the two of them. Was everything really going to end like this? Would Yu really forget everything that had happened after she came out from the gate of heaven's will? Jiang Chen didn't want to believe it, and he didn't want to guess. No one knew. However, Jiang Chen's heart was still filled with self-blame, because he was a step too slow, and was unable to see Yu Er one last time. However, he was unwilling to accept the ending. What exactly was the gate of heavens will like? Why did it turn people into such a state? Jiang Chen didn't know, but the guilt in his heart kept tearing at his heart. He was filled with pain and despair. Yu I'm sorry. Yu Big brother wasn't able to see you one last time, Jiang Chen murmured. He didn't know if you would turn into the person she liked, or maybe she would turn into someone else. In short, she would no longer have any connection with the previous her. This bullshit gate of heavens will make Jiang Chen burn with anger. However, this was the training ground of the Hellion family. It must be a forbidden place. After entering, one would forget themselves and turn into another person. This was simply a nightmare, a path of self-destruction. However, for her father, for her family, still resolutely went forward. When did she ever live for herself? She had a bitter life since she was young, and had experienced many difficulties and obstacles. After growing up, she still had to live the way others wanted to see her. Jiang Chen felt heartbroken for Wu Ningzhu felt the same. The sorrowful aura emitted from Jiang Chen infected her, Yan Qingqing, and Wang Fingqi. After a long time, Jiang Chen sighed. His expression was incomparably lonely as he looked at the great elder again. Then when will she come out? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The great elder said bluntly. After entering the gate of heaven's will, it might be one day, or 10,000 years. No one knew what kind of existence the gate of heaven's will was, and no one knew what would happen after entering the gate of heaven's will. I don't know, I don't know. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. At this moment, he was speechless. Then today, I will step into the gate of heaven's will. I want to see who dares to stop me. Jiang Chen swept away the haze from before. He shouted angrily and soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. Stop him. The gate of heaven's will is our Hellion family's forbidden place. We must not let outsiders enter. Otherwise, how can our Hellion family face the world? The great elder said with a deep voice. Everyone rushed forward, and the 5 great elders stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path. No one can stop me. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Sword shadows shot out in all directions. The people of the Hellion family never thought that Jiang Chen would be so terrifying. His overbearing aura filled the air. Jiang Chen was like a mad bull. No one could stop him. The 5 mid-divine Emperor realm experts did not dare to face him head-on. It showed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's sword shadows fluttered and streaked across the sky. He only had one goal, to enter the gate of heaven's will and find the forbidden place of the Hellion family. He must enter this bullshit gate of heaven's will and find out what's going on. This was simply a training ground to trick people. Turning oneself into another person and living as another person was definitely not Yu's original intention. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. No one was able to withstand a single strike from him. Even with the combined attacks of the 5 great elders, it was still difficult for them to fight against him. At this moment, Jiang Chen was more than 10 times stronger than before, because he had gone completely berserk. His rage was so great that it soared up to the heavens and swept away everything in its path. Quick! We must not let him continue to get away with it. Quickly suppress him. The great elder roared furiously, shaking the entire Wind God Valley. The heavenly prayer palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. If Jiang Chen really entered the gate of heaven's will, it would be a great humiliation to the Hellion family. Moreover, he was an outsider. If he stole the treasure of the Hellion family, how would he, the great elder, explain to the entire Hellion family? Don't be presumptuous. How can you behave atrociously in the land of the Hellion family? An incomparably deep voice spread across the sky. Everyone's face revealed an unconcealable joy. The patriarch was the leader of the Hellion family. Now that he had appeared, the Hellion family was finally saved. This incomparably violent fellow must be punished. The voice was filled with anger and overbearingness. Chapter 34-49. The sky changed color, the wind and lightning flickered, the clouds and mist lingered, and above the entire wind god valley, there was a surging wind and surging clouds. Patriarch. The patriarch is back. He's finally out of seclusion. Ha ha ha. Our Hellion clan finally doesn't have to be submissive anymore. It seems that the patriarch has broken through this time. It seems that our Hellion clan is destined to not be underestimated. A brat who came out of nowhere wants to step on our heads. Dream on. You're finally out, patriarch. The great elder also had a gratified expression on his face. The heavy burden on his shoulders could finally be removed at this moment. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to end this matter. This arrogant kid insisted on seeing Hellion you. No matter how they tried to stop him, they couldn't stop him. This gave them a huge headache. A figure descended from the sky like a huge mountain. An incomparably gloomy aura blocked in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and threw out a heavy punch. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers changed color. The figure in front of him also casually threw out a palm, which collided with Jiang Qin's attack. At that moment, the two attacks cancelled each other out. A trace of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed man, and he finally calmed down. The middle-aged man was a little skinny and gave off a rare scholarly aura. His expression was cold and the space between his brows flashed with coldness. However, when he looked at Jiang Qin, he couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. It was hard for him to relax his brows. Because he felt that this young man was unusual, very unusual. Jiang Qin also looked at the white-clothed man. This person should be their patriarch. He was very strong, but his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, making him unable to see through his strength. Patriarch, the fifth elder looked at the white-clothed man and wanted to say something, but the white-clothed man waved his hand and said, "I already know everything. I said that no one can stop me from entering the gate of heaven's will. You, was tricked by you guys into entering the gate of heaven's will. I can't let her be trapped alone." Jiang Qin said. Lang Lang, the head of the Hellion family, Hellion Feng Su, greets you. If you don't mind, please listen to me. Hellion Feng Su said calmly. Feel free to speak your mind. Although Jiang Qin was infuriated, he hadn't lost his mind yet. Now that the patriarch of the Hellion family had appeared, he wanted to know what he meant. If he had a reason, Jiang Qin might as well listen to it. Jiang Qin didn't mind listening to it. Little friend's strength is valiant. In fact, even the elders of my Hellion clan are inferior to you. However, if little friend is willing to listen to what I have to say, perhaps you won't say any more. Hellion Feng Su said in a heartfelt tone. The gate of heavens will is a training ground that has been passed down since ancient times. It is a treasured land that only the Hellion family can enter. However, since the ancient times, tens of thousands of years, only a few people have been able to enter. Furthermore, the requirements for entering the gate of heavens are extremely strict. Those who are able to enter are all extremely talented experts. However, those who enter the gate of heavens will have their memories erased by the rules of the gate of heavens will. In the end, the memories of the ancient experts of the Hellion family will be inherited. Not just anyone can enter the gate of heavens will. Furthermore, only the members of the Hellion family can enter the gate of heavens will. No one else can. It is an existence left behind by an Emperor realm expert. It also contains the strongest talent of the Hellion family, the secret book of heaven's will. It can open the cycle of life and death. With the eye of heaven's will, it can predict the life and death of all living things in the world. It is the strongest secret book of the Hellion family. It is also the foundation of the Hellion family. In other words, the secret book of heavens will can see the past and the future. It is the most important item of the Hellion family. However, it only belongs to the Hellion family. Aside from those chosen by the gate of heaven's will, even we can't enter it. From this, it can be seen how simple it is. Becoming a peerless expert, becoming an existence revered by tens of thousands of people, becoming someone whose name will be recorded in the annals of history. This is hers glory and also her destiny. Everyone has their own cycle of reincarnation. As a member of the Hellion family, her is duty-bound. Furthermore, this is an indelible part of her life. Regardless of whether you admit it or not, this is the will of the heavens. I have used the great divination art to predict her's 9 cycles of reincarnation without any deviation. She will be the person that will bring the rise of the Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su's expression was grave. His face was filled with glory and confidence. To Jiang Chen, his words might not be enough to change his original intention. However, was the only hope of the Hellion family. I know that you might not listen to what I have to say, but I can confidently tell you that the Hellion family's choice might not be the best, but it is definitely the most correct. The great divination art can predict the future and predict the heavens and earth. It's not something that you can guess. Hellion Feng Su's words triggered Jiang Chen's inner thoughts once again. The great divination art. I know it too. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Hellion Feng Su's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Even the 5 elders didn't hide the shock in their hearts as they stared at him with wide eyes. That's impossible. The great divination art is a secret technique of the Hellion family. Even has never learned it before. Even when her grandfather was in danger, he never revealed the great divination art to her. Even the 5 elders have a copy of it. The great divination art is incomplete. Apart from the current Hellion family head, no one else has the great divination art. The great elder's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. No one was an exception. Perhaps you should give me an explanation. Hellion Feng Su said. Although I'm not a member of the Hellion family, I do know the great divination art. I didn't learn it in the immortal world, but in the 9 prefectures' immortal world. My master in the immortal world taught me the great divination art. Jiang Chen said honestly. There was nothing to hide. His great divination art wasn't a secret in front of the Hellion family. You're actually someone who ascended from the immortal world. Since you know I won't pursue the matter of the great divination art. However, I hope that you will mislead others and leak the secrets of the Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su's decision made the members of the Hellion family look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do, but since the family head had already said so, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 3450. Jiang Chen came from the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. His strength and perseverance were not to be underestimated. Today, he barged into the Hellion family for Yuer. This was enough to prove his determination. No matter what, little friend, you can't enter the gate of heaven's will. You can't enter either, because the restrictions of the gate of heaven's will are not something you and I can change. As for she will have a beautiful future ahead of her. Those who have seen the ocean cannot be considered water, and those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds. Some things should be left in the past. To you, it might be a little cruel, but to you, it is another kind of rebirth. Don't you want her to have a good life? Hellion Feng Su's words did move Jiang Chen, but he couldn't give himself a way out. Yuer's choice to enter the gate of heaven's will, was it really her own choice? Jiang Chen didn't believe it, but now that he had entered the gate of heaven's will, Jiang Chen knew that whatever he did would be useless. I'm a little doubtful. Is it true that only the people of the Hellion family can enter the gate of heaven's will? I want to give it a try. I don't know if the Hellion family will give me the chance. Jiang Chen looked at Helian Feng Su with a burning gaze. Husband, Wu Ningzhu pulled Jiang Chen's hand. Putting aside the fact that the gate of heavens was filled with dangers, she was afraid that Jiang Chen would forget about her and everyone else after entering the gate, and become a completely different person. If that was the case, then the gate of heavens would be like a machine that could make people forget their past. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu tightly. Yan Qingqing's mood was complicated. She didn't know what kind of choice she had made in the past. She had forgotten Jiang Chen and a lot of things. It wasn't a good experience. If you have a choice, you shouldn't enter. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He also wanted the second choice, but for Yue, he had no other choice. No. Helian Feng Su directly rejected Jiang Chen and shook his head. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was able to enter the gate of heavens or not, he would not set a precedent for Jiang Chen. Furthermore, as the ancestral teaching stated, other than members of the Helian clan, no one was allowed to approach the gate of heaven's will. He could not go against the ancestral teachings. I can't let the teachings of my ancestors be useless. I can't let Yu's life be taken lightly. Jiang Chen and Helian Feng Su stared at each other. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that their discussion was about to collapse. After saying so much, he understood Helian Feng Su's difficulties, but he still decided to enter the gate of heavens to see what was going on. What if I don't? Could it be that you really want to barge into my Helian family's ancestral land? Helian Feng Su said indifferently. As you wish. Jiang Chen slowly took out the heavenly dragon sword. The corner of his mouth was cold, causing Wu Ningzhu to become nervous. At this moment, the arrow had to be fired. Jiang Chen had no way out. You can try. Helian Feng Su said in a deep voice. He was prepared to fight at any time. However, at this moment, in front of the gate of heavens the heavens mountain range began to collapse. Waves of smoke and dust rose, and the sound of a tsunami could be heard. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. The mountain range began to collapse, and the gate of heavens also began to collapse. The entire Helian clan was in an uproar. How could this be? How could the gate of heavens collapse? Yes, is our Helian clan going to suffer a great disaster? This has never happened in thousands of years. This person is definitely a jinx. If it wasn't for him, our Helian clan wouldn't be in such a state. The collapse of the gate of heavens is heaven's punishment for our Helian clan. Maybe it's the wrath of our ancestors. We can't let this guy enter the heavens mountain range. Absolutely not. Every member of the Helian clan roared madly, keeping Jiang Chen at a distance. They always thought that Jiang Chen was the person who brought misfortune to them. As they believed in heaven's will and divine armaments, they were confident in this world. In their hearts, everything was decided by heaven. Is the gate of heavens really collapse? Helian Feng Su did not have time to think. He turned into a ray of light and dashed towards the gate of heaven's will. Jiang Chen did not show any weakness. Other than Helian Feng Su, no one could stop him. Two rays of light dashed towards the gate of heaven's will. The scene before them was a complete mess. The gate of heavens had completely collapsed. Rubble piled up in the middle of the mountain range. The mountain path had already disappeared, but the tremors were still ongoing. The gate of heavens was a huge stone gate that was protected by rubble, and the surroundings were filled with rubble. The originally majestic heavens mountain range and the gate of heavens had now become ruins. However, one could still vaguely see the shape and outline of the gate of heavens will. Why would there be such a huge commotion in the heavens mountain? Helian Feng Su's eyes were sharp. He had a solemn look on his face. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to use the great divination art to peer into the mysteries of the sky. However, in an instant, Helian Feng Su spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? I can't see any signs of you, How could this be? Helian Feng Su had a bad premonition. At this time, if something were to happen to you, the Helian family would not only have to face Jiang Qin, but also the Dongfang family and the Shimen family. Most importantly, they would lose the hope of the Helian family to rise again. This was a sword that could kill without spilling blood. You, what do you think happened to you, Jiang Qin shouted in a deep voice, interrogating Helian Feng Su. Helian Feng Su shook his head and sighed. Even with my great divination art, I can't predict any news about you, Now that the gate of heavens will has collapsed, I'm worried that something will happen to you, If anything happens to you, I will definitely make your Helian family restless. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at Helian Feng Su. Helian Feng Su sighed in his heart. He knew that Jiang Qin had the ability to say these words. This guy was definitely not easy to deal with. Helpless, Jiang Qin walked into the gate of heaven's will. He still hadn't given up hope. He still wanted to go in and find out what was going on. Chapter 34:51. After so many years, the beautiful scenery had become useless. All these years, without Jiang Qin, the days were incomparably dull. Thousands of amorous feelings, no one to talk to, who could understand the sorrow and joy in her heart. This sentence made Jiang Qin feel incomparably conflicted and pained. He came a step too late, the sorrow in his heart was indescribable. If he was here, he would definitely not let you enter the gate of heaven's will. Between the lines, Jiang Qin could feel the sorrow and unwillingness in Yu's heart. She did not get to see him one last time, so she had to do something to forget him. The gate of heaven's will was like the gate of reincarnation, one could forget everything after walking out of it, becoming a completely different person. It was not a rebirth, but a walking corpse. No matter what, he had to enter the gate of heaven's will, to find out the truth. For you, to seek justice. Countless people of the Helian clan looked at the collapsing gate of heaven's will, filled with despair and dejection, making their hearts bleed and everyone felt insecure. Jiang Qin took a step forward, heading straight for the gate of heaven's will. Helian Feng Su stood in front of him without hesitation. If you want to enter the gate of heaven's will, you have to pass through me first. Helian Feng Su said in a deep voice, his whole body was like a sword, pointing straight at Jiang Qin. Then let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Qin sneered and struck out a palm, clashing with Helian Feng Su. That strike made Helian Feng Su not dare to underestimate Jiang Qin at all. He had witnessed Jiang Qin's strength. Although he was only an early divine emperor, his means made countless mid-divine emperors flinch. Great Void Technique. Jiang Qin executed the Great Void Technique, directly passing through Helian Feng Su. When Helian Feng Su turned around, Jiang Qin had already entered the gate of heaven's will. At that moment, everyone of the Helian clan was stunned. Can he really enter the gate of heaven's will? Helian Feng Su murmured. Previously, he didn't want his clan's prestige to be tarnished. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin acted as if he didn't exist and barged into the Helian clan's ancestral land, the gate of heaven's will. Could all of this really be the will of the heavens? The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to utter another word. Jiang Qin had indeed entered the gate of heaven's will. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also in a daze. Jiang Qin, would he come back? When he returned, would he still be the Jiang Qin of the past? Heaven's will was hard to defy. He said he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's lying to me. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe a man's stupid mouth. Most of his words are lies, Yan Qingqing sneered. However, at the next moment, Wu Ningzhu's eyes flickered with worry. Yan Qingqing then realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. The gate of heavens was already close at hand. However, apart from Jiang Qin, no one could enter it. To the entire Hellion clan, this was like an unknown disaster, because they believed in destiny, the heavens, and the will of the heavens. Everything was destined by the heavens, karma, and reincarnation. The collapse of the gate of heavens was directly blamed on Jiang Qin. They believed that it was his curse. If it wasn't for him, the gate of heavens wouldn't have collapsed, and the Hellion clan wouldn't be in such a predicament. Even Hellion Yu's life and death were unknown. Whether the gate of heavens had completely collapsed was still unknown. I don't know if there will be any influence in the gate of heavens will. I hope nothing will happen to you, Hellion Feng Su said in a low voice. However, the two of them were separated by 100 meters. At that moment, he hoped that Yue could turn around and take a look. Perhaps she could see his existence. However, he didn't know when they would reach the shore with their snail-like speed. Yue was still more than half the distance to the shore. The furthest distance in the world. I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I'm here. Jiang Chen was incomparably anxious. Looking at the slow boat moving forward, Jiang Chen was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the mist was getting thicker and thicker. The surrounding mist was also getting bigger and bigger. They were separated by 100 meters. In the end, Jiang Chen couldn't see any traces of Yue. Yue's boat gradually turned hazy in front of him. Jiang Chen's heart was getting more and more anxious. 1,000 miles of mist. Dusk. Chu Tianque. Since ancient times, sentimental people have been sad about parting. How could they neglect the autumn festival? Jiang Chen was getting more and more worried. He lost track of Yue. He was getting more and more anxious. However, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that his boat was hit hard. Then, he looked at the murky and cold water. However, he couldn't find anything. However, in a moment, when Jiang Chen lowered his head again, skeletons climbed onto the boat. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He kicked the skeletons into pieces. However, more and more skeletons rushed up from the underground river. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. With a slash, several skeletons were smashed into pieces. Damn it! A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. You've already turned into skeletons, but you still want to cause trouble. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. His means were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of skeletons were smashed under Jiang Chen's sword. However, as more and more skeletons came out of the water, thousands of skeletons rushed up from within 30 meters of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingling. These skeletons all had the strength of a hierarch realm. If it wasn't for the myriad chi body's continuous recovery, he would have been dragged to death by these guys. However, it was not a good idea to be dragged down by them. Jiang Chen came up with a plan. Once the 5 elements divine fire came out, the heavenly fire swept across the river bank. The divine fire could not be extinguished by the underground river. As soon as the divine fire came out, thousands of skeletons were all ignited. In the end, they were burned to ashes and dissipated in the underground river. Jiang Chen turned the 5 elements divine fire into 5 lamps and stood on the left and right side of the boat. Those skeletons only stopped and did not manage to climb onto the boat in the end. However, Jiang Chen didn't know if Yuer was also attacked like this at this moment. Although the skeletons had been blocked outside, the small boat was still on the verge of collapsing from the impact. Streaks of green ghostly shadows rushed towards them. Chapter 3453. Buddha's Radiance Illumination. Jiang Chen struck out a seal, but those ghostly figures were not affected at all. They broke through the impact of the Buddha's radiance illumination. The seal dissipated, but they were still like a hot knife through butter, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to attack Jiang Chen. "You're courting death, a bunch of stubborn fellows." Although Jiang Chen's soul power could not spread out, his soul-stealing divine technique still had a miraculous effect. Soulless annihilation. Jiang Chen's body trembled, his soul was like a sword, scattering in all directions. All the thousands of attacking souls were directly annihilated by Jiang Chen, dissipating into nothingness. Puff, Jiang Chen also spat out a mouthful of blood. Because of the attack just now, the burden on him was too great. Thousands of Hierarch Realm expert souls were attacking him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression was solemn as he looked around. Except for the sound of flowing water in the underground river, it was so quiet that it was a little scary. In front of him was a dark space that was filled with mist, completely unable to see any light or shadow. The surrounding skeletons were still colliding with each other. Jiang Chen's small boat was swaying, moving forward with difficulty. However, the small boat that looked simple and crude was unusually sturdy. Facing the countless attacks from the skeletons, the boat did not capsize. It was a rare sight. After half a day, the skeletons gradually retreated. The smoke and mist also gradually dissipated, and the surroundings became clear again. In front, Yuer's small boat had already reached the shore, but Yuer had disappeared without a trace, her whereabouts unknown. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn again. Yuer's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. Jiang Chen was still very worried. He did not know how terrifying the gate of heavens was, but he did not wish for Yuer to become another person, a person that she did not like. When Jiang Chen was finally about to reach the riverbank, ghostly wails and wolf-like howls could be heard from every corner, stimulating Jiang Chen's soul. It was as if every scream and sharp cry was tearing his nerves apart. Jiang Chen firmly guarded his mind. At this moment, his Emperor Realm's soul was filled with a domineering side. Practically all spiritual energies couldn't cause any harm to it. Jiang Chen maintained an extremely calm posture. No matter what, he wouldn't budge. The martial Emperor Realm's soul suppressed all the wails and howls. Finally, after another half a day, Jiang Chen's boat finally reached the shore. On the other side of the river, there was a stone bridge. Below the stone bridge was a bottomless abyss, and the stone bridge was made up of stone blocks. The stone blocks were connected to the abyss, causing people to worry. If they weren't careful, they would fall into the bottomless abyss. At this moment, Jiang Chen once again saw Yuer in front of him. Within the mist on the stone bridge, Yuer couldn't move an inch. She wanted to take a step forward, but she hesitated and eventually retracted her foot. This repeated many times, causing Jiang Chen to furrow his brows. This was because Yuer's eyes were closed, and she couldn't see her surroundings. It was as if someone had bound her eyes. Jiang Chen was afraid that Yuer would fall too far and shatter into pieces. The space here was filled with restrictions, making it impossible for them to fly. "Watch out!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. He followed the stone bridge, taking one step at a time. But when he stepped on the first stone block, the scenery in front of him completely changed. It turned into a surging ocean, a flourishing ancient forest, a sun, moon, mountains and rivers, and a tsunami. This is a step to the mountains and rivers, a combination of illusion and reality. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what he was going to face next. The scenery in front of him had completely changed. The mountains and rivers roared, and the waves surged endlessly. "You air!" Jiang Chen called out softly. But at this moment, Yu Er heard it. "Big brother, is that you? Is it really you? Although I can't see you, I can hear your voice in the illusion. Did the heavens hear the call in my heart? Big brother, I really missed you." Yu Er murmured, but she sighed in her heart. Everything in front of her had turned into an illusion. She didn't even know which step she was taking. She was one step away from perfection. She would rather hold her big brother's hand and not be separated even in death. She was one step away from falling into the abyss, unable to survive. So she definitely couldn't believe the illusion in front of her. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He also heard Yu Er's voice. It's just that she thought that she was in an illusion, and even she had become a part of it. "Yu Er, it's really me. I didn't dare to stop you before you entered the gate of heaven's will. I'm here to find you," Jiang Chen said in an incomparably serious tone. "It's too real. Big brother, Yu Er misses you. Do you know that? But I can't believe all of this. Everything in front of me is just an illusion. One step to nothing, and it's impossible for me to recover. But I'm satisfied to be able to see you in the illusion. Big brother, promise me that you'll always be with me. Even in the illusion, Yu Er doesn't want to leave you." Yu Er's low voice made Jiang Chen's heart ache. But Yu Er didn't believe that she was real. She still thought that she was an illusion. This made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. "What do I have to say to make you believe me? I've already noticed you when you were crossing the river. But you couldn't hear me no matter how I called out to you. The illusion in front of you is one step real, and the other is an illusion. You must be careful." Jiang Chen was helpless, but he still didn't want to give up. He cautiously warned. "I know that you're the shadow in my heart. Illusions are born from the heart. I understand that. My soul realm has already reached the half-step emperor realm. Ordinary illusions can't trap me. Big brother, I know that you're somewhere, praying for me. I'll definitely overcome all the dangers and get out of here. I won't forget you, I definitely won't." In the depths of her emotions, Yu Er's tears dripped down. At this moment, no one saw her crying, no one knew what kind of state she was in, and no one knew how much she longed to see her big brother. However, all of that was fake, it was all just a figment of her imagination. "I'll always be here by your side." Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, he didn't speak anymore. To Yu Er, his existence was no longer important. He would always be in her heart. He would never be forgotten. She used all her strength just to remember him in her heart. "I know, big brother. You'll always support me from behind. But Yu Er really misses you. Really, really." Yu Er's heart ached. Because she didn't know if she would ever see her big brother again. But even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't forget him. Chapter 3454. Yu Er knew that it was impossible for her to see her big brother again. Being able to hear his voice in the illusory realm was a rather encouraging thing. At the very least, it could give her boundless strength, allowing her to be comforted in this lonely gate of heaven's will. Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. He only silently looked at Yu Er, silently protecting her. At this moment, he didn't say anything else. Since she still felt that he was just an illusion in her heart, it was useless for Jiang Chen to say anything else. He was already satisfied as long as he could silently look at her, accompany her, and walk through this difficult gate of heaven's will. Yu's every word and action affected Jiang Chen's heart. However, they were so close, yet worlds apart. Yu wasn't willing to believe that her big brother was by her side. Jiang Chen knew that Yu missed him too much. Furthermore, she didn't believe that he was here. After all, only the people of the Hellion clan could enter the gate of heaven's will. Furthermore, not everyone could enter it. Jiang Chen's existence was definitely in the illusory realm. Furthermore, she was already in the illusory realm. Therefore, no matter what Jiang Chen said, he couldn't change the illusion in Yu's heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face drastically changed. That's because an incomparably huge illusion of a skeleton had appeared above their heads. The entire skull was 100 feet wide, covering the sun and the sky. Blazing flames danced in its deep blue pupils. Its mouth was constantly closing as it approached Jiang Chen and Yu. At the same time, beneath their feet, beneath the stone pillar, there were terrifying octopuses that were wriggling their long tentacles, as if they were constantly climbing up the stone pillar. As the giant skull approached, Jiang Chen felt an even stronger spiritual pressure. This fellow was indeed not simple. Jiang Chen couldn't tell if this scene was an illusion or reality. However, he understood one thing. If he fell in the illusion, then he wouldn't be able to return to reality. This was the terrifying aspect of an illusion. Furthermore, this was the ancestral land of the Hellion clan, the place where several Emperor Realm experts died. How could it be ordinary? Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He firmly guarded his mind, stabilized his Dao platform, and leisurely Dao accumulation. With his Emperor Realm's soul, he resisted the spiritual pressure of the giant skull. Jiang Chen stabilized the situation, at least the skull didn't continue to approach. However, Yu was different. Her soul realm couldn't be as strong as his. He could clearly see that Yu was brandishing her claws and fangs, as if she was desperately struggling. From this, it could be that the scene in front of her was definitely more terrifying than what he had imagined. Yu Jiang Chen exclaimed. He took a step forward, but beneath his feet was a bottomless abyss. However, Jiang Chen couldn't care less. He ran with all his might towards Yu, but he couldn't reach her no matter how hard he tried. There seemed to be an endless distance beneath his feet. Even the earth-shrinking technique was useless. Jiang Chen watched as Yu was constantly being attacked. Her soul power was wailing in pain, causing Jiang Chen to be incomparably furious. Soul destruction and soul snatching. Jiang Chen had no choice but to use all of his strength. He rushed towards the incomparably huge skull. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally forced the phantom bear to retreat. An extremely terrifying soul power collided. Jiang Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Yu also seemed to have calmed down a lot, no longer as crazy as before. Jiang Chen could confirm that this phantom bear was an ancestor of the Hellion clan. As for why it became like this and almost devoured Yu, Jiang Chen couldn't understand. Wasn't the Gate of Heaven's Will the Hellion clan's ancestral land? Wasn't it said that the Gate of Heaven's Will was the Hellion clan's ancestral land? However, ever since he entered the Gate of Heaven's Will, all Jiang Chen saw was endless danger. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Foolish fellow, you actually want to resist. With my spiritual sense, it's enough to kill you. A torrential soul aura permeated the entire underground space. Jiang Chen was constantly being compressed and squeezed. It was extremely difficult for him. At this moment, Yu finally sensed that something was wrong. There's someone else here other than me. No, that's not right. Big brother, is it really you? Yu suddenly turned her head around. Just now, when she suffered an extremely powerful soul attack, she saw that she was about to fall. However, when she finally obtained her spiritual sense, it was pushed away and she retreated. Yu sensed that something was wrong. When she turned her head around, she couldn't see anything. She could only sense the existence of Jiang Qin from the voice. "I've said it many times, you just don't believe me." Jiang Qin bitterly smiled. His voice was like a great bell, afraid that Yu couldn't hear his voice. However, at this moment, Yu was already sobbing. So, all of this wasn't an illusion. Big Brother is here, he's really here. Moreover, he entered the gate of heaven's will, so he should be at the highest level. In order to not let me suffer alone. Yu's tears flowed continuously. Her heart was filled with incomparable bitterness, excitement, and mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should be happy or in pain. After all, this barren land was filled with danger. She could already feel that this wasn't some inheritance land, but a purgatory on earth. She had thousands of words to say to her big brother, but she didn't have the chance. Right now, the incomparably terrified giant skeleton's eyes were flickering with a crystal demonic light. It seemed to be filled with rage towards Jiang Qin and wanted to kill him. "Big Brother, you must be careful." Yu didn't have time to say anything. In this dangerous situation, the only thing she could do was to protect herself. She didn't want her big brother to be distracted. That was the best way to help her big brother. "Don't worry, it won't be that easy for this spiritual sense to kill me." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the giant skeleton. His heart was incomparably solemn. At this moment, life and death were separated by a single thought. He couldn't slack off for even a moment. "You're truly naive and foolish. Do you really think that you can escape from my grasp? You're just daydreaming. In this gate of heaven's will, I'm the ruler. Who can escape from my palm? After billions of years, you're just a drop in the ocean. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as taking something from my pocket." Chapter 34:55. Jiang Qin didn't know who the master of the Gate of Heaven's Will was. However, this guy was the ancestor of the Hellion family. This identity was enough to put Hellion Yu in a dilemma. The phantom of the giant skeleton didn't attack Yu. Instead, it aimed directly at Jiang Qin. It only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Qin. "Little girl, you brought this kind of person into the ancestral land of the Hellion family. As a member of the Hellion family, your sin is unforgivable," the phantom of the skeleton said in a deafening voice. Yu was in a dilemma. One was her ancestor, and the other was her yearning big brother. What should she do? "I beg the ancestor to let big brother go. If there's anything you need, Yu will do it. For the sake of the Hellion family, I'm willing to sacrifice my life." Yu insisted. She was a member of the Hellion family, so she had no choice. She could only take a step back. However, it was impossible for her to give up big brother. "You're thinking too simply. As a member of the Hellion family, you're actually siding with an outsider. What are your intentions? How could the Hellion family have such a disloyal and unfilial person like you? Where's the dignity of the Hellion family? Do you think that it's so easy for someone who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will to leave? I won't let him go. If you stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. There's no betrayal in the Hellion family, only blood and sacrifice." The giant skeleton's deep voice once again caused Yu to fall into a dilemma. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She looked around, but she couldn't find her big brother. At this moment, she hoped that everything in front of her was an illusion, that it was fake, that her big brother didn't appear here at all. Yu wasn't a heartless person. Although she wasn't born and raised in the Hellion family, the blood of the Hellion family flowed in her blood. The only thing she couldn't do was not to become enemies with her ancestor. However, what would happen to Big Brother? She had long been disheartened after entering the gate of Heaven's will. On the other hand, she wanted to chase after news of her father. She didn't want to dominate the world. She only wanted to know if her father was still alive. She only wanted to seek justice for her father. She couldn't bear to part with Big Brother, but what could she do? But at this time, the choice she had to make put her in an incomparably difficult and awkward situation. He is a demon. Are the ancestors of the Hellion family really so ignorant of right and wrong? I don't really believe it. If it's true, then you must have been a shameless person in the past. After being killed, you were imprisoned in this dark gate of heavens just to display your perverted thoughts, right? For the Hellion family to have an ancestor like you, it is indeed very sad. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. You're high and mighty, but you're just living in a dream. How can there be such a good thing in the world if you want to never fall into the cycle of reincarnation? Unless you have a way to rise again. However, you're only at the Emperor realm. If you think you can crush me, it's still a little too whimsical. Jiang Chen was completely unafraid of this giant skeleton. This guy was thinking of ways to kill Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen had entered the Hellion family's ancestral land, the gate of heaven, had already aroused the strong dissatisfaction of this guy. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already predicted all the situations, because he already had the determination to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This gate of heavens must be a very terrifying existence. Once he entered here, he was destined to receive extraordinary challenges. It was known as the only forbidden area of the Hellion family since ancient times. The people who entered it were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that this place was like his backyard, where he could come and go as he pleased. But in order to save you, everything was worth it. Stubborn, then I'll send you to hell. The giant skeleton roared angrily, his voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge phantom passed through the sky, the aura of the soul covered the sky. Jiang Chen had already been forced to retreat again and again. Big Brother. Was in a desperate situation. She couldn't help Jiang Chen, nor could she change the situation in front of her. No one understood the struggle in the depths of her heart, how painful it was. She could only silently pray and hope that Jiang Chen could escape from this dangerous situation. But if the one who lost was the giant skeleton, then it would be her ancestor. So in this battle, no matter who won or lost, she would still be in a dilemma. Understood that everything that Jiang Chen did was for her. However, she had no choice. If Jiang Chen wasn't bad, she wouldn't be willing to accept it. But now that Jiang Chen was here, she was in a dilemma. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. This old fellow has been hiding underground for millions and millions of years, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. I, Jiang Chen, don't want to die in your hands without knowing why. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned cold and he squinted his eyes. At that moment, his soul power rippled out like a tide, pouring down and turning into a huge dragon. The dragon soared in the sky and collided with the giant skeleton. Jiang Chen's soul power condensed into a huge dragon that entangled with the giant skeleton. The terrifying soul power struck down wave after wave. Jiang Chen's face became extremely ugly. It was obvious that he was in a disadvantageous position. This fellow was quite terrifying. Even though he was only left with soul power, he shouldn't be underestimated. I have the soul power of a peak emperor god. You're just a beginner emperor god. How are you going to fight against me? The soul voice became even more terrifying as it swept across the sky. In the universe, Jiang Chen's soul was forced into a difficult situation. Without thinking, Jiang Chen understood the difference between a peak emperor god and a beginner emperor god. He had investigated quite a bit. If he were to fight with this fellow to the end, his situation would be extremely dangerous. I don't believe it. Soul extermination. Soul extermination. Slash. Jiang Chen continuously exerted his terrifying soul pressure and turned into reaping sickles. However, they were all swallowed by the phantom skeleton. Jiang Chen staggered and retreated. His face grew ugly. 2 rays of blue light turned into 2 rays of light and tore the void apart. They pierced through Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen fell down and spurted out blood. Motherfucker, you old thing. Great use soul-forming light, suppress. Chapter 3456. Great use soul-forming light. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. However, this great use soul-forming light is not complete and your strength is too weak to activate the power of the great use soul-forming light. Unless you become an Emperor Realm expert, you won't be able to use it to suppress me. Go to hell. The phantom of the skeleton roared continuously. His angry voice revealed the anger and excitement in his heart. Although the great use soul-forming light could not suppress him, it had injured him. If Jiang Chen was strong enough, the great use soul-forming light could easily subdue him. It was a pity that Jiang Chen's strength was too weak compared to the skeleton's shadow. Jiang Chen knew how difficult this battle was. If he lost, he would be destroyed and his soul would be restricted. Even the great use soul-forming light could not turn the situation around. Jiang Chen was at his wit's end. The only thing he could do now was to use his Tao essence to cast the Howling Heaven seal. Success or failure depended on this. Jiang Chen had no other choice. If he wanted to live, this was the only way. The soul thought was invisible. If he wanted to hide, there was nowhere for him to hide. It was impossible for the limitless sword and the formation to trap him. In the end, Jiang Chen could only place all his hopes on the Howling Heaven seal. He hoped that the seal that was formed with the energy of Tao accumulation could shake the soul consciousness. Howling Heaven seal. Jiang Chen formed a seal with his hands and squinted his eyes. When the seal was cast, the mountains and rivers roared. The entire gate of heavens will seem to be shaking. Big brother, are you okay? Yu Er said anxiously. She was worried. However, the moment the heavenly seal appeared, the skeleton in charge instantly turned pale with fright and roared madly, "How is this possible? You have Tao essence. This is impossible, impossible. This is Howling Heaven seal. Who are you?" The giant skeleton was incomparably shocked, as if it couldn't be more shocked by Jiang Chen's seal. The heaven howling seal smashed out like a rotten twig. The clouds in front of the stone block parted, revealing the clear blue sky. As soon as the seal moved, the giant skeleton was crushed into countless soul fragments. The power of the heaven howling seal instantly crushed the giant skeleton. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and his lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that his last attack would destroy the phantom of the skeleton. In an instant, Jiang Chen quickly activated the Great Yu Soul-forming light and kept the soul fragment of the phantom of the skeleton into the Great Yu Soul-forming light. No, no. A tragic cry reverberated in Jiang Chen and Yu Er's ears. However, Jiang Chen was indifferent. It was the law of the jungle. If he lost, the ending would be even more tragic than this. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Jiang Chen didn't feel any discomfort. He kept the broken soul fragment into his pouch and prepared to refine it. That way, he could get rid of the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Finally, he ended the guy's life. There was no need to explain how powerful a peak divine sovereign spiritual sense was. Jiang Chen could only rely on the heavenly torturing seal to help him escape this time. Jiang Chen also let out a sigh of relief. He finally subdued that guy. The surrounding illusion disappeared and what appeared under his feet was a broad road. The abyss and the stone bridge were all part of the illusion. Yu suddenly turned her head and saw her big brother. Her eyes were filled with tears and she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. At that moment, they were separated by life and death. So many years of wind and rain, so many years of longing, so many years of bitterness. They finally met again. Yu had thousands of words in her heart. She didn't know how to tell Jiang Chen about her endless grievances and hardships. Jiang Chen looked at Yu and Yu looked at him. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. The little girl who was kind and understanding had finally grown up. Her appearance was even more stunning than when Jiang Chen saw Ling Yun in the past. However, her tears flowed into Jiang Chen's heart. Don't cry. Your tears are my pearls. You're the princess in my heart. Even if you lose one, my heart will ache. Don't lose my pearls. Let them shine in your heart. Jiang Chen smiled. After so many trials and tribulations, he finally saw this lovable and heart-wrenching little girl. She was finally no longer lonely. However, Yu couldn't stop her tears. She fell into Jiang Chen's embrace and cried non-stop. After a long while, Yu finally wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her lips were filled with bitterness. However, she had to say that this time, even if she died, she wouldn't have any regrets. Because her big brother was already here, she no longer had any hesitation. Although she knew that everything had become very difficult, as long as her big brother was here, the sky would never turn dark. However, this gate of heavens was extremely difficult for her big brother. He couldn't even take a single step forward. If it wasn't for her big brother using all his strength to protect himself, she didn't know if her big brother would really leave her and fall in the gate of heaven's will. After all, their current strength had yet to reach the Emperor realm. On the other hand, the ancestor of the gate of heavens had already reached the Emperor realm or even higher. Their situation had been extremely difficult until now. Big brother, why did you come? Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of forgetting everything? Yu bit her rosy lips. Her eyes were sparkling, causing Jiang Chen's heart to ache. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. But at the same time, I'm also afraid of losing you. Jiang Chen smiled. The gentleness at the corner of his lips was indescribable. Yu smiled. Her heart was sweeter than eating honey. If this gate of heavens is really the ancestral land of your Hellion clan, then it shouldn't be something that just anyone can come in. However, if that skeleton phantom was a despicable monster, then it's dead. There's nothing to say. Some people die, but he lives forever. Some people live, but he's already dead. The gate of heavens should be the gathering place of the geniuses of your Hellion clan. Who would have thought that it would be occupied by such a monster? If this gate of heavens is really that weak, then it's fine if you don't want it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a gloomy expression. Big brother, this is the ancestral land of my Hellion clan. Be careful of your words. Chapter 3457. That's right. Not just any demon or monster is fit to be a member of my Hellion clan. We should have killed such evil creatures long ago. I didn't expect that my descendant would almost die in the hands of this guy. It's fate, it's fate. Looks like this little friend's strength is not to be underestimated. This evil creature dying in your hands can be considered to be a worthy death. A deep voice sounded in Yu and Jiang Chen's ears. A figure in a snow-white robe appeared. Her long hair was loose and her temperament was unparalleled. Her beautiful face looked similar to you. The lady stood with her hands behind her back. Her shadow floated in the air and her eyes were like torches as she looked at you. Are you the ancestor? You asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the lady in a snow-white robe calmly. If you're really the ancestor of the Hellion clan, it's a good thing. Jiang Chen smiled. Not everyone is like that evil creature. Do you think that my Hellion clan is filled with sinister and cunning people? The lady was not angry at all. She said with a faint smile and shook her head. Jiang Chen could not bear any hostility towards her because she looked extremely similar to Yu. Looking at her from afar, it was as if they were the same person. I'm the leader of the Hellion clan, Hellion Piamiao. The Hellion clan has lost a lot of talents. The gate of heavens can't change the situation. For us who have been dead for thousands of years, there's nothing we can do. The woman seemed to be very helpless as she sighed and said. You greets the ancestor. You cupped her hands and bowed. Her face was filled with respect. The person you got rid of earlier was none other than the 7th generation ancestor of the Hellion clan. However, he had committed many evils. Although he was also an ancestor of the Hellion clan, he was as incompatible as fire and water with me. Taking advantage of my slumber, he wanted to kill me. It's useless to kill this kind of evildoer. Even if you didn't do anything, I definitely wouldn't let him have the slightest chance of survival. The one who entered the gate of heavens in the previous generation should be your father, right? Hellion Piamiao said. Yuer's eyes reddened as she asked nervously, Ancestor, you mean, your father has already been killed by him? Speaking of which, it is also because of my incompetence. Otherwise, how could my Hellion family end up in such a state? Back then, your father was a heavenly genius. However, he wanted to seize your father's body and soul. In the end, your father risked his life and didn't let him succeed. However, he himself also disappeared like smoke in thin air. My heart is willing, but my strength is insufficient. The ancestral land of the Hellion family is supposed to be a place that benefits the younger generation, but it has become a place that hides filth. It makes one's heart feel cold and heartache. I, Hellion Piamiao, am duty-bound. Hellion Piamiao shook his head and said, full of self-blame. Yu's body went limp. Her face was filled with despair, and she almost fell to the ground. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped Yu up. He sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even know what to say. Father, I'm sorry, Father, Yu murmured. However, there was nothing she could do. Her father had passed away, and her heart was as calm as still water. As a member of the Hellion family, you should understand your responsibility. The Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual is carved on the Heavenly Fortune Stone. Only by mastering the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual can you become one of the strongest geniuses of the Hellion family. Only then can the Hellion family continue to exist. However, not everyone could learn the secret manual of heavenly secrets. Therefore, many people would only learn half of it and would not be able to finish it. That was why they would forget about the past, and that was why they would only remember the future, unwilling to live in the past. The true Heavenly Secrets Codex is a divine ability that can predict the future of the heavenly secrets. The Great Heavenly Secrets art is only a small part of the Heavenly Secrets Codex. Only the Heavenly Secrets Codex is the most terrifying divine technique of the ancient times. Hellion Piamiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Yu. It seemed like the burden of the Hellion family's rise was on her shoulders. It's fine if you learn it, but won't you forget the past if you only know a little? Jiang Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice. This is the Hellion family's matter. Little friend, you shouldn't ask so much. However, since you've helped us, I have no choice but to answer your question. What you said is true, but this is something that every member of the Hellion family has to experience, especially since she's the genius of the Hellion family. She carries the hope and mission of the entire Hellion family. The gate of heavens has chosen her, and that's her destiny. If she can have her own unwavering belief and master the Heavenly Fortune's secret manual, she won't forget about the past. Hellion Piamiao hesitated for a moment and said, however, the final choice is still in your hands. You, make your own choice. I won't force you. Although the mission of the Hellion family is important, I respect your decision more. Hellion Piamiao's words made Jiangchen very angry. This fellow was setting a trap for you, Given Yu's character, she would definitely not give up the great cause of the Hellion family for her own selfish desires. If she hadn't entered the gate of heaven's will, perhaps there would still be a chance. However, after knowing everything, it was impossible for her to choose to escape. Yu wasn't a cowardly person. Moreover, Jiang Chen could see the determination in her eyes. At this moment, no matter what Jiang Chen said, it would be futile. He had already seen through Yu's choice. As a member of the Hellion family, Jiang Chen didn't have the right to change Yu's mind. Hellion Piamiao's original intention was naturally for Yu to bear the glory of the Hellion family. He definitely didn't want her to retreat at the last minute. Yu would ultimately bring along her stubborn side and not disappoint everyone. She would choose to bear the difficult mission of the Hellion family. I'm sorry, big brother. I want to leave with you. However, I can't abandon my family. This is my mission and my destiny. Believe me, I will definitely not forget myself. Even if I forget myself, I will not forget you. Yu smiled. Her smile was so bright and heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen couldn't say a single word. He didn't even know how to dissuade her. However, dissuading her was destined to be useless. Yu's choice would definitely not change, just like how she had chosen to enter the gate of heavens without any hesitation. From that moment onwards, she had already disregarded her own life and death. Chapter 34:58. Jiang Chen looked at Yu, and Yu also looked at him. Yu faintly smiled, but Jiang Chen found it hard to hide his bitterness. He had always been a person who would help those close to him and not reason. However, at this moment, he was speechless. Yu had made her own choice, and that was something he could not interfere with. She was confident that she would be able to protect her own heart forever, and protect her past. That was a period of time that she would never be willing to forget. Jiang Chen knew that no matter how many words he said, it was impossible to change Yu's mind. As the ancestor of the Hellion family, Hellion Piamiao also hoped that Yu could complete the inheritance and completely master the Tianji secret book so that she could lead her family to prosperity and reach the peak. After all, not too long ago, the Hellion family was extremely prominent in the entire central region Divine Land. However, they were gradually declining and had already withdrawn from the stage of history. Even in the Dongxing Divine Land, they were on the verge of collapse. Although I have yet to leave the gate of heaven's will, I understand that the Hellion family is lacking in talent. If they want to rise again, it is not something that can be done overnight. Yu, this is your responsibility. It is also our destiny. We have a very similar appearance, and it is precisely because we both have an extremely heavy mission. I know you are a child who can distinguish right from wrong, and I hope you can find your true self. Hellion Piamiao said earnestly. Yu nodded slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered. She silently looked at her big brother. This was the last time she would look at him. I definitely won't disappoint you. I definitely won't forget you, big brother. Trust me. After speaking, Yu slowly turned around. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen finally moved. He looked at Hellion Piao Miao and said in a deep voice, I also want to comprehend the heavenly secret tome. No, you are not a member of my Hellion family. You cannot comprehend the heavenly fate stone and the heavenly fate secret manual. Hellion Piao Miao said in a deep voice. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he did not back down. I only want to be like you, I want to experience the so-called pain of reincarnation and see exactly how difficult it is in my memories. I also know the great divination art. I, Jiang Qin, hereby swear that even if I, Jiang Qin, learn the Tianji secret tome, I will never use it for the rest of my life. Jiang Qin looked at Hellion Piao Miao with a burning gaze. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was not afraid at all. When their eyes met, his gaze was extremely cold. He argued for what was right. Big brother, why are you doing this? Yu Er's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head. He didn't have to do that, but for her, he had even disregarded his own life. He had to empathize with her. That was the moment that made Yu Er's heart ache the most. You also know the great divination art. How did you learn it secretly? Hellion Piao Miao said coldly with a gloomy look in her eyes. The great divination art was a secret of the Hellion family. How did an outsider know about it? I learned the great divination art in the 9 prefectures immortal world. It has nothing to do with the Hellion family. Even if it does, it should have been left in the 9 prefectures immortal world by the members of the Hellion family. It should have nothing to do with the Hellion family in the divine world. I have never fought against the Hellion family, so why can't I learn it? Jiang Qin said coldly. There was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't learn it secretly. What was there to be ashamed of? Alright, since you are so devoted and protective of you, perhaps this is heaven's will since you also know the great divination art. Remember your oath. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning. Hellion Piao Miao hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in the end. I want to be with you. I was here, I am here, and I will still be here in the future. Jiang Qin rubbed Yu Er's little head and smiled. His smile was like a warm spring breeze, causing Yu Er to have mixed feelings. However, she was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a challenge for her big brother. They might even forget about each other. Let us remember this moment. Yu Er smiled innocently. She was as dazzling as the moon and stars in the sky. Jiang Chen and Yu Er stood in front of the heavenly divination stone. The secret book of heavenly divination was a tempting item for Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin didn't really care about it. He cared about Yu Er's safety. He knew that his ability was limited. He didn't care about the secret book of heavenly divination. He just wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect. When the two of them stood in front of the heavenly divination stone, thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. It was as though he was in a chaotic sea of stars. His surroundings were endless stars, stars, and stars. Jiang Chen didn't know where to go or how to take the next step. Where am I? Jiang Chen murmured. He knew that he was comprehending the secret book of heavenly divination in the heavenly divination stone. However, his soul consciousness had already entered a vast and boundless starry sky. This made Jiang Chen feel an indescribable sense of danger. This place was too strange. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head, wanting to catch Yu Er who was beside him. However, he found out that she was already so close, yet so far away. She had already disappeared. Yu Er, where are you? Jiang Chen ran with all his might. He searched for her, but he couldn't find anything. Jiang Chen stopped and looked around. His eyes became more and more solemn. The surrounding mountains were connected. Other than the fiery red and azure stones, there was nothing else. Strangely shaped mountains rose from the ground and flashed past his body. Jiang Chen continued to run. However, he couldn't find where he should go. I don't even know where you/her is. Could this space where the mountains and the starry sky fuse together be my soul consciousness? Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. It was as though he was trapped in a space where he couldn't see the light of day. It was like a cage. He couldn't break through the surrounding walls. The starry sky above was connected to millions of miles of nebulas. It seemed to be changing. Rays of light flashed above Jiang Chen's head. Meteors streaked across the sky. Jiang Chen stood in the sky. However, he was struck by the meteors. It felt as though they were passing through his body. Chapter 34:59. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn. He reached out his hand and touched his face. The changes of the falling stars seemed to be like the flow of time. Traces of time flowed across his body. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt rather helpless. He allowed the passage of time to leave traces on his face, but he couldn't do anything about it. Why is it like this? Is my time about to run out? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. His face had turned from a 20-year-old to a 30-year-old, then a 40-year-old, then a 50-year-old. The appearance of the wrinkles intensified the shock in Jiang Chen's heart. Although he knew that this might be an illusion, Jiang Chen couldn't change it at all. Only by comprehending the Heavenly Fate Stone and the Heavenly Fate Secret Manual would he be able to make further changes. However, all of this was simply too difficult. Jiang Chen looked at the sky full of stars. The falling stars caused the stars to change. Countless mountains in the surroundings were smashed by the falling stars. The colorful void was filled with violent impacts and dazzling explosions. Jiang Chen couldn't change anything here. He couldn't escape from this place either. The worst outcome would be that he would spend the rest of his life in this place, being corroded by the passage of time. Everything would become eternal in this illusory realm, and he would never be able to return to reality. Heavenly Fate Stone, Heavenly Fate Stone, I have to find the Heavenly Fate Stone. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He couldn't comprehend any Heavenly Fate Stone in this illusion. It was like a never-ending space. It was like a world where time flowed rapidly. Jiang Chen's heart was getting more and more difficult. For some unknown reason, the pressure on Jiang Chen increased. He didn't know how he could change anything. It was equivalent to waiting for death. He didn't know where you/her was. The Heavenly Fate Stone had become the only thing that could stop him. At this rate, it won't take long for me to grow old completely. Jiang Chen murmured. He was getting more and more anxious. Gods should be immortal legends. They should be undying and indestructible. So why would he grow old? Jiang Chen struggled to ask himself many questions in his heart. However, he didn't get an answer in the end. Jiang Chen ran with all his might, trying his best to find the rules of this world of meteorites. However, his efforts were futile. He could only let the time blade leave indelible marks on his face. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm's soul didn't change at this moment. It was as if it had sunk into silence. His Emperor Realm's soul couldn't spread out. He could only dodge the attacks coming from all directions. Although the stars wouldn't destroy him, Jiang Chen discovered that he would age faster if he was hit by the stars. It was a terrifying thing. Jiang Chen's body wasn't affected by any external force, but too much of the power of time had been absorbed by the falling stars. Jiang Chen finally knew why he had become so old. Admittedly, the flow of time was a problem, but the scariest thing was those falling stars that were everywhere. Each falling star was like an irreversible mark of time. Where is the Heavenly Fate Stone? Where am I? This illusion is a real world. It seems real and illusory. If the illusion is destroyed, I won't be able to escape. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His eyes lit up like torches. He held his breath and started to activate his Emperor Realm soul. His hands formed a seal and a heavenly seal was shot out. However, it couldn't affect anything within thousands of miles. It even dissipated into nothingness. Don't waste your energy. You don't have a choice anymore. You only have yourself to blame for all of this. A cold voice appeared in Jiang Chen's ears. A man and a woman gradually appeared in the void. The woman was Helian Piao Miao. Who are you? Helian Piao Miao, it's really you. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at the man and woman. The sinister smile on his face was even more terrifying. Who am I? Don't you know? The remnant soul power that you destroyed was just a clone of mine. The heavenly seal is indeed terrifying. However, once you enter the illusion of the heavenly fate stone, you will never be able to get out. Ha ha ha. The man's face gradually turned cold. His angular face was filled with killing intent. His silhouette was clearly more illusory than Helian Piao Miao's. It seemed that the destruction of one of his clones had a significant impact on the spiritual sense of his main body. You destroyed my husband's clone. I lured you into the heavenly fate stone of the Helian family. We're even now. Helian Piao Miao crossed her arms and said calmly. So, all of this was just a scheme of the two of you. It seems that I have really underestimated you. I've always felt that there was something wrong with you. However, I was still tricked by you in the end. Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head. The two figures in the void were the ancestors of the Helian family. This was all a scheme of theirs. It seems like it's a little too late. There's no medicine for regret in this world. An outsider like you shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the Helian family. I don't care where you learned the great divination art from. You must die. The great divination art of the Helian family is never taught to outsiders. Helian Piao Miao said in a deep voice. She had planned everything from the beginning. She made Jiang Chen and Yu walk into their trap step by step. She wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. You're quite talented. Moreover, I happen to need a body like yours. After your soul dies, your body will be used by me. The day I, Helian Xuanji, am born will be the day my Helian family returns to the peak. My name, Helian Xuanji, will be immortalized in the endless divine world. Helian Xuanji said with a wild laugh. He was full of confidence. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Jiang Chen silently. Jiang Chen was speechless. The two ancestors of the Helian family were like two crazy devils. When your soul has aged to a certain extent, your soul consciousness will dry up and your soul consciousness will disappear. Even if you're an Emperor Realm soul, your soul is destined to be destroyed. Do you think that an Emperor Realm expert can sit back and relax? Without reaching the Heavenly King Realm, an Emperor Realm expert will die one day. Time is the best proof. Your soul doesn't have much time left. Ha ha ha. Helian Xuanji was like a ghost as he stared at Jiang Chen. A 9th grade Emperor Realm Heavenly King Realm expert can create a deity with a single thought. An Emperor Realm expert can also die. Chapter 3460. Helian Xuanji's eyes turned cold. You even know about the realm above the Emperor Realm. But what's the use of knowing? Not to mention the Heavenly King Realm, you can't even reach the Venerable Emperor Realm. Only the supreme experts of the Heavenly King Realm can escape the reincarnation of the era. Venerable Emperors are no exception. You're someone from the previous era. Jiang Chen Lengleng said. You're very smart. I was only one step away from becoming a Heavenly King Realm expert. However, in the end, I stopped at the 9th grade Emperor Realm. I had no choice but to seal myself in the heavenly fate stone in order to protect my soul. However, in these hundreds of millions of years, no one was able to withstand my soul force. The younger generations of the Hellion clan were all cowards. They made me stay in this heavenly fate stone for hundreds of millions of years, but I still couldn't find a suitable vessel. I originally thought that her father would be able to withstand my soul force, but in the end, I was still very disappointed. Until you appeared, I knew that I had found a suitable vessel for my soul force, and it was you. Great divination art, divination stone, Emperor realm soul, everything is perfect. Ha ha ha, although my soul realm has declined to grade 1 Emperor realm, it is enough for you. Once I take over your body, my soul power will recover to its peak in no time. I must break through to the Heavenly King realm in this life and escape from that damned era reincarnation. Hellion Xuanji said with gritted teeth. In his previous life, he was willing to seal himself here in order to avoid the reincarnation of the epics. Otherwise, he would be annihilated under the reincarnation of the epics. That was an indescribable pain for him. Pain, depression, stubbornness, sorrow, and anger. Hellion Xuanji had experienced almost everything in the past hundreds of millions of years, which was why he had become so abnormal and ferocious. He used to be a 9th grade Emperor realm expert, but now, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he was a hysterical madman who would do anything. This madman had chosen Jiang Chen and wanted him to be his substitute. He wanted to use Jiang Chen's body to come back to life. This was a very bad thing for Jiang Chen. 9th grade Emperor realm. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine that only Heavenly King realm experts could escape the reincarnation of an era. Even a 9th grade sovereign realm expert like him had to commit suicide to seal his soul in the Heavenly Fate Stone. This showed how terrifying the reincarnation of an era was. This fella's soul force was indeed unimaginably strong, but he didn't kill him. That was because he wanted a complete body, not a dead person. As long as his soul force was erased in the Heavenly Fate Stone, he would be able to perfectly inherit his body. All of this was flawless to them, but to him, it was a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen was not willing to give up. Moreover, once he fell, Yu Er's ending would be the same as his. Hellion Piaomiao would never let her go. In other words, Yu Er was Hellion Piaomiao's vessel. They wanted to borrow Yu Er's body to reincarnate. It seems like the Hellion clan's gate of heavens has always been a conspiracy. No wonder those who walk out of here will lose all their memories. Jiang Chen came to a sudden realization and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Some of the true geniuses couldn't bear the spiritual energy of Hellion Xuanji and Hellion Piaomiao. That's why they were released in the end. However, the memories of their souls were wiped away. That's why they forgot about their past. All of this was just a huge conspiracy. For hundreds of millions of years, the Gate of Heavens was just a place for the shameless ancestors of the Hellion clan to select their candidates. It was just that they had not found a suitable body. All of this seemed so ignorant and ridiculous. Generations of the Hellion clan had treated this place as their ancestral land, the place where the true geniuses were selected. However, now, Jiang Chen just laughed it off. You're smart and strong. However, it's a pity that you shouldn't have entered the Gate of Heaven's will. Perhaps, this is the charm of Heaven's will. No matter how powerful the heavenly secret technique of the Hellion clan is, we can't predict the fate of the person who intersects with us. You and I have an endless compatibility. That's why I can't see through your existence. This is Heaven's will. You can't change it. Hellion Xuanji was full of confidence. Jiang Chen's body was gradually losing its luster. His powerful aura was also weakening. His face, which was gradually filled with wrinkles, was also the appearance of his soul. Bullshit Heaven's will. I, Jiang Chen, never believe in fate. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can change my fate. Jiang Chen roared furiously like a primordial beast from a desolate world. At that moment, even Helian Xuanji subconsciously took a step back. His eyes squinted and his smile became even more mellow. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. It's hard to defy heaven's will. You don't understand. Ha ha ha. In the gate of heaven's will I am him. Helian Xuanji gritted his teeth. He had been waiting for far too long. He would never let this opportunity slip away from his hands. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm's soul had entered the heavenly fate stone and he would never be able to leave this place. Everything was so logical and logical. It made him see the hope of his rise. Slowly enjoy your last moments. I'm leaving. The flow of time in the heavenly secret stone is too fast. It won't be long before you disappear from this world with a bang. Goodbye, youth. Goodbye, forever lost. I, Helian Xuanji, am destined to become a peerless heavenly king expert. Ha ha ha. Along with Helian Xuanji's roar, the two phantoms in front of Jiang Chen gradually disappeared. Jiang Chen understood that he had to leave the heavenly secret stone as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be completely erased by the flow of time. According to Helian Xuanji, as long as one hadn't reached the heavenly king realm, they wouldn't be able to avoid the era reincarnation. Since the era reincarnation couldn't be avoided, when the flow of time reached an era, Jiang Chen's life would come to an end. Nearly half of his soul force had disappeared. An era had silently become the past. Chapter 3461. However, Jiang Chen guessed that her situation should be the same as his. Therefore, as long as their soul consciousness did not disappear completely, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao would not kill them, because they wanted to use Jiang Chen and as a vessel for them to rush out of the gate of heaven's will. As long as his soul consciousness did not disappear, the flame of hope would always be there. There was not much time left for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt that he had only stayed in the endless world of meteorite fall for a few days, but he was getting older with each passing day. Humans were not plants, but even gods would fall one day. The reincarnation of the era was a node, and only experts who had surpassed the heavenly king realm could escape the reincarnation of the era. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart became extremely heavy. Jiang Chen's heart was still unwilling to give up, because he could not die, he could not fall. He had not found Xiaoyu, he had not shown her the best side of the world. He wanted to reach the peak and look up to all living beings. He wanted his loved ones to become the supreme beings of this world, and not be bullied by anyone. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted, he tried his best to calm himself down and perform the great divination art. At this moment, Jiang Chen's soul power could not merge with the divination stone at all, and his emperor-level soul was also useless. I must not fall, Jiang Chen sat on the ground and murmured to himself. At this moment, he entered a mysterious realm. It was a realm that transcended life and death, and transcended the reincarnation of the realm. Jiang Chen's soul spread out wildly, like rivers running into the sea. He saw a golden path in front of him, and on the path, there were wisps of dense mist gradually gathering. It was the path that connected the sky, and there was nothing around it. Jiang Chen could only see that he seemed to be the golden path, and the wisps of dense mist lingered around him. That's my heavenly Taoist connotation. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His Taoist connotation continued to grow. His soul consciousness also became more and more powerful. His soul consciousness and Taoist connotation intertwined. Once the Taoist connotation rose, the soul consciousness moved. At the same time, the grand divination art sprang to life. Within the divination stone, Jiang Chen transformed into a mountain, a rock, a speck of dust, a grain of sand. The heavenly Tao accumulation was extremely powerful. Jiang Qin could see that the golden path was endless and he couldn't see the end of it. It was just like his own hope, although it seemed a little uncertain, there was a different kind of chance of survival. Jiang Qin's soul force had improved tremendously. He could feel that his soul force was growing crazily like heaven's Tao accumulation. Early-stage Celestial Emperor Realm, mid-stage Celestial Emperor Realm, late-stage Celestial Emperor Realm. The Great Divination Art and the Divination Secret Tome are both derived from the Divination Stone. In that case, the Divination Stone should be the ultimate source, right? Was the space within the Heaven Fate Stone a reincarnation cycle? Or it doesn't exist at all? Jiang Qin frowned. The growth of Ling Tian's Tao accumulation and soul power had given Jiang Qin a glimmer of hope. As his soul power continued to grow stronger, he could feel that his aging speed had slowed down. It was no longer as fast as it was in the beginning. Can the Divination Stone really change the fate of the heavens? Or is it just a legend? The will of the heavens is decided by the heavens. Can the fate of the heavens really be revealed? Jiang Qin murmured. The great divination art kept evolving and changing in his mind. From the initial moves to the current trajectory of the starry sky, Jiang Qin had gained some understanding of the Divination Stone. The great divination art was just the tip of the iceberg. The Divination Stone was the foundation of the evolution of the fate of the heavens. In the world of meteorite fall, dazzling starlight was still shining brightly. Meteors fell from the sky. The mountains were still changing, and time was still flowing. The speed was so fast that it was suffocating. Jiang Qin had turned into an old man in his 70s. Above the Milky Way, there were countless falling stars. Jiang Qin was just a drop in the ocean. He had turned into a grain of sand and gradually flowed in the formless space. He rose and fell with the wind. Jiang Liusher's immovable stone. The Divination Stone is the fate of the heavens. Jiang Qin's pupils shrank. His eyes were blazing. He stretched out his hand and a colorful stone was held tightly in his hand. Is this the Divination Stone? Jiang Qin's eyes were blazing. He felt that he had already controlled a part of the Divination Stone, but it wasn't complete enough. That was why he couldn't change anything. However, when he stretched out his hand, the Divination Stone was already in Jiang Qin's hand. Fate comes and goes. This is the will of the heavens. This is the Divination Stone. It's a stone, but it's also a thought. A warm laughter resounded in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. The fate of the heavens is innocent. You can call me Hellion. I am the ancestor of the Hellion family. A white-haired old man appeared in front of Jiang Qin. He stared at the colorful Divination Stone in Jiang Qin's hand. You have the aura of the Nanhua the Enlightened. It seems that you are very lucky. Nanhua the Enlightened. You mean Senior Zhuang Zhouzi, the ancestor of the Hellion family. You are the Divination Stone. Jiang Qin's face was solemn as he looked at the white-haired old man. Yes and no. I am just a remnant thought. You can break through the illusion of the Divination Stone. It means that no one can change your state of mind. It's not easy to have such a supreme state of mind without reaching the Heavenly King realm. Heaven and earth are sad. Heaven moves. Everything is fixed. The Divination Stone can't trap you because you are not in the 3 realms or the 5 elements. You, who are you? Hellion squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin. He was full of doubts and helplessness. As the only person in the world who could see through the fate of the heavens, it was his first time seeing someone that he could not see. Who am I? I am me. I am Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin stared at the white-haired old man and said, I can't see through your past life. Hellion said in a deep voice. This was something that he had never seen before. You can see through the fate of the heavens. That's why I can be released. However, I can't get out of the divination stone. Hulian's words made Jiang Qin even more confused. It seemed to be incompatible with his own thoughts. Is this old man really the ancient ancestor of the Hulian family? What do you mean? Are you saying that I have seen through the fate of the heavens? Then who are Hulian Piaomiao and Hulian Xuanji to you? Jiang Qin continued. They are my descendants because I have turned into the divination stone. I am the fate of the heavens and the fate of the heavens is me. Hulian said calmly. Chapter 3462. You're indulging your juniors. I'm afraid you're just like them, aren't you? Humph. They don't know of my existence. I've already transcended beyond this world. I'm no longer a human. I'm just a divine will, a heavenly secret. As for you, although I can't see through you, you're able to comprehend the changes of the heavenly secret stone. The heavenly secret stone can no longer trap you. Hulian said. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. He didn't know if he should believe Hulian's words. However, he was already at death's door. He didn't have any other choice. If he said that he had comprehended the changes of the heavenly secret stone, did that mean he could leave the heavenly secret stone? Do you think you can escape from the sins of your juniors just by saying that you're transcending beyond this world? They've been using the lives of their juniors for their own selfish desires. Some of them are dead, while others are still alive, but they're like walking corpses. Is this all the will of the heavens? Jiang Chen's words were like pearls. His words were like tit for tat with Hulian. Time is fate, and the years are endless. The heavenly secret is not the will of the heavens. Everyone can control the heavenly secret. What's the difference between them and me? I'm just a divine will. I no longer exist in this world. I'm just a heavenly secret. After finishing his words, the white-haired old man disappeared in front of Jiang Qin. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Hulian had disappeared, but the heavenly secret stone was still in front of him. Jiang Qin couldn't calm his heart for a long time. The heavenly secret stone was still in his hand. However, at this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something that he had never experienced before. It flashed across his mind. The heavenly secret is like me. I am the heavenly secret. Everyone can change the heavenly secret. Heavenly secret stone, come. Jiang Qin crushed the seven-colored sacred stone in his hand. A milky white pearl appeared in his hand. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Qin retrieved the heavenly secret stone. At the same time, the world of meteorite fall in front of him vanished into thin air. There was no such thing as a heavenly fate in this world. Jiang Chen's expression was prideful and his eyes were sharp. His soul realm actually broke through the horizon and reached the peak of the celestial the arch realm. The divine light was as sharp as a sword, and Jiang Chen's aura was incomparably strong. The heaven-conquering Tao connotation had begun to take shape. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were Hulian Piaomiao and Hulian Xuanji. No, that's impossible. How could this be? Hulian Xuanji staggered and took a step back. His eyes were filled with disbelief and his face was pale. His figure was also becoming more and more illusory. Hulian Piaomiao and Hulian Piaomiao looked at each other. Neither of them expected Jiang Qin to walk out from the divine fate stone. If one's soul realm did not exceed the 9th grade emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to break through. Even if he managed to break through, he might not be able to walk out of the heavenly fate stone's illusion. However, Jiang Qin did it. Nothing is impossible. This is the divine fate stone that you were talking about, right? It's just a so. Jiang Chen said faintly and exchanged a glance with Helian Xuanji. Helian Xuanji's expression was as gloomy as water and his eyes were gleaming. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to walk out from the Heavenly Fate Stone. The Heavenly Fate Stone was the treasure of the Helian family and also the pillar of the family. The reason why the Heavenly Fate's secret tome could become the supreme secret tome of the Helian family was because of the existence of the Heavenly Fate Stone. Previously, Helian Xuanji swore that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to break through the illusion of the Heavenly Fate Stone, because Jiang Chen's soul had reached the 9th grade Emperor realm. However, all of this had become reality, and Helian Xuanji had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Chen was standing right in front of him. This guy was way beyond his imagination. Was everything that he had done going to waste? Helian Xuanji was not willing to accept it. He did not want his hundreds of millions of years of waiting to become like this. He thought that everything was within his grasp and everything was within his grasp. However, Jiang Chen had broken through the divine fate stone. Everything was like a dream. However, the person who was living in the dream was not Jiang Chen, but him. Don't worry. With the two of us joining hands, this guy is definitely not a match for us. Husband, believe me. Helian Piaomiao said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Jiang Chen with her triangular eyes. Although their soul energies had regressed a lot, they still had the 1st grade Emperor realm's soul realm. Although one of them was not a match for Jiang Chen's divine fate stone, the two of them were not people that Jiang Chen could easily deal with. Tian Yin was one of them, but Jiang Chen couldn't deal with both of them easily. Jiang Chen took a glance at Yu, who was not far away from him. She was still immersed in the illusion. The secret book of heavenly mystery seemed to have led her into an intoxicating world. Jiang Chen did not disturb Yu, His impassioned gaze fell on Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao again. These two guys deserved to die. Although they were Yu's ancestors, their ancestors had already lost their morals. Their ancestors were no longer worthy of their respect. These two people, or rather, these two guys were demons. If it wasn't for them, perhaps the Helian family wouldn't have so few geniuses. This was because many geniuses had been reincarnated under their attacks. Most of the geniuses of the Helian family had died in the hands of their ancestors. If Jiang Chen told this news to the Helian family's patriarch and several elders, how would they feel? Would they still regard their ancestors as their role models? As for Jiang Chen, he would not show any mercy. He would definitely kill both of them in this battle and make them disappear from this world forever. These abnormal demons were not worthy of being worshipped by future generations. The people of the Helian family had deified them, but they had defiled themselves. Needless to say, this was absolutely an indescribable sorrow. Now that things have come to this, the two of you still want to escape from me. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Mine. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that the Heaven Seal would inflict heavy damage to his soul power. At this moment, his heaven-reaching Tao accumulation became more condensed. Cast. The Heaven Seal no longer needed to exhaust all of his internal energy and Tao accumulation to release an earth-shattering attack. We used to be 9th grade Emperor Venerables. You are just an ant that hasn't even reached the Emperor realm. Do you think you can stand on my head and act like a tyrant? Hee, what a joke. Do you think we will give you a chance to escape from the gate of heaven's will? I didn't kill you previously because I wanted your body. But now, it seems that I can only use force. I hope you won't disappoint me. Helian Xuanji said proudly. He was still full of confidence and did not give Jiang Chen any chance. Now that things have come to this, we can only see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen shrugged and dismissed it with a smile. Therefore, with the two of them working together, they were completely confident that they could kill Jiang Qin here. Your soul energy has increased again. Helian Xuanji was shocked, his face was filled with disbelief. If it was the previous Jiang Qin, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this attack so easily. Previously, the one who fought against him was only a clone. However, he had to be very careful against Jiang Qin's heavenly seal now. That heavenly seal was extremely terrifying. Even he didn't expect that it would appear in Jiang Qin's hands. Not much, but it's enough to kill you. Jiang Qin said faintly and smiled. Husband, let's work together and activate the spirit storm. This guy will definitely die. Helian Piaomiao's eyes turned cold, and she shouted with killing intent. All right. Helian Piaomiao didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen's current strength had already made them feel a little troubled. Although Jiang Chen's soul energy was weaker than theirs, Jiang Chen had the support of his physical body. If he fought against Jiang Qin with just his soul energy, it would seem that he was weak. Therefore, they had to kill Jiang Qin as soon as possible. You want to kill me? No way, ah! Jiang Qin shouted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Helian Piaomiao and Helian Xuanji's soul energy twisted and turned, forming an incomparably terrifying spirit storm. It was constantly closing in on Jiang Qin. That explosive spirit pressure could destroy everything. Even Jiang Qin felt a sense of crisis. His heavenly seal might not be able to withstand the spirit storm of these two guys. The heavenly seal might not work, but the outline heavenly seal should be enough to intimidate you two demons. Jiang Qin sneered, and his hands formed seals again. The outline heavenly seal was several times stronger than the heavenly seal. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's current heavenly Tao accumulation, it might be a little difficult for him to activate the outline heavenly seal. However, to be on the safe side, he had to try his best to kill in one strike. When the outline heavenly seal appeared, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao's expressions changed drastically. Their spirit storm rolled, but in front of Jiang Chen's outline heavenly seal, it seemed to pale in comparison. This is impossible. Impossible. I can't accept this. When the outline heavenly seal in Jiang Chen's hand turned into a dark yellow streamer and soared into the sky, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao knew that they no longer had any means to fight against Jiang Qin. First, it was the heavenly seal, then the outline heavenly seal. This guy, who looked like he was not even an Emperor realm expert, gave them a fatal blow. When the outline heavenly seal appeared, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the gate of heavens will seem to be on the verge of collapse again. Jiang Chen's strength made them feel numb. As a divine Emperor realm expert, he had the unparalleled divine ability of Tao accumulation. Moreover, his spirit realm had reached the peak of the Emperor realm. It was really unbelievable. However, it was all too late. They had already lost the strength to fight against Jiang Qin. When the light and shadow dispersed, the spirit storm was instantly smoothed out. Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao's spirit strength were also completely wiped out. They were on the verge of death, and their shadows could disappear from the world at any time. Jiang Chen's face was pale, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was getting brighter. These two fellas had exhausted almost all of their spiritual strength to resist the silhouette heavenly seal. However, they were already on the brink of death and could die at any time. You want to fight me? I will kill you. Chapter 34-64. Jiang Qin sat down on the ground and gasped for air. His facial expression became extremely relaxed and carefree. The two monstrous geniuses of the Helian family were finally killed by him. Jiang Qin held his breath and retracted his spiritual energy. He looked calm and composed. His soul energy had reached the peak Emperor realm. It was impossible for an ordinary Emperor realm expert to surpass him in terms of soul realm. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached the great perfection early Divine Emperor realm. The difference between the Divine Emperor realm and the Hierarch realm was different from the Divine King realm. Every realm was extremely difficult to break through. Jiang Chen knew that there was still a long way to go before he could reach the mid-Divine Emperor realm. However, compared to before, he could feel that he was a few times stronger. In a flash, Jiang Chen calmed his mind and stood up again. Yu had already cried her eyes out. Jiang Chen felt extremely sad in his heart. Yu was still stuck between reality and illusion, unable to extricate herself. Heavenly Fortune Stone, wake up! Jiang Chen bellowed. The Heavenly Fortune Stone in his hand flew up. The curtain above the void instantly shattered into pieces and dissipated in the void. In the end, the scene in front of Yu changed drastically. Her body trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. She was in a daze as she looked at Jiang Chen with endless bitterness and relief. Fortunately, the first person she saw was her big brother. They have already been killed by me. After all, they are your ancestors. However, the foundation of the Hellion family that spanned hundreds of millions of years was completely destroyed by the hands of these two monsters. From now on, they will no longer cause trouble for the Hellion family. Jiang Chen smiled. His warm smile gave Yu great encouragement and support. Thank you, big brother. Yu deeply understood that the two ancestors of the Hellion family had brought this upon themselves. Furthermore, they were the ones who had killed her father. This great enmity had finally been avenged. Furthermore, it was her big brother who had avenged her. She would always remember this kindness in her heart. You're still talking about this with me? Jiang Chen shook his head, took out the Heaven's Secret Stone and handed it to Yu. This is the Heaven's Fate Stone of your Hellion family. Is this really the Heaven Fate Stone? Yuer's face was filled with disbelief. However, Yuer would never doubt the words that came out of Jiang Chen's mouth. No wonder you were able to change the Heavenly Fate Stone with a single sentence. My Heavenly Fate Secret Tome is still incomplete. However, my strength has increased by quite a bit. This Heavenly Fate Stone is not very useful to me. Who are you trying to fool? If you didn't rely on the Heaven Fate Stone, you wouldn't be able to complete the Heaven Fate Secret Tome. This Heaven Fate Stone originally belonged to the Hellion family. Since I obtained it, I will give it to you. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Silly girl. Jiang Chen patted Yuer's little head with a smile on his face. He understood that she only wanted him to keep the Heaven Fate Stone. Although the Heaven Fate Stone was very powerful and important, Yuer needed him more. A gentleman would not take away someone else's love. Moreover, this Heaven Fate Stone originally belonged to the Hellion family. Of course, if it was someone else who had nothing to do with Jiang Chen, he would definitely not let go of the Heaven Fate Stone. Yuer bit her red lips, her face and ears flushed red, and her heartbeat sped up. The current her was no longer that ignorant girl. Nestling under her big brother's chest, she felt warmth and happiness. She wanted to stay here forever, never leaving, never giving up. However, Yuer knew that this day would eventually pass. Their encounter in the Gate of Heavens was inevitable. Now that the two evil ancestors had been killed by Jiang Chen, the Heaven Fate Stone had been obtained, and the Heaven Fate Secret Tome had been greatly comprehended. Therefore, there was no reason for them to stay here any longer. Good times were always short. No one knew what they had experienced here. Yuer enjoyed this moment very much. Because her father's death had stimulated her nerves. Jiang Chen did not speak. He hugged her silently and patted her shoulder. It was warm and quiet. To Yuer, this Gate of Heavens was more like a coming-of-age ceremony. It allowed her to grow up. Her inner world was also strengthened. Everyone had their own goals. Yue had already received news of her father's death. She had gotten her revenge. However, the only thing she could do now was to revive the Hellion family. She would lead the Hellion family back to the peak of the Dongxing Divine Region. She might even have a place in the Central Region Divine Land. Yue was not a person who was greedy for power. However, she had to fulfill her father's last wish. That was her father's lifelong wish. He was not willing to die just like that. He left behind the heroic words, "There is no need to revive the ancestors. I will surpass them." As his daughter, she was duty-bound to fulfill her father's last wish. The Hellion family was troubled by both internal and external threats. The Dongxing Divine Region was in turmoil. Yue would rise up at this moment. She was not only bearing the weight of her father's hope, but also the hope of her father and the entire Hellion family. Some people could live for themselves. However, some people were destined to live with more responsibilities. Yue was the latter kind of person. The tears on her cold face had already been wiped away. Yue's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She was no longer as pure and innocent as before. She was finally growing up. After a long time, Yue finally stood up. She knew that she could not continue being willful. She had to grow up eventually. It was impossible for her big brother to stay by her side to protect her. Take the Divine Fate Stone. I have already comprehended the secret manual of Heaven's will. I don't need the Divine Fate Stone anymore. Remember, the Divine Fate Stone is me, and I am the Divine Fate Stone. It will definitely be of great help to you in comprehending the secret manual of Heaven's will. Jiang Qin said. Not everyone could comprehend the essence of the Divine Fate Stone like him. That Hellion should have already fused with the Divine Fate Stone. Only in the hands of the Hellion family would the Divine Fate Stone shine brightly. To Jiang Qin, he no longer needed the Divine Fate Stone. I am the Divine Fate Stone. The cultivation of the secret manual of Heaven's will was nothing more than comprehending the Divine Fate Stone. The improvement of the great art of Heaven's will allow Jiang Qin to understand his own strength better. The secret manual of Heaven's will could predict even more terrifying moves of his enemies. It was extremely powerful. However, how many people in the world could cultivate and achieve the Tao? Apart from Jiang Qin, there was only Yue, who only knew a little. However, with the Divine Fate Stone, it should not take long for her to comprehend the secret manual of Heaven's will. We should leave too. Otherwise, the people outside will definitely worry about us. Jiang Qin smiled. The two turned around and headed for the exit. Suddenly, Yue stopped in her tracks. She looked at Jiang Qin silently and said softly, "Big brother, if I die one day, will you feel sorry?" All right, what nonsense are you spouting? In this world, no one can threaten you, unless they step over my dead body. Jiang Qin smiled gently, causing Yue to be delighted. Chapter 3465. The trembling of the gate of Heavens will finally came to an end. However, the foot of the Heavens will mountain was already filled with people, all of them were members of the Hellion clan. Every single one of them had a grave expression on their faces, especially the patriarch, Hellion Feng Su, who was even more worried now. The gate of Heavens will had almost completely collapsed. The shock in his heart was indescribable. No one could understand Hellion Feng Su's current mood. Hellion Yu'er's father was an outstanding figure in the clan, an outstanding genius. However, he disappeared in the gate of Heaven's will. Yu'er's return was full of twists and turns, and Jiang Qin's entry was also full of drama. Hellion Feng Su was still scratching his head. No one knew how big of a wave he could cause in the gate of Heaven's will. Husband, nothing must happen to you. Wu Ningzhu murmured as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, she was the most worried person. She was worried that if Jiang Chen walked out of the gate of heaven's will, his soul would no longer be his. What would they do then? How would they face Jiang Chen? He had said that he had a plan, but that was the iron rule of the Hellion clan. Could he really break the rule and return with glory? That fellow should be fine. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. I still feel that he's a scourge. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She didn't know why, but there was a trace of worry in her heart. People of the Hellion clan, come out. An angry roar that spread thousands of miles in the sky had completely aroused the worry of the Hellion clan. Hellion Feng Su turned his head around. It was the Dongfang clan. The third elder of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Yunhe. Dongfang clan. What are they doing here? Could it be that they know that you, is in the gate of heaven's will, and are here to cause trouble? It's hard to say. The Dongfang clan has always been strong. Even Dongfang Lianchua lost to this person. Do you know who he is? I don't know him, but he should be stronger than Dongfang Lianchua. Maybe he's some big shot from the Dongfang clan. Our Hellion family is currently facing internal and external troubles. The Dongfang family has also come to blame us. It seems like we are getting more and more worried. Every single member of the Hellion family was filled with worry. Now that the gate of heavens will had collapsed and outsiders had entered, Er's life was uncertain, and the Dongfang family had come to kill them. They did not know how to deal with it. Even the 5 great elders of the Hellion clan looked at each other with a grim expression. So it's the third elder of the Dongfang clan. I wonder why Elder Dongfang has come to our clan. Hellion Feng Su squinted his eyes and said faintly. Up in the sky, 3 figures exuded a domineering aura. They held their heads high and looked down on the world. It's been a long time. Brother Feng Su, you should know why I'm here, right? I'm here for the marriage alliance of my nephew, Dongfang Lianchua. Back then, you agreed to it. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it now. Dongfang Yunhe said in a strange tone. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the people of the Hellion clan. He ignored everything and looked at Hellion Feng Su without any fear. Even the third elder of the Dongfang clan could sit on the same level as Hellion Feng Su. This was enough to prove that the strength of the Dongfang clan was not ordinary. At least, it was not something that the current Hellion clan could compare with. It's not convenient to talk about the marriage now. Hellion Yu has just entered the ancestral land of my Hellion family, the gate of heaven's will. Her life and death are still unknown. Everything will have to wait for you, to come out of the gate of heaven's will. This shouldn't be too much, right? Brother Dongfang. Chapter 3466. You might be able to fool a 3-year-old with your words. Do you really think that the people of the Dongfang family are all idiots? Dongfang Yunhe did not say anything, but Dongfang Lianing could no longer hold back his anger. His brother had been killed and Jiang Qin had fled to the Hellion family. However, the Hellion family was still trying to shirk responsibility. He could not stand it anymore. Is this how the Hellion family treats its guests? Do you think that you can dismiss us with just a few words? You have already admitted that the person is in the Hellion family. There is nothing more to say. I must have those 2 women. I also want Jiang Chen's life. I also want the lady of the Hellion family. Dongfang Yunhe said domineeringly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face fearless. This was the prestige of a great sect. The Dongfang family was one of the top 3 superpowers in the Dongxing divine continent. The Helian family could not compete with them. The people of the Dongfang family were overbearing. Helian Feng Su's expression became more and more solemn. It seemed that it was impossible to appease them now. After all, the person they had killed was Dongfang Yunhe's nephew and Dongfang Lianshuo's brother. Brother Yunhe, I have already said that Jiang Qin is indeed in the Dongfang family. However, we will have to wait until he and Yuer come out of the gate of heaven's will. Helian Feng Su said in a low voice. He felt that there was no turning back. The people of the Dongfang family were too domineering. You were the one who said that outsiders cannot enter the gate of heaven's will. You were the one who said that Jiang Qin entered the gate of heaven's will. Don't you think that's contradictory? I can't wait until then. I don't believe it either. Don't you think that it is too childish to play such games with me? Head of the Helian family. Dongfang Yunhe finally made his stance clear. Helian Feng Su could only sigh. That was the truth. However, in the eyes of the people of the Dongfang family, it was indeed a load of nonsense. Since it has come to this, there is no need to say anything more. If you stop me, don't blame the Dongfang family for being merciless. Dongfang Yunhe took a step forward with a gloomy expression. His loved one had died, and his enemy was right in front of him. How could Dongfang Yunhe take even half a step back? Helian Feng Su smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, if he insisted on protecting Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, the Helian family and the Dongfang family would be like fire and water, standing on opposite sides. At this moment, Helian Feng Su obviously wouldn't start a war with the Dongfang family. Sorry, both of you. Helian Feng Su shook his head and sighed. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. Neither of them took a step back. You don't have the ability to kill my husband. Wu Ningzhu coldly stared at Dongfang Yunhe without the slightest trace of fear. These two little girls are so beautiful. However, this Jiang Qin isn't lucky enough to enjoy them. Leave them to me to be my slaves. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yunhe laughed wildly. He waved his hand, causing the sea to tremble. He wanted to grab Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu retreated with a dignified expression. She didn't dare to fight against him because this Dongfang Yunhe was too strong. He was even stronger than Dongfang Lianshuo. Being able to become the third elder of the Dongfang family, his strength was self-evident. Where are you going? Dongfang Yunhe chased after them. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu joined hands, but Dongfang Yunhe was still walking leisurely. He was full of confidence. His fist and palm interweaved with each other, filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing didn't dare to face him head-on. Dongfang Yunhe took advantage of the situation. His palm whistled and covered the sky. It directly pushed Wu Ningzhu back. Wu Ningzhu's complexion turned pale as blood gushed out from her mouth. Fighting with me? You two are still too inexperienced. Dongfang Yunhe sneered. His eyes were ice cold. He moved his palms, trying to restrain Wu Ningzhu. However, he was blocked by Yan Qingqing's sword. Blossoming flower sword. Yan Qingqing's strength was very strong. Compared to Wu Ningzhu, she was slightly stronger. After all, she had received Princess Duan's inheritance. Now, she was just in the transition period. Once she completely fused with the inheritance, her strength would be even more terrifying. However, for Dongfang Yunhe, it was only able to slow him down. It was still impossible for him to stop him. Dongfang Yunhe punched out, shattering Yan Qingqing's sword rain. He soared into the sky with irresistible force. What a terrifying guy. Helian Fengshu's expression slightly changed. If he were to fight Dongfang Yunhe with all his strength, he might not be stronger than him. In just 3 moves, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were defeated in the end. It was quite an ugly scene. Now, both of you are mine. Ha! Dongfang Yunhe laughed out loud, but he was forced back by the rain of swords. If you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you without mercy. Jiang Chen stood proudly in his white robe like a sword. He had already walked out of the gate of heaven's will. As soon as Jiang Chen walked out, Wu Ningzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She stared at the person in front of her. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally calmed down. Yan Qingqing also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was here, nothing would be a problem. How is this possible? He actually walked out of the gate of heaven's will. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? He isn't a member of the Hellion family. How did he do it? Could it be that he was sent by the ancestors? Don't talk nonsense. Everything is heaven's will. Since this guy could walk out of the gate of heaven's will, it means that he is fated with our Hellion family. We can't underestimate him now. An elder of the Hellion family said in a serious manner. His tone was full of certainty. It was as if he was a completely different person from his previous rebuke and disgust towards Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin was able to walk out of the gate of heaven's will, he had already obtained the approval of the Hellion family. There was no doubt about it. He came out. What about you, She can't still be inside, right? That's right, and you. And you also came out. Did you all realize that this guy actually still has his memories from the past? This is truly too amazing. And you, look, it's and you. Almost the entire Hellion family cheered at this moment. And you, whom they had been waiting for, had finally walked out of the gate of heaven's will. Moreover, she was right behind Jiang Qin. Did this mean that both of them had passed the test of the gate of heaven's will? Although they didn't dare to confirm it, at least you could walk out of the gate of heaven's will. This was great news for the entire Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su and the Great Elder looked at each other, unable to conceal their joy. Chapter 3467. The Hellion family had placed high hopes on Hellion Yuer. Now, she was the savior of the Hellion family. Damn it. Did this Jiang Chen really walk out from the gate of heaven's will? Didn't they say that apart from the Hellion family, no one else could do it? But why did he walk out of the gate of heaven's will? Dongfang Lianshuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen. This guy's strength had obviously increased by leaps and bounds. This was too infuriating. Patriarch. Yuer nodded slightly as she looked at Hellion Feng Su and said in a low voice. Hellion Feng Su was so excited that he couldn't speak. His body trembled as Yuer also had the memories of the past. Jiang Chen and Yuer were both like this. They were the first people in history to do so. To the Hellion family, the benefits of having their own memories were indescribable. Yuer was the hope of the Hellion family. How could she marry into the Dongfang family? I didn't expect you to come out alive. It's really surprising. But today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Dongfang Lianshuo said coldly. I killed your brother. Are you afraid that he will be lonely on the road to hell, so you also came to die? Jiang Qin smiled. You are Jiang Qin. You killed my nephew. Today, you will pay with your blood. Dongfang Yunhe and Jiang Qin stared at each other. Both of them had sharp gazes and neither was willing to take a step back. This battle was finally going to start. Everyone from the Dongfang family must die. You will regret hurting my woman for the rest of your lives. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. In his eyes, there was nothing but endless death. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Yunhe were at each other's throats. The members of the Hellion family were also feeling insecure. They didn't know which side to stand on, especially Hellion Feng Su and the 5 elders of the Hellion family. They couldn't afford to offend the Dongfang family, but now that Jiang Qin had walked out of the gate of Heaven's Will, he had become the mascot of the Hellion family. No one could be compared to him. In the past, those who walked out of the gate of Heaven's Will were all figures who stirred up a storm. However, the Hellion clan had already suffered a crushing defeat. They had long since lost the opportunity and strength to contend with the first-rate major sections. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was Yu. Jiang Chen is the benefactor of the Hellion clan. As long as Jiang Chen lives, I, Hellion Yu, will live. If Jiang Chen dies, I, Hellion Yu, will also die. Yu Er's words caused Hellion Feng Su to hold his breath. At this moment, he knew that the current situation was getting more and more dangerous. However, if they stood on the opposite side of the Dongfang family and declared war, it would be like a bolt from the blue. Even though Yu had walked out of the gate of Heaven's Will, the current strength of the Hellion clan was still inferior to the Dongfang family. Growth also required a process. Although Yu had expressed her stance, the 5 elders looked at each other. They weren't willing to go against the Dongfang family. For the sake of the family, they had to make the right choice. We need to think about this matter further. You can't be stubborn. Yes, we can't start a war with the Dongfang family. We can't. The current situation is critical. The people of the Dongfang family were killed by Jiang Qin. Although we know that Jiang Qin has a close relationship with the Gate of Heaven's Will, Yu furrowed her brows and said resolutely, "No buts. My words are the highest order," Yu said in a deep voice. Her face was finally filled with a gloomy expression. The heavenly fate stone in her hand instantly attracted Hellion Feng Su's attention. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Is that the heavenly fate stone? The heavenly fate stone had always been the symbol of the Hellion clan. The heavenly fate stone represented the will of the ancestors and the highest authority of the Hellion clan. Therefore, at this moment, the faces of the 5 elders changed, including the people of the Hellion clan. That was because the heavenly fate stone had a higher status than the patriarch. Controlling the heavenly fate stone was equivalent to controlling the entire Hellion clan. The moment the heavenly fate stone appeared, the 5 elders smiled bitterly. However, facing Yu Er's order, they didn't show any hesitation. Hellion Feng Su knew that they couldn't avoid this battle. They would definitely become enemies with the Dongfang family. It seemed like the battle between them had just begun. If the Hellion clan wanted to rise, they would have to rely on Yu and Jiang Qin. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness. They didn't dare to go against the will of the heavenly fate stone, the symbol of the Hellion clan. I can tell you clearly that the heavenly fate stone in my hand was given to me by Jiang Qin. He has already comprehended the secrets of the heavenly fate stone, but I haven't. A stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Yu Er's words caused the entire Hellion clan to tremble. Jiang Chen has actually comprehended the secrets of the heavenly fate stone. Doesn't that mean that all the secrets of the Hellion clan are in the hands of Jiang Qin? Otherwise, how could they walk out of the Gate of Heaven's Will with their memories? Jiang Qin obtained the heavenly fate stone, but Jiang Qin didn't want it. Instead, he gave it to Yu. Everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own inferiority. No matter what, they had no reason to challenge Jiang Qin now. Their ancestral items were given to them by Jiang Qin. Although it was somewhat ironic, one had to admit that the Hellion family had already treated Jiang Qin as one of them. Especially Yu Er's words. If Jiang Qin was here, she would be here. If Jiang Qin died, she would die. Wuningju silently looked at Hellion Yu. She knew that Jiang Chen didn't choose the wrong person. However, as Jiang Chen's first wife, she didn't really approve of Helian Yu. Jiang Chen almost died for her. However, as long as Jiang Chen felt that it was worth it, she wouldn't say anything. At this moment, Helian Yu also looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, who were beside Jiang Chen. They were so dazzling and beautiful. These two must be Jiang Chen's most beloved women. Because when Jiang Chen looked at them, his eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Helian Yu was more or less envious. Jiang Chen had never seen that kind of tenderness in her eyes. Brother Jiang, my Helian clan will definitely protect you in today's battle. Helian Feng Su knew that he had no other choice but to fight alongside Jiang Chen. Even if he didn't mind offending the Dongfang clan, he had no other choice. Alright. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.